And we have one helicopter that is no more than 300 to 200 feet above this white Bronco that O.J. Simpson is in at this time. Now we're approaching another intersection. This is the intersection of the 57 freeway. The next bridge that he comes to will be the 57. And again, we've got, now we're getting more and more police cars here. Let me adjust the helicopter to get you a better shot. And right now under the bridge here at the 57 freeway. Again, looks like the speed picked up just a little bit. They could be doing
Captain Ron?
About 40 miles an hour at this time. But again, the freeway is completely wide open in front of them as they travel northbound here on the freeway. O.J. Simpson is supposed to have a gun to his head right now.
Captain Ron, it has been our understanding.
It's a very tense situation out here. As time goes on, I see another 5 to 8 radio cars that are following here on the freeway.
Captain Ron, it's our understanding that O.J. Simpson fled today with a former boyhood friend and teammate, Al Cowlings. Are we aware if O.J. is in that vehicle by himself, or is there in fact another person with him? All right, Ron unable to hear us. Rick Romero, I understand that you're at ground level. We're trying to reach Rick Romero, who is also on scene. Rick is on the freeway. The situation, as we understood it, was that O.J. was with a friend, Al Cowling, and we are just trying to establish right now if O.J. is, if in fact this is O.J. Simpson. One obviously would believe that that is the case right now, with police in pursuit of a Ford Bronco. The license plate number we have been giving you throughout the day, all part of an APB that was issued when O.J. Simpson failed to show up today at Parker Center to be formally charged for the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman. Right now, they are northbound in the Anaheim area, Laura, and it would appear from the reports that we've been monitoring on police frequencies that O.J. Simpson does have a gun to his head right now.
And is being followed by some anywhere from 7 to 10 black and whites. And of course, the big question we're wanting to ask at this time, is he by himself or is he accompanied by his friend, his longtime friend, Al Cowlings, who he played football with at USC? And many people have been hoping that perhaps if another person were present, they might be able to impose some direction on him, perhaps get him to turn himself in. We're not able to ascertain at this point whether he is alone or with somebody. We only know that we believe him to be in that Ford Bronco and that he is said to have had a gun to his head and is being followed by black and whites as he heads north on the 5 freeway. And we believe him to be in the Anaheim area, heading toward Anaheim Hills.
I suspect, as I watch this scene along with our viewers on a Friday night, that the CHP is also involved upstream, if you will, north of this particular location that they're passing through, because on a Friday night through that sector, that traffic should be bumper to bumper. As you know, that's one of the most I should say the busiest corridor in Southern California, heading down to north and south from Orange County into Los Angeles. But we see no evidence of that. But I just suspect that since the Bronco is moving along unimpeded and there are no other vehicles in view as they continue to drive through the Anaheim area right now, one would suspect that in a circumstance such as this, law enforcement is virtually helpless. They are pursuing the vehicle. We do know that if the CHP is involved, generally in a high-speed chase, they allow the vehicle to run out, either run out of gas or to break down mechanically. But right now, these vehicles are pursuing slowly. Ron Botholt in Newscopter 7 says he suspects they're moving at about 35 miles an hour, and it appears that the situation is all in the hands of O.J. Simpson right now.
You make a good point, too, Harold, as somebody who lived in Orange County for years. This is a very unusual sight on a Friday evening, afternoon, to see this kind of traffic flow. We did just get some fresh information coming in here to Eyewitness News that by tracking O.J.'s cellular phone calls, authorities were able to move in on him tonight, and they are saying that he does reportedly have a gun to his head. As we told you a little bit earlier, the Ford Bronco going about 35 miles per hour. That's what you're seeing on your screen right now, northbound on Interstate 5 into Santa Ana and in through Anaheim. We know that Rick Romero is down on the ground. He's got fresh information.
Let's just point out something, Rick. I don't know if you're aware of it. Pick it up if you are. But the information we're receiving, according to a police scanner report, one man, presumably O.J. Simpson, is in the back seat of that sport utility vehicle and holding a gun to his head.
Harold?
Yes.
Yes, all right. I just wanted to make sure you could hear me. Yes, we've heard the exact same reports on the police scanner that we are monitoring at this time. We've been going northbound on the 5 freeway. We're only a few miles behind them, but the police vehicles that are trailing the vehicle that may have O.J. Simpson has traffic slowed down on the freeway, and it is now very congested. We've gotten off the freeway and we're going to take another route. We understand that they are not too far from where the Orange County Bureau is for Channel 7, which is at about State College and the 5 freeway. We're not clear if there are 2 vehicles. We first heard a report that there was a single black individual driving a white Bronco, and then we've heard other reports that there was another vehicle with somebody in the back seat holding a gun to their head. And we're still monitoring the scanner as we drive here, trying to pick up additional information. We know that they're traveling, at certain times they were traveling at approximately 30 miles per hour, but we've also heard reports of them going up to as much as 44 miles per hour. Do you have any questions?
No, Rick, I'll tell you, stay on the line with us. We're going to watch what is now turning into an unfolding tragedy here on this Friday night. It has been a tragic story since the murders took place on Sunday night, early Monday morning, and it has been a tragedy all day as people close to O.J. Simpson have tried to get him to wrap up his affairs and to come into authorities to surrender and to face the music, if you will. O.J. Simpson was going to turn himself in, and at that time, he was going to be incarcerated with no bail. The estimates were by the time all of the preliminary trials and the hearings and the like had taken place, he would be in jail for a minimum of 1.5 to 2 years. If, in fact, O.J. Simpson was found not guilty, he would have been freed. If he had been convicted of that crime, there were special circumstances which the district attorney could have asked for the death penalty in this case. But for now, O.J. Simpson has taken it upon himself to flee from the authorities. It has become right now a spectacle none of us, as we began this day, thought that we would see O.J. Simpson with a gun to his head being pursued ever so cautiously and judiciously by law enforcement officials. They will not, as my understanding, they will not under policy pull up and try to force O.J. Simpson off the road or any other action that might jeopardize this situation. If, of course, he gets into a situation where he presents a danger to other people in an immediate area, then law enforcement must make a decision as to how to react. But right now, they are content to allow this vehicle, the Ford Bronco, the one that has been the subject of an APB that was issued earlier this afternoon, to drive north on the I-5 freeway and to see exactly how this is going to play out. And I don't know how you feel right now, but I have my fingers crossed that O.J. Simpson is going to put that gun down and he's going to stop that vehicle and he's going to come out with his hands up. That's my profound hope this evening. I hope O.J. Simpson puts that gun down.
I think that's everybody's hope. He's been described today as a fallen hero, and certainly that's true. Todd Donahoe saying earlier this evening that he is perhaps one of the best-known athletes in the entire world. And we've heard people speak of him with so much love today, so much admiration, and at the same time being astonished at today's events. As you pointed out, Harold, he was supposed to turn himself in at about 11 o'clock this morning. By 11:45, it was a no-show. And his attorney went on to say that he was pretty astonished by it all. There was just a 15-minute window of opportunity there, apparently, where he got out. Not exactly clear as to why he would be in Orange County, but there certainly were ties that he had to the area. His children have been said to be staying with Nicole Brown Simpson's family, who live in the Monarch Bay area there. That's Laguna Beach, very upscale area, Dana Point area. And perhaps he wanted to go see his children one last time. We're not really clear on that. We don't know.
She was also buried there yesterday in Orange County. Well, Laura, let's try to get back in touch with Captain Ron for a better pinpoint to exactly where they are on that I-5. Captain Ron, if you can hear us, perhaps you can give us a little bit of insight and tell us where they are now on the northbound I-5.
Okay, I'll tell you where they are right now. Is they are northbound on the I-5. They've just passed the Magnolia off-ramp, and this is in the Fullerton area. The speeds continue about the same out there. I have noticed as many as 25 radio cars at one point, It appears that they're down to about 15 radio cars that are out here right now, but they are continuing northbound here just past Magnolia, coming up on the 91 interchange. He continues in this number 4 lane. Of course, this is giving the police a chance to go up and actually clear that traffic up ahead. We've seen on a couple of times where they've had policemen on the off-ramps and on-ramps preventing any other traffic so as not to impede this situation that is occurring now. But again, it's about the same speed. He's just continuing northbound. We do see a couple of cars that have slipped by in front of him, and I'm not sure if they know exactly what's going on right now, but there are some cars in front of him. But it does continue about 35 to 40 miles an hour now, and we're approaching the 91 freeway.
Ron, you are familiar with law enforcement procedures. Can you tell us from your experience what these officers, what options they have right now?
Well, you know, there's a lot going through their mind right now, I'm sure, Harold. I mean, all of the things that have happened that we've heard today. Right now, they're going down a freeway with possibly the person has a gun to their head. And the first thing that they're worried about, of course, is they want to have this thing resolved successfully. And they absolutely have no desire to use any type of force on OJ. All they'd like this thing to do, we'd like him just to pull over and end this thing. Now, it looks right now like he's taking a transition road, Harold. This will take us now westbound on the 91 freeway. This is what he's taking right now. But there's a lot going on in there. I'm sure that this pursuit is slow. It's not like they're having to drive real crazy. The traffic conditions are pretty good for them. Of course,
Turner with DSRC.
There to watch this motorcade of sorts go by. We have Roger Harris back, and he's been listening to the scanners. What do you hear now, Roger? Roger Harris?
Beach Boulevard.
Pardon me?
He's westbound on the 91 freeway, the Riverside Freeway, and this will be approaching Beach Boulevard.
He just got off of Interstate 5. We saw that. He took that exit.
you can see right now he's in some other traffic. The police cars where they had all 4 lanes at one time, right now they're down to 2 as they follow him. Again, the speeds are really not that fast. I'm going to guess in the vicinity of 40 miles an hour as they travel along here, but there is light traffic ahead of them, and they just continue on.
Do you suspect, Ron, they will just let this play out for a while to see if perhaps the vehicle runs out of gas or there's a mechanical failure? Do you think they will do this just for a while to see where it all heads, where it goes, where it ends up?
Well, you know, right now, Harold, OJ is not presenting any type of hazard to anyone else, of course, but him. The people, the policemen that are following him are not doing it at a high speed. This is a controlled situation. Right now, nobody's life is in danger. So I suspect what they'll do is try to communicate with him. We know that he has a cell phone, and possibly they'll try to get a hold of him and talk to him and hopefully have him just pull over. And right now, I don't see the police doing anything real radical at this point, because right now there's nobody in danger as we watch this.
Do you believe that people are being kept off of the freeway? I'm still somewhat astonished by the light traffic there on this Friday night.
You know what? I missed that. You were blocked by another radio. Could you say again?
Ron, I was saying, do you think perhaps that motorists are being kept off that freeway? Because I'm astonished at the light level of traffic on this Friday night. It's very unusual.
You know, it is unusually light traffic out here. We're looking all the way westbound, and we can see almost up to the 605, and it continues light like this all the way up towards that 605 freeway.
We were talking about what options they have. We have to keep in mind, Ron, that O.J. Simpson was declared a fugitive today after being charged with murder in the stabbing and slashing deaths of his ex-wife and a male friend. And although he has been described as suicidal, there is a warrant out for his arrest.
You know, Harold, I'm sorry, I'm losing my radio here, and I missed that if you were talking.
It's okay. I just wanted to get your fix on the fact that the other option is they could move in on O.J. Simpson because he is a fugitive and he has been formally charged with 2 murders.
Okay, I just got to some about formally charged with 2 murders.
That's all right, Ron. We understand you're flying a helicopter, and I want you to stay focused on that.
Yeah.
We can see the picture. It speaks for itself. We are on the 91 freeway, the Riverside Freeway. We
Westbound.
are westbound at this hour. Traffic just a little bit after 7 o'clock on a Friday night is unusually light. We suspect that downstream, if you will, there is some help coming from perhaps the CHP to clear things off. You pointed out that a couple of civilian vehicles earlier had gotten in front, but we don't see any evidence of them now that they have taken that transition road off of the I-5 a short time ago. But there is one vehicle, perhaps two, up in front there, coincidentally traveling at nearly the same speed. Don't know if that vehicle is connected with law enforcement or if it is simply a motorist traveling on his or her way on this Friday afternoon.
Seems to be winding through some residential sections there as well, Harold. Not right now. We seem to be going by a business, but we've seen quite a few houses along the way. I'm trying to get a fix for exactly where we are, and I'm not
Ron,
certain.
if you can hear us, I would like you to have our camera operator for just a moment here. Just pull back and give us an overview and then go back in. We need to get a perspective of where we are in Southern California right now. We speak in terms of the 91 freeway and the like, but it is hard to get a fix exactly where we are right now.
And I can tell you where we are right now if I'm still on. We're still westbound on the 91 freeway. We're approaching Carmenita Road. The next off-ramp is Carmenita. We're just continuing, again, a very, very slow pace. We'll notice that it's slow enough now that all of the other traffic has gone forward, and it appears, I'm sure from our picture, that he's almost alone.
Which city would you say you're in at this point?
This is
Buena Park?
No, this is the city of Cerritos right here. This is,
Okay.
we're just entering, we've entered Los Angeles County here, and this is the city of Cerritos.
Well, perhaps we just saw the mall go by then. We saw a huge parking lot, so that could have been, that's right by the freeway.
Ron, we're going to continue with your picture. Rick Romero is on the ground. Rick, we have you on the phone, as I understand it. Your perspective, and what do you see?
Well, Harold and Laura, we are still just a little bit behind what is going on. We can't get quite close enough because of the obvious traffic that you would have at this time of night. And with the police vehicles that are in pursuit, they've actually asked that traffic be held back, and they've got lines of police cars holding back the traffic. There is really only one police vehicle, as we understand it, that is staying in contact with this vehicle that may or may not contain O.J. Simpson. It is in what you said about the Cerritos area. Cerritos on the 91 going westbound. That would mean that they were heading back to the Los Angeles area. We heard on the scanner that they were going at about 45 miles an hour, but then they stepped it up to about 55 miles an hour. But I just heard another report that they've dropped it down again to about 45 miles an hour. Now, we hear the scanner very clearly, but the incoming signal, the reports, the calls that are being made by both the police and the dispatch are sporadic, about every 30 seconds. If we get one.
We can actually hear that transmission. Rick?
I'm hoping that you can hear that. I'm going to try and do that every once in a while just to give you our perspective from the scanner and exactly what the police and dispatcher is encountering as they continue this pursuit. If you will bear with me, we'll hopefully get another signal here, and I'll immediately bring the phone to it. I know it's a rather primitive way to bring it to you, but I think it gives you a pretty good idea of exactly what's happening and how this is developing as we go along.
10 westbound 91, 50 miles an hour passing Norwalk Boulevard. Westbound 91 passing Norwalk at 50.
There you heard that they're Norwalk Boulevard, 50 miles an hour. So they have stepped up the pace from what was 30 miles per hour when the call first came in that they were in pursuit of the Bronco that they had been looking for down here in Orange County. There was one talk of why he might be down in Orange County, and Harold, I think you hit on it. Of course, the cemetery is down here, and also his children, Laura, you mentioned that, are in Monarch Bay. We have no indication that they made any contact with the children or if they made any stop at the cemetery, but they were rather close when this first call came in that they had spotted the vehicle that they've been looking for.
Rick, we want you to stand by and monitor the situation at the ground level. Captain Ron will continue to rely on your eye on the sky, in the sky with Newscopter 7. Linda Breakstone is coming online from Parker Center.
I think it's going to be dangerous.
Linda has been asking some questions that we've been asking here about police procedure at this time. Linda, what have you learned?
I just spoke with the command center here, and they said as soon as he is apprehended, he will be brought directly to Parker Center. No more, you know, this, that, the other place. It will be directly here. And they have confirmed for me, of course, that they think that is him. They said that's the way the process is going to roll. As soon as they catch him, he's going to be brought directly back here to Parker Center for immediate booking.
Linda, what is the philosophy for apprehending him since he has not been taken in yet? Do you know that?
I am so sorry. I could barely make out what you're saying from here.
Linda, do you know what their approach will be in apprehending him since he still is clearly, you know, heading west right now on the night?
Right now, they're hoping that he just runs out of gas.
That would appear to be the scenario. As I pointed out earlier, the CHP has told us in the past that that's what they hope generally in one of these pursuits, that a car runs out of gas or has mechanical failure. Now, early on, Orange County Sheriff's deputies were involved in this pursuit. Captain Ron, if you can hear us. Captain Ron, if you can hear us, who are these officers in pursuit? Are they CHP? Are they OC Sheriff's deputies? Who's involved here, if you can hear us?
Okay, I think that was for me. If it is, I think what we see right here mostly is the California Highway Patrol. This is what we're seeing from up above. We may have a helicopter that flies through our picture right there. That's from the LA Sheriff's Department, I believe, that is that helicopter right there. But most of the cars that we see out here, I believe, are California Highway Patrol.
If you've just joined us here on Channel 7, this is a special eyewitness news report. The pursuit of O.J. Simpson continuing this afternoon. A very bizarre day for Southern Californians and for O.J. Simpson himself. Our information is O.J. Simpson is on board that Ford Bronco in the lead, reportedly has a gun to his head, and is being pursued by law enforcement officials. Where O.J. Simpson is headed, we don't know. The whereabouts of a friend, a colleague, Al Cowlings, is also unknown right now. Early on, we had reports that there were 2 people in the vehicle and that O.J. Simpson was, in fact, in the back with the gun to his head. We have not been able to confirm that just yet. We don't know if Al Cowlings may be the subject of a man holding a gun and is being forced to drive him at this time. We are uncertain. What we do know is the vehicle is being pursued. Law enforcement officials, along with all of us, are hoping that O.J. Simpson will put that gun down and that vehicle will pull over. They will continue this pursuit for, it's anybody's guess as to how long. It is our hope, and I'm sure it is your hope, despite the fact the man is wanted for double murders, that this does not end in a violent fashion. But he is a wanted fugitive right now. Law enforcement has to protect itself. He is a wanted fugitive. He has a gun in his hand. And that gun, of course, is a factor in determining what they do when they move in or how they close in on O.J. Simpson.
To the best of our knowledge, Harold, this pursuit's been going on for about 30 minutes. Initially, when we heard about it, he was heading north on the I-5, now heading west on the Riverside Freeway in the Cerritos area. And we've been told that speeds have been about 35 miles per hour, pretty much consistent with that. And I believe that Linda Breakstone said in her last report that Parker Center, LAPD headquarters, they had confirmed that indeed that was O.J. Simpson in the Ford Bronco. We're still unclear as to whether his boyhood friend might be with him, Al Cowlings. They have had some contact with him on the cellular phone. We haven't really been privy to what's been said over the telephone. Perhaps we can get a little bit more information on that. But so far, without incident, a little bit of traffic headed south, or rather east in this series right now. But people kind of pulling over and watching. But besides that, pretty much without event over the last 30 minutes or so.
The way they finally zeroed in on O.J. Simpson, according to reports we've received here, is they tracked his cellular telephone calls. And by doing so, they were able to zero in on this Ford Bronco and to get in pursuit with it. He is being pursued from up above. He is being pursued by the officers in the vehicles that you can see trailing behind. There are now, as you can see, there are apparently civilian vehicles that are also starting to come into play here. And this is a big concern to law enforcement officials right now. Keep in mind, we've seen these pursuits in the past where a vehicle which would appear to be a civilian vehicle was in fact occupied by somebody from law enforcement. So along with you, we're going to watch and see what takes place. Rick Romero, you were online just a little bit earlier, and Rick was able to monitor some of the scanner traffic. And Rick, if you can come back in and let us listen in as this unfolds live on Channel 7.
All right. As I mentioned before, the scanner reports come in sporadically as they are transmitted by the police. They don't do it constantly. If it comes in, I will just immediately drop the phone down to the speaker, and you'll be able to get... I think you heard O.J.'s name mentioned by one of the police officers in the pursuit. None of them have identified him exactly. However, the mention of the gun to the head was done several times over the transmissions, and we are now getting word that, well, they've gone well past the 605 and are still heading westbound on the 91. Sometimes it speeds in excess of 50 miles per hour, but most of the time at about 45 miles per hour. And if we can get another report.
Rick, do they have the sirens on? We can see the flashing lights. Well, we'll have to hold on.
I know there was a question earlier on, Harold, about who was pursuing. Initially, it was Orange County Sheriff's. It was a canine unit, in fact, and that canine unit has been cleared to continue its pursuit and has been the one vehicle that has maintained the surveillance, closest surveillance of the vehicle, the Bronco.
Rick, from your vantage point, do they have the sirens going? We can see the lights and the like.
The lights are on, and sirens are on some of the trailing vehicles, but not any. I can't tell if it's all of the vehicles or how. It's pretty hard to tell.
It looks as though cars are pulling along the shoulder there, off to the right, and I actually saw one earlier pull off. So I would think that perhaps those sirens are on.
I'm sure this is a big shock to those people who are commuting home as they see a number of police vehicles suddenly behind them with lights flashing and sirens going.
I suspect many of them have their car radios on right now. It's been a story that we've been following here in the Southland since 11 o'clock this morning, now reaching into its 8th hour, and the culmination of all of the day's events right here, right now. O.J. Simpson on board this vehicle with a gun to his head, police in pursuit, cautiously staying close and waiting to see how this plays out. Who makes the call? These sorts of things one assumes has been thought out in advance, procedures, police procedure and the like, and there is certainly somebody who is in a command center right now monitoring the situation along with us who ultimately will have to make the call. But the belief is they want O.J. Simpson's vehicle, the Ford Bronco, to run out of gas, or they want it to break down. That's about the extent of it right now. The car continues to simply roll along the 91 westbound. Surprisingly, people are in fact pulling over, and I don't know how many times any of you have been on the freeway, but I've been there and I've heard police vehicles coming, and they've had a devil of a time getting people to pull over as they try to pursue someone or to get to their destination in a hurry. But on this Friday afternoon, it's almost as though we're watching a movie being shot as this Ford is going down unimpeded a major Southland freeway.
Perhaps it's another surreal chapter in this saga, which, as you mentioned, started at about 11 o'clock this morning. Rick, this is Laura. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you know at which point this chase actually began? Do you know where authorities spotted the Bronco for the first time?
At about Crown Valley Parkway N5 is the first time that we heard about it, which is not too far from either the cemetery nor Monarch Bay. It's about a midway point between the two.
Yeah. The Irvine area, right? So the Irvine area, and that would have been, as you point out, where a lot of freeways sort of feed into one there.
Exactly. It's just south of the El Toro Y. It's a very, very busy section of freeway southbound this time of the evening. However, they were going northbound. Still a lot of traffic, but not nearly as bad as going south. And we've encountered, again, heavy traffic here on the 91 as we go, following them.
Well, it is in fact a Friday evening, and we are struck by the fact that even the eastbound lane, as we watch it here in the bottom part of our screen, does not seem to be that full of traffic. It too has slowed, and we suspect that they are aware of the fact that these police vehicles are coming toward them. Their curiosity, as you know, we are all ultimately look-a-loos in Southern California, aren't we, from time to time, slow down and look at an accident or the activity on the adjacent freeway. That appears to be taking place as we watch this today. Keep in mind, O.J. Simpson is a wanted fugitive tonight, and despite all of his heroics on the football field, and despite his endearment to people through his commercials and his movie roles, right now, O.J. Simpson is wanted for trial for the murder of his ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ronald Goldman. He also, even though he has a gun to his head, is now an armed fugitive. All of this has to be taken into consideration as these police officers pursue him this evening. It will have to come to a call. Will it have to come to a close before it gets dark? I can't answer that right now. No one can. But as I said, somebody has to make a call, and I'm sure that discussions are going on. The officers who are in those vehicles right now are keeping the dispatchers abreast of where they are and what the situation is. And for the time being, everyone seems to be content to just let it play out.
Certainly more than a touch of irony here, Harold, because in the letter that was left behind by O.J. Simpson and read by his friend today, he said he couldn't take it that people would look at him. And here we are on live television watching him as he heads westbound on the 91 freeway, wondering where this is going to stop. So the thing that he wanted the very least is happening right in front of our eyes. That
letter that Laura makes reference to, and keep your eye, if you will, up top there, we see two police vehicles now running parallel to O.J. and the freeway, and we don't know if they are going to make a move and come out on one of the off-ramps here and get involved, which is another tactic they have used to put a vehicle out in front and to ultimately slow down the pursued vehicle. What we started to say was that the letter that Laura made reference to was one that was read by a friend of O.J. Simpson at his lawyer's office today, and it was in fact, from our perspective, what sounded like a suicide letter. O.J. saying that he wanted his children to be taken care of. He didn't want the media to hound them. He thanked his friends, many of his old football buddies, his golfing buddies, and the letter definitely had a finality to it. So his lawyer also pointed out that he believes O.J. Simpson is in fact suicidal. So this is where we are right now. O.J. Simpson in this vehicle with a gun to his head, and knowing all of that, we continue to monitor the situation and hope, along with the rest of you, that no one gets hurt in this situation. And I include the law enforcement officers who are following O.J. right now. Their well-being is also tantamount in my thinking right now. They have a very difficult job as they pursue a man who is in fact a wanted fugitive.
Rick, we understand that you're able to hear us right now.
Yes.
I am curious, can you give us a better indication of where you think they might be? At last check, we knew that they were in the Cerritos area. Could he be all the way to Carson by now? Is that possible?
I couldn't hear you as well as I'd have liked, Laura, but I can tell you, you mentioned something about the Cerritos area. They're well past that. They have gone past Wilmington, was the last report that I heard on the scanner, continuing still at about 40, 45 miles per hour. LA County Sheriff asked if there would be any need for their services. They appear to be joining, but it's still Orange County Sheriff's, I believe, that is the lead vehicle in this pursuit.
Linda Breakstone pointed out to us, if the arrest is made, or when the arrest is made, I should say, that he will be taken to Parker Center. And I guess there will not be any jurisdictional disputes between law enforcement agencies if he is captured by the Orange County officers. It has already been determined that since that warrant was issued by the LAPD, O.J. Simpson would be immediately taken to Parker Center and booked on the outstanding warrants. The Ford Bronco right now is continuing to move through very light traffic We have seen evidence, Laura, that the on-ramps have been blocked off. Law enforcement is leapfrogging ahead, obviously, and as we go through one jurisdiction to another, they are doing a terrific job in keeping people off of the freeway. These other cars around them right now, posing no immediate problem, but law enforcement, of course, the officers are very concerned that if gunfire erupts, these people very well might find themselves in harm's way. But the driver of the vehicle, yes.
Yeah, we just word on the scanner that they are going southbound on the 110. He's just made a transition from the 91 heading southbound on the 110.
All right, now would someone fill me in here as to where that would take him on the 110? Mike Delamico?
Couldn't that take him?
That's taking him to the harbor. That's right. The 110 would take him into the harbor. Would that take him all the way to San Pedro? Yes,
it
would
could take him
him
south all the way into Orange County. It actually can run parallel to the 405.
That's correct. It would take you all the way to San Pedro.
Yes, it
There's
would go.
An end to this at some point.
Yeah, the 110, we used to call it the Harbor Freeway, as a matter of fact. It was the 11 back in the old days, if you will. But that's where he's heading, and this thing buttons up down in San Pedro, and from where he is right now, I suspect that's just, a 20-minute drive at max? So he's running out of real estate, if you will. Officers now are changing positions with their vehicles in pursuit. Captain Ron?
Yes.
All right, what do you see from your perspective, and give us a bird's eye view of what you see, what lays ahead for all the people involved here.
Okay, I'll tell you, it surprised us quite a bit. TV7 becoming. And it surprised us quite a bit because it looks like he wanted to go northbound on that 110 freeway, and traffic and stuff would not allow him. Now, right now, we can notice that he's transitioning to the northbound 405 freeway. He's off the 110 and he's now northbound on the transition road to the 405 freeway. But at one point while he was on the 91, we watched him speed up a little bit. And of course all the law enforcement cars immediately followed behind him. I don't know if you caught that or not, but it just lasted for a moment. Now we're kind of in a sun situation here. Let me move forward just a little bit and we'll get a better picture of it. But now we're on, what, the third or fourth freeway that he's been on here. Continues still at very slow speeds. And law enforcement still directly behind him. But
Ron, would you say that they're near the airport or getting near the airport at this point?
Okay, the question was, are we near an airport?
Are you getting near the airport at this point? Can you give us a better sense of that?
We're heading towards
Toward LAX?
Yes, we're
up,
heading
up
towards
around Carson, I believe you are right now.
Yeah, actually we just passed over Normandy. We've gone through Carson.
Okay.
And we're heading into the Torrance area. We're actually approaching that South Bay curve.
Okay.
Approaching, I think it's a Crenshaw off-ramp that we're coming up to right now. I've been having some radio problems. I think I've got it solved at least temporarily. And but it continues about the same. Something that I've been noticing, Harold, and I think maybe you guys have had a chance to see it in passing, but there are literally hundreds and hundreds of people that must be listening to the radio or watching our broadcast. They will be out on bridges and along the sides of the roads, and I'm just completely surprised of how many people are out here, either on the freeway or on the bridges, on the overpasses, just to catch a glimpse of this situation as it goes by.
So people have actually come to watch after watching this live shot. They've come to see it for themselves, you're saying, Ron?
And I missed that.
Ron, I guess what Laura was alluding to is the fact that there are, the looky-loos are getting an idea of where this caravan, if you will, is heading, and they're getting a quick glimpse. Again, there are two camps at work here. There are those who are, you know, very hopeful. I would say all people are hopeful that OJ would pull over and put that gun down. And there are others who recognize the fact that the man is wanted for murder and a double murder, and that he has a gun in his hand, and that he has a history of violence stemming back from his first marriage when he was married to his former high school sweetheart, a woman that told people that OJ battered her, through Nicole Brown Simpson, who in fact filed complaints against O.J., and in the last couple of years, when there was talk of reconciliation, neighbors reported to us here on Eyewitness News that there were horrific arguments and that she, in fact, was suffering from the classic battered wife syndrome during all of this. So O.J. Simpson has, in fact, exhibited what one might consider, or one might call,
in their distance. They're not trying to aggregate anything, and they hope that this whole thing can be handled in a peaceful condition. Now here you see they're moving into the picture from the left side. Two of the officers a little closer, and it does seem that maybe his speed has decreased a bit. I don't know. Craig, again, you're reading on the traffic at this point?
Traffic is light. It's kind of peculiar at this time of day on a Friday afternoon. However, once we get closer up to the Los Angeles Los Angeles Airport, we're going to have probably some more traffic problems out of the El Segundo area. However, it's fairly light at this time, which is a definite plus for the situation down there, due to the fact that they can maintain control and hopefully resolve this in a non-violent manner.
All along the line, it appears that motorists have either pulled over or been ordered to pull over. And from time to time, we can see them standing at the side of the freeway, and some of them out on the freeway surface. And when we go over the overpasses, we'll see cars and people up there. And again, I think we all have this thing of shock and surprise that something like that could be taking place. But the word is all over that O.J. Simpson is on the freeway. Here, a car moved over for him. Must have picked up the speed a little bit, and he's now moving through heavier traffic. As Craig said, it's not a crowded freeway at the moment, but there are cars ahead. Now he's going into the carpool lane, the diamond lane. You're getting a little break up there, and I know our viewers will understand that. We'd like to, again, right now, to see if we can get Ron Olson on the phone in his car. Ron, can you read us at the present time?
Stan, can you hear me?
I certainly can. What is the situation, Ron?
Well, we've been, Rob Murphy and I have been following this white Ford Bronco and all of the police cars. We picked them up on the 91, and we're now northbound on the 405 in the, well, we just left the Torrance area. We're at Torrance, the Del Amo area, Del Amo exit in Torrance, and it's just amazing, Stan, the number of people who have parked their cars along the freeway and who are waving as this car, this Bronco, which we believe is carrying O.J. Simpson, as it drives by. It's amazing the number of people who are standing on overpasses. This has such a bizarre feeling to it that this man is so terribly desperate, and it's almost as though he has a following chasing along after him here. There are quite a few people in cars who undoubtedly have heard about this on television or on the radio, and they're driving along and they're waving and they're pointing and they're chasing this large group of police officers who are attempting to get O.J. Simpson into custody unharmed. And in fact, you know, about, 3 or 4 miles back, Rob, there was an accident. A couple of people driving along, they forgot what they were doing, and they smacked into one another. And it's surreal. This whole thing is just surreal. And we now are, let's see, we're doing about 40 miles an hour. We're being kept down to about 40 miles an hour because of all the traffic between us and the police cars up there. But I can see way up there. I can see the helicopter hovering over the chase cars and over that white Ford Bronco. And we will just continue following here, and hopefully this will come to a conclusion where we can report that nobody has been injured, Stan.
Ron, are you in a large cluster of cars, or like would you say a very crowded freeway around you?
Yes, it's very crowded, and At least a part of the reason it's crowded is because there are people out here who know what's going on and they want to be a part of this, and they are chasing the police.
And come in that way.
A lot of surface streets there.
Very hard to figure right now. I didn't know that. I thank you for that information about the fact that O.J. Simpson is in the back of the vehicle, that the driver, presumably Al Cowling, is at the wheel. Al Cowling waved off the pursuing law enforcement officials, probably at the same time simultaneously telling O.J. Simpson to put the gun down. We are about 5 minutes away from Los Angeles International as we continue to head north, monitoring here on Channel 7 our live coverage of the pursuit of O.J. Simpson.
And Harold, apparently a lot of O.J. Simpson's former teammates are appealing to him to give himself up, to let this all end peacefully as possible as it can on this Friday evening. And bystanders, we heard this a little bit earlier from Rick Romero, bystanders are actually standing along the highway and they are waving as the truck drives by. I don't know if that's just to look and watch because they're curious, or if that's even some sort of support that they're trying to lend.
Well, I think anybody, including the officers who are in pursuit, would hope that O.J. would put that gun down. But from all the information we've been able to garner today from his attorney and also from one of his close friends who read that letter that O.J. wanted made public today, O.J. Simpson is a man who is suicidal. He is a man who is terribly distraught. He has been distraught. He has been under medical attention. He has had psychiatric attention. And the belief was that O.J. Simpson was going to turn himself in as a deal had been cut with the Los Angeles Police Department and with his attorney, Robert Shapiro. O.J. Simpson decided not to uphold his end of the bargain. He fled from a home. We are now beginning to believe that that home was somewhere in the San Fernando Valley, possibly the Encino area. No confirmation on that yet, but O.J. Simpson fled with Al Cowlings. The gun is also a curiosity because I'm reminded that when I was on the air earlier this afternoon and I was listening to Robert Shapiro's news conference, he said specifically that they had searched the home for weapons. Now, the murder weapon, which has been listed in the charge against O.J. Simpson, has been identified as a knife, not a specific knife, but the wounds were inflicted by a knife. Now, according to Robert Shapiro in his news conference today here on Channel 7, he said that he, along with the other people that were in that house, searched the house looking for weapons. They didn't find any weapons. Now, we find O.J. Simpson in the back of a Ford Bronco with a gun to his head. Where he got that gun, we don't know, but we were told by his attorney that because O.J. was exhibiting suicidal tendencies, that they had made every effort to make sure that there would be no weapons
looks like a shot of
available
LAX
to him.
right there. I just saw a plane. Looks like the approach at LAX.
Yes, we can hear you, Rick.
Report that they've transitioned to the 105. That is that new Glenn Anderson freeway that goes to the airport. It also will go back eastbound, back into Orange County over towards the 605 freeway. I've not been able to clearly figure out if they've gone westbound or eastbound on that 105.
Captain Ron, can you come in and give us some help on that? Captain Ron, now I'll tell you what, Ron, you stay doing what you're doing.
Ahead.
No, Ron, I didn't want to bother you right now. I know that you're in that area of LAX, and I know that's real tricky flying for you right now, and you have to listen to the people in the control tower there to make sure you don't get in harm's way. Just trying to get a sense, though, if you can, if you get a break, to tell us where they're headed now on this new freeway.
Okay, we had to pass midfield here over LA Tower, which put us away from the freeway. Now we understand that he is still continuing northbound on the 405 freeway. He's passed underneath both the...
It doesn't sound very encouraging. I just hope we're not too late.
And I know you have extreme concern about all the parties and all the families that have been involved in this tragedy.
Well,
parked along the side, hoping to see the cars go by. Of course, this time of the evening, again, is a very busy time at LAX.
He's gone under the 105, so yes, he is still on the 405. Heading northbound, but they picked up speed according to the last report on the scanner.
And if you hear me, it's still continuing.
We can hear you. Anybody can jump in because you people are at the scene there.
Okay, it's
you know, there
busy
is,
as you can imagine.
If you heard that
We
last
can still
report,
see
Joe.
this pursuit is continuing. He's by himself now, continuing northbound on the 405 freeway. Now, I think he's just passing Florence Boulevard. He's going under the bridge there. I'm going to turn around so we can get a decent shot here and you can see again.
Rick Romero, did you have some new information for us? Were you trying to tell us something?
Well, you're right that he is still on the 405. It got under the 105, but he had picked up speed. There was also some irritation by the police officers because some of the vehicles that are traveling along that freeway, some of the civilian vehicles, are trying to slow down and pull alongside the Bronco to take a look inside. And they're worried about that, concerned that they may be in danger as well.
for those of us who have followed his fabulous football career, this may indeed be O.J. Simpson's longest run of his life.
Well, we certainly hope not.
It's a situation right now that we're aware that there are people who are watching this broadcast and they are questioning why we are staying with this, that we are on the air perhaps too long with this. But I think the fact of the matter is O.J. Simpson is a renowned figure, a worldwide figure. He is a very well-known individual. The circumstances surrounding this double homicide that began to unfold on Monday morning has captured nearly everybody's attention, particularly here in Southern California. It has been the talk of the town, and we would be remiss if we did not stay with what appears to be the culmination of a very long day in the life of O.J. Simpson.
And speaking to the point that Rick Romero just mentioned a few minutes ago, motorists who are on that freeway should absolutely not be pulling alongside that Ford Bronco. The LAPD saying earlier today that O.J. Simpson is considered to be armed and dangerous. We know that he's despondent. We know that he fled the scene earlier today and did not show up to surrender to LAPD at Parker Center, as was the plan that had been cut earlier in the day. I think that's a tighter shot than we've seen for a while there, Harold.
Yes, this is.
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Jim.
This is a shot that is bringing us in closer, and while it is closer, we are still not able to discern if.
Yes, go ahead, Jim.
Another angle for us there.
If O.J. Simpson is in the back, it would appear that they have their flashing lights on, the distress lights, lights you use when you pull over and you want to alert your fellow motorists that you're having trouble.
Certainly having that today.
Pushing along this freeway without much problem at all. It is remarkable to see the cars in the other lanes now pulled over as well. Simply watching people saying, yes, I saw that pursuit today. I did see O.J. Simpson and another man being pursued by law enforcement officers.
And an officer on a motorcycle, right, Harold? Have we seen this before?
Unsure if that's an officer. Very well could be, but unsure at this time. I would be quite surprised if it was, because it seems to me that the officers who are in the cars are the ones that are in charge of this pursuit. But we'll keep an eye on them, Laura. They may be monitoring that. That very well could have been an officer monitoring the situation. Where's the gun? That's the thing that these people have to be concerned with right now. On the one side, we have people who are very concerned of the fact that O.J. Simpson has a gun to his head and may commit suicide. But there is the other factor, and that is the well-being of the police officers who are in pursuit. That gun is a threat to their life as well. O.J. Simpson is wanted for a double murder. They're aware of that. They have it in mind. They have to keep that in the forefront of their thinking as they make this pursuit today. That gun is a major player in the developments that are unfolding live on this Friday night.
Okay, Jim, they've got about an hour and a half. I can break off right here at Santa Monica and go from there. Tell me when you're ready for me to break off.
All right, I'll tell you what's happening. Captain Ron is talking to our people here at Channel 7. I think Captain Ron is about to break off and go for fuel. We also have another helicopter up, the one that is bringing us this tight shot. So if we could cut Captain Ron's audio for the time being and you folks work that out administratively, we will continue our coverage of this live pursuit of O.J. Simpson. We have picked it up with a helicopter. The mere mention of fuel, of course, brings to mind that these officers in pursuit, and we have seen some of them peel off and be joined by new cars. Fuel is also a consideration. How much gas did that Ford Bronco have when they took off this afternoon? We don't know. According to our Rick Romero, they picked him up down around the Irvine area. Have no idea off the top of my head what kind of a mileage a Ford Bronco would have. Doesn't really matter because I don't know how much gas they had to start with.
Right.
But their plan of attack right now is that this vehicle will run out of gas. And then what happens from that point is going to be, quite frankly, it's going to be very, very tense as we watch them close in on OJ this afternoon.
Rick Romero, are you able to hear us and maybe might want to give us a sense as to where they are now located?
Well, I know that northbound of 405, they passed Manchester, and continuing northbound, the speeds have dropped down again to about 40, 45 miles per hour. A Bronco probably gets about 10, 12 miles per gallon. Ford probably doesn't like me saying that. Not too good at gas mileage. But it may have very large tanks, which may be as much as 40, 50 gallons. If so, it could probably go a couple hundred miles.
We don't know if we had a full tank or not.
That's right. And also the speed plays a factor in that. The slower the speed, the more mileage you get out of a gallon of gas. As you can see right now, another news copter is moving into our view. Look at this.
Wow.
As people are lining up on the bridges.
Joe Avalor, you were looking in person. Did you actually see him in that car?
No, I couldn't. All I could see was Al Cowling, and I couldn't see anybody else. Some of the people are saying that they saw him. I frankly don't think they did. The car was moving too fast, and you could see nobody in the passenger seat, and if he was in the back, he seemed to be ducked down. Certainly nobody you could see. And then look at the traffic pulling up the rear.
Yeah, not to mention the traffic which is stopped on the southbound side of the freeway.
What do you say?
For so many of those people out there watching, it is just a macabre curiosity that is driving them. You heard their reaction as they pull by, cheering and whooping it up as if there were some kind of celebration, which obviously it is not.
It certainly isn't. This was the gentleman I was referring to a second ago. You came down here because you said you watched OJ all your life. What are you thinking right now?
My heart is hurting. I just feel terrible pain in the middle of my chest as if it's something that happened to me or a family member. In fact, I feel like it's a family member because I've seemed like I've known him all my life and following him like I do.
Wasn't he?
He's a hero to me, yes.
Well, what do you think of all the people who are out here whooping it up, yelling and screaming?
I don't think that they're taking into consideration the seriousness of the situation, and sometimes it starts to seem like a circus effect to me, and that saddens me also because this is somebody's life that's being taken into consideration.
Ma'am, you're crying. Can you tell me why?
It's sad. It's terribly sad. I think can't say anymore. It's just terribly sad.
Thank you very much. That's some of the reactions, some of the comments we're hearing here. This gentleman brought this woman's crying too. If we can swing around, I realize it's awkward. She doesn't want to talk to us right now. There's a variety of reactions. As you can see and hear, people are very upset. Some people are out here to see an event and have a good time. If I can, let me swing my photographer over here one more time. Sir, you came out with your daughter. You said you were watching it at home on television. Now, what do you think?
Well, it's really sad. The last couple of days I've been really torn between what I knew about OJ and what I'm discovering about OJ. And I really, really, really feel sad. I mean, I actually feel for him, you know, and it's tragic because there's another side to this. You know, there's a side of the people that if he actually did it, you know, what he actually committed. And that's really, really sad.
Thank you very much. Again, the variety of comments and reactions. Ma'am, you brought binoculars out here, is that right?
Yes.
Why? Why'd you come?
Just wanted to see him. I think I've admired him from years when I was in high school and I saw him playing at SC.
But you wanted to see him like this? You wanted to come out here?
I wanted him to let know that, you know, we all admired him for what he was, and if it's something that brought him to this, then I hope God it helps him, you know, in whatever he has to do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, the variety of reactions, and of course people I think just wanted to come out here and see an event and I guess see a part of history in the making, if you will, in a phrase like that. But those are some of the reactions we're getting out here as he continues north on the 405.
There certainly is a lot of heartbreak that's being expressed this afternoon, particularly And I look back over this week and think, you know, this is a heartbreaking trip that we've all been on all week long, ever since we got the story. We have O.J.'s first wife, Marguerite, on the telephone right now. Marguerite, are you there?
Yes. I just wanted to say, O.J., we love you, please. Run, nigga, run!
Television set for us so we can hear you better.
Run!
Marguerite, you're urging O.J. to run, to escape?
Go, O.J., don't, just keep going, keep going. Stand up for yours, just keep going.
Speeds now about 35 to 40 miles.
Okay, we're going to, apparently a bit of hysterics there. We are told that was Marguerite, O.J. Simpson's first wife, urging him counter to what everybody else has been urging him. She's saying run. Everybody else is saying come back, O.J., face this thing head on. They've just passed Wilshire there on the 405 heading north, and we have been told that by the CHP they think that he's headed for Brentwood. If he is headed for Brentwood, he is just a few minutes away now, no more than probably 5 minutes away. And in the event that O.J. Simpson is listening to KNX News Radio right now, Jim Hill, again, you have a very strong, poignant message for him.
Yes, I do. O.J., we've talked, I don't know if you've heard, we've talked to Vince Evans, we've talked to Gene Upshaw, Al, one of your good friends called Al Carter. There have been some former teammates of yours to call, and you'd be surprised at how much. O.J. and AC, when Vince Evans called, he was in tears, as a lot of your friends have been and are even today. And from a personal standpoint, I remember when you told me, O.J., that how proud you were of some of the things that we were trying to do in getting our careers first started here after we played and left football. You helped me personally, and for that I'm thankful to you for that. But now I want you to take some of the advice that you gave me, and that is to stand up and be a man and to face the situation. You do not want to be remembered as someone who ran away from something like this. It's happened, we have to deal with it, and there's nothing in the way, no way in the world that's going to get any better the longer that you continue to run. And if Al Collins, AC, if you're driving, if you're listening, if O.J. is incoherent, or if he is in a state that he's not making a lot of sense, just pull over. Just pull right on over. Stop right now. This thing is only going to get worse. You've been hearing, and we've been hearing here where people are coming out and they're just so distraught, and they love you, and they've admired you for the longest time. Please, gentlemen, pull over.
Jim, that looks to be Wilshire there. I'm not sure. They did take an exit there, and I think at this point they're heading west on Wilshire.
Right through heavy traffic, which is pulling aside and making way for them.
Right near the... Yes, I'm virtually certain that that's what that exit is. Nobody has confirmed that to us as yet. We're told that we're heading for Brentwood, but where in Brentwood? Would it be to his home? Would it be to Nicole Brown Simpson's home, his late former wife? Because earlier in the day, her father was there, received a telephone call from a man he thought to be O.J. Simpson, who said he was headed over there right then. Of course, that set off a whole chain of events at that location that lasted for hours, but O.J. Simpson never did show up there. Police said at the time they thought it was O.J. Simpson, and they thought it was him making a call over the cell telephone. Perhaps that's where he is headed now.
We have a photographer on the line, Mark?
And this is Mark Dunn. I'm in the pursuit following the Highway Patrol with O.J. Simpson right now. They just exited Sunset Boulevard. We've been following this pursuit. I've been in this pursuit now since about the Slauson on-ramp on the 405. We are now westbound on Sunset Boulevard, headed toward the Rockingham address of O.J. Simpson and his family, where we have been hearing reports now that he's on his way to see his mother. Highway Patrol now just moving everyone off to the side of the road. LAPD, along with Highway Patrol and other law enforcement agencies, are following the white Blazer across Sunset Boulevard right now toward that Rockingham address. I might also add that there are literally thousands of people lining the freeway in both directions. Highway Patrol had cleared off traffic going northbound. We had literally thousands of onlookers stopping on both sides of the freeway. The southbound freeway is literally stopped, and people are lining the sides of the street. We have probably between 15 and 30 police vehicles in this pursuit right now, or in this following, we should say. And it seems that all predictions are true, and this gaggle of cars is headed toward the Brentwood estate of O.J. Simpson. And
well, apparently we will have some resolution to this pretty quickly, Mark, because you're only a few minutes away from that estate right now, aren't you?
That's correct. The turnoff for the Rockingham turnoff is only maybe a mile and a half ahead, Mike, and we have a crew standing by up there. But from what I understand, the police up in that situation have moved all the reporters and crews back about 100 yards from the scene. We have somebody in there who's going to try and get some video for us. I know that. Also, there are police on the scene there at that location. So it's safe to say that if OJ does actually terminate his pursuit at this location, which it seems like he will do, he will be taken into custody at that time.
Off, I believe, and is on a side street right now, is he not?
I'm just behind those cars now, and I'm about maybe a half a mile from that turnoff.
Okay.
As you can well imagine, we've had many cars police vehicles pulling us over, and we have to sneak back into the pursuit. When we got off on Sunset, what we had to do literally was move aside and go by. At that point, it was just too dangerous to be leading them along anymore. Once we got onto surface streets, we were out ahead of that group of cars, all up along the freeway from about where the Slauson Freeway and the 405 intersect. Now we're just coming up to the Rockingham turnoff now, right by the Bel Air Motel. If anyone knows that Sunset Boulevard on its way out to the beach, anybody that drives that route will know where we are approximately. And we're getting ready to turn up now. I would assume...
Let me interrupt you, Mark. We're apparently getting very close now, but you say they're keeping the news crews back about 100 yards. The vehicle is slowing down and turning into, we think, the driveway. Does that appear to...
It looks to me like the driveway of his own home. We've passed police cars, and Bob Tour, is that you up above, I'm hearing?
He's now stopped in the driveway. People are running up to his vehicle.
We have no idea who those people are.
People are talking to him through his window. Officers are walking up to the vehicle. They are carrying somebody away, carrying somebody inside the house.
And telling us to get back.
They were inside the doorway.
Officers are walking up to the Bronco.
It was not Mr. Simpson. And now there's a standoff inside this Bronco. O.J. Simpson. We don't know what's happening now. It's hard to tell. Stand by a sec.
O.J. Simpson's home, this pursuit of the last hour and a half has ended here in his own home in Brentwood.
Some radios to see if we can get some details as to what's going on down below.
There you see officers staked out there in flak jackets.
They have contact with him, but so far, Mr. Simpson is still in the vehicle. Marika, what do you see? Can you see anything, Marika? Okay, still no movement from inside the vehicle.
Bob, can you hear me?
LAPD air unit overhead. 18 units surrounding the building.
Bob, when they first...
300 block.
Bob, when they first pulled up...
Officers are crouched behind their vehicles, weapons drawn, and are pleading with Mr. Simpson to get out of the vehicle. We understand he's holding a gun to his head. However, we can't confirm it because of our altitude. We're waiting to hear.
All right, we're trying. Bob, do you hear me? Bob Tur? Well, we have followed this car up to O.J. Simpson's driveway, and we saw one person carried out of the white car. Mike?
I'm not sure if that person was carried out of the white car. It could have been, if that were the case, it could have been Al Cowlings, his longtime friend who was driving all this way, and perhaps O.J. Simpson is still in there. Perhaps they're both still in there. We do know that when this Bronco pulled into the driveway there were several people who ran up to the car. But
right.
These were people already in this estate there, already in the compound there. Now you see hiding behind his car there a police officer, all of them obviously wearing bulletproof vests, hoping to negotiate with him at this point. This was going to come to an inevitable conclusion. How much longer the standoff lasts, we don't know. We don't know if they're talking to them right now. We assume, since he has that cellular telephone, if the battery hasn't run down on it, we assume they are having some kind of conversation there. Who else is in the house? We don't know.
No, we don't. This house has been staked out, of course, all week, and earlier today the police declared that the house was clean, as Michael Scott described it to us. But they've been there all day, just waiting. Various family members have been in and out. Now it would appear that O.J. Simpson has come back. And we have followed him on an odyssey through Orange County from down by the El Toro Y, and now back up on the 405 and here back to Brentwood. The police have been going on the understanding that he was in the back seat with a gun to his head while Al Cowlings was driving this car.
Now, for all we know, O.J. Simpson's mother may be in that house. He had told police earlier in his telephone conversation that he wanted to go see his mother, and that's where he was demanding he be allowed to go. The police at that point just backed off and helped clear away a path for them. But now, what happens next is anybody's guess. This drama is just playing out, and it has been the most incredible chain of events that we have ever witnessed on a single news story.
Absolutely unprecedented. As you said earlier, if you made these sort of things up, people would say you'd gone too far, and this has been the most unpredictable story, and the week really has been one that has just left Los Angeles talking. And today, here this evening, the city has sort of ground to a halt watching this thing play itself out finally, of people pulled over on the freeway.
OJ on the telephone. I have no evidence that there's a phone being passed to the back of that Bronco, but it would appear to me that they are making that effort, maybe talking to Al Cowlings, that they would like to talk to OJ and tell him that it would be in his best interest to put that gun.
Besides the police, there's also a number of rescue ambulance personnel who've been sent to the scene.
Where are you now, Conan?
We're on Sunset at Barrington.
Are they not letting you pass there?
No, they are. It's very congested. I have to tell you that this a lot of people got off the freeway with him, but the emergency personnel have been able to maneuver their way around most of them
right now.
And the fact that the officers of the scene have kind of stayed the other side of the wall.
Going on, in terms of where his state of mind was. Now, whether or not he, what his next move was, we do not know. I would expect that in about 10 minutes, that place will be surrounded by a couple of hundred police officers.
What will they do? You have O.J. Simpson with a gun, you have another human being who's in the vehicle, and their well-being, of course, both people, is at the forefront. But Cowling is, at this point, we don't know if he's...
Looking at a possible end, Frank Buckley is standing by. Frank, where's your location now? Are you by phone or?
I'm on a cell phone still. We're about 150 yards from the main entrance to O.J. Simpson's house. We have a live picture which is 20 or 30 yards in front of looking down Rockingham. Now, I don't know if you can see it, but to the left of your picture, there's a police car that wasn't there before. That's in one of the other gates.
Out of that estate as far as that suspect vehicle going anywhere, the reason for blocking it off. So whatever is going to happen, most likely is going to happen right here at O.J. Simpson's Brentwood estate.
Al, has anybody there on the ground indicated to you that perhaps there was some communication between people in that car and the authorities, perhaps in a call to 911, because we know at least...
Double homicide charges were filed against O.J. Simpson this morning. They got a search warrant, or rather an arrest warrant. Gil Garcetti held a news conference this morning saying that
to this point, apparently O.J. Simpson, at one point at least holding a gun to his head, according to officers. We're now going to listen to the live report coming in from L.A.
Quite a number of vehicles that were in the pursuit with the white Bronco. They have all positioned themselves around the house, and I suspect that there are quite a number of officers surrounded the house at this time.
There were evidently officers inside the house also.
Yes, that's what appeared as we came up. Someone approached the vehicle initially and was pulled away from the vehicle by what it looked like some sort of officers. I could not tell their uniforms.
You know, Craig, to put it in one kind of perspective, the belief earlier was, when the letter was read at his attorney's office, at Mr. Shapiro's office, the view was that he was a fugitive from justice. Well, he is not a fugitive in one respect anymore. We know where he is, and he is, there was speculation he might be out of the country, he may be hiding someplace. That is not the case anymore. That situation has now changed. O.J. Simpson is back at his home, and this is not a friend's home or any secondary home. This is his primary residence. Where he has been all day is difficult to speculate. He was out in the valley, then down in Orange County, and now he came back up the San Diego freeway and has come home again. I doubt that he will be leaving again. The police now know where he is. We have found him. The door is opening, and let's see what happens now. We'll watch with you. This is the...
Perhaps come to his senses, maybe to let some of those pills, sedatives he's been taking wear off, so maybe he can think a little bit more clearly. Jim Hill?
Jim, are you still there? Is Jim still there?
Well, the car doors have opened, Al. The driver's side door on this vehicle has opened. We cannot tell if anybody has gotten out, but at least the driver's side door is open. You can see the emergency flashers on the Bronco going, and the police cruiser lights reflected in the rear window of that Bronco. The driver's side door has opened. There is at least one police officer right behind that car, behind the police car, behind the white Bronco, and presumably there are police in the bushes and trees on both sides of the driveway.
When the vehicle first pulled up, there was somebody standing in the driveway by the driver's side door. That person seemed to approach the driver's side door. You could see arms come out of the vehicle as if motioning the person away. 2 police officers then came up and helped get the other person back. We don't know if it was perhaps a family member, but it did not look like somebody who was in a police uniform. The only other development we've seen with this vehicle is what you're seeing right now since the vehicle arrived at the home of O.J. Simpson in Brentwood. The driver's side door has opened. The police officer in the vehicle right behind the car has not really moved.
No.
He stayed in that position the whole time.
Now there's someone going to the door of the car, reaching in.
Can you tell if that's a uniformed officer?
It may be an officer in a jumpsuit. It may also be a civilian. Okay, that is the man that got out of the car. That presumably is Al Cowlings. From this aerial shot, it looked like that man is bulkier and stockier than O.J. Simpson is. But they are pretty much, they're both big men.
Mm-hmm.
But that is the man who got out the driver's side door. We presume that to be Al Cowlings, who was driving. We're not sure at this point in that 911 call whether it was Al Cowlings who said that O.J. Simpson had a gun to his head, or whether it was O.J. Simpson himself saying that he had a gun to his head. One can assume, I think, rather safely that Al Cowlings is having a conversation at this point with somebody inside that vehicle, that someone, presumably O.J. Simpson, perhaps this is the conversation between 2 longtime friends that will resolve this odyssey this afternoon and this evening without any more violence, without any more bloodshed.
This is just one of 2 different vehicles that authorities had been searching for today. They had also put out an all-points bulletin for Simpson. They were searching for this white Ford Bronco that belongs to Cowlings, and also Simpson's black Mercedes. There's been no sign of that whatsoever. So it appears...
Because, you know, those kids are all you have now, and there's a tremendous amount of people, and...
About 11 o'clock this morning, we picked it up in pursuit at about 6:30 this evening, traveling all the way from Orange County on several freeways, finally ending up in Brentwood with at least a dozen or so black and whites behind it.
Okay, now...
Okay, people are, as you can see, obviously they're negotiating and talking
2 police officers.
2 police officers that are in the house. Back to the vehicle, so it appears that someone else is definitely in the vehicle.
Yes.
And there's an intermediary there discussing things with the police.
They were gesturing toward something behind, in the back or toward the rear of the property there.
Okay, here's I believe a man is pleading to negotiate with people here, the police obviously, and it's obviously very stressful down there from these pictures, as you can see. A very delicate situation taking place as we watch here.
Now, we do know that there was at least 1 gun in that car.
About all afternoon, a motorcade heading northbound on Bristol, then it turned west on Ashford Court.
Gary, we're going to interrupt.
Can you still hear me?
Gary, we're going to interrupt for just a second. We want to keep our attention, since we are over the scene. We're aware of the pursuit that has taken place, and we appreciate that information. But right now, Mr. Cowling is engaged in some sort of dialogue with someone or some people off screen right now.
Suddenly what has appeared on Rockingham is a paramedic unit or someone from City Fire, it appears.
Obviously, he wanted to talk with some kind of family members. We can assume that some might be inside this home. They had been staying there, according to our reporter Al Maipo, who is on the ground there at this Brentwood mansion of Simpson. Perhaps the person in the vehicle is
right, in fact, standing next to the vehicle.
That's what it appears to be. That's right.
With the door open. Yes, Frank?
They may be about to take AC into custody.
All right. Why do you say that, Frank?
We're just we're monitoring what's happening, and without trying to give away anything that could endanger anyone. That may be the next move here. What they may want to do is pull him out so he is no longer in any kind of danger, or he is no longer, as it's being described, in the loop.
Do you have some access to the police information there, Frank, evidently?
Yeah, we are just listening to what we can. There are police obviously around us and just trying to listen to their... And I want to be very careful not to give anything that if it is being monitored in any way, that could jeopardize anyone. But just to try to talk strategy for a moment, it may be that they'll try to remove AC from the danger zone if there is one.
Tinted, and also at this time of night, at 10 minutes after 8, it's difficult to see anyway. But the man who has been at the driver's side of that car is the one who got out of the car several minutes after it stopped in O.J. Simpson's driveway in Brentwood. As Al Maipo pointed out a short time ago, this car is not going to leave this property. The police have the situation in this situation under control. Nobody outside of the direct participants is in danger at this point, and that's exactly what the police wanted to get to. They have the situation under control to this point. Now the job is to talk O.J. Simpson out of that vehicle, do the best they can to keep him from hurting himself. We see no sign of the man who got out of that car,
Believed to be Al Callings,
who may, at last time when the helicopter went over the back of the house, was seen backing up as if he were backing up toward the front door. That dog, we presume that to belong to, we presume that dog to belong to O.J. Simpson. Now,
Al
apparently
Callings,
that man is in the front door, which is obscured by the tree. If you look carefully, you can see a man in dark clothing.
Chris, can I jump in here real quick?
Yes, of course, Al.
We've got a lot of activity. For some reason, about a half dozen or 8 officers just rushed north on Rockingham. There was a SWAT team that had also come to this position. They are about to hop over a fence here, over the fence here. Don't know what actually had transpired down on your end, why that triggered movement north from O.J. Simpson's estate. But suddenly, as I said about 30 seconds ago, as I said, 8 to 10 officers rushed the scene. They have jumped over the fence of the estate here to the left. It appears as though it was 2 renegade photographers who crossed the police lines, and that is what triggered that. The reason that this is so critical, as we pointed out before, is the fact that they believe that any type of intrusion, especially by the media, could trigger a confrontation, could trigger something to happen. If you look ahead of me here, I'm not sure if our photographer can get a shot here, but Steve, you can pan off to the right. If you can pan right, Steve.
Al, I think we're going to stay with our helicopter picture. If you just describe for us what you're seeing. Okay, now we've got a split screen and we can see what you're talking about, Al.
Okay, very good. As I said, nothing apparently from the house, but what you had seen before.
Okay, Al, to just update you and the rest of our viewers, the man we believe to be Al Cowlings, once again back at the vehicle, looking...
God will ultimately face the forgiveness, but you can help so many others. Please don't end it.
a very emotional and a very well thought out, well-meaning plea there from Brian Clark. Brian, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Michael.
As we look here, Al Cowlings has apparently gone back toward the Bronco there, and that is an officer.
And, a large crowd of people, some of them carrying signs saying such things as "Save the Juice," standing back behind the yellow tape. They're so far away that they're not seeing anything. They're being kept back by police. We have seen a number of police officers going in looking as if they were SWAT team members, people wearing the bulletproof vests. They just sort of arrived here on the scene.
Well, what's interesting to us, Eric, and we're looking at it, and you and I both have different perspectives. What's interesting to us is that he is staying in the vehicle, not getting out. He obviously came back to his home to be at his home, to be in the home. But he's not in the home. He is staying in the vehicle at the present time. I suggest there's some quid pro quo here. There's something he is waiting for, so that he is going to stay in the vehicle and probably still has that weapon. They're going to stay in the vehicle until something happens. What that something is, we don't know. We can only speculate, but that, I suspect, is what's happening right now. He could be waiting, as we said before, Eric, for Robert Shapiro to show up on the scene.
And then the three officers standing there with no protection in front of them, not apparently worried to the dangerous situation, but they've been out there negotiating, obviously, is what they're doing.
Right, they've been speaking. There's been communication going on either between the police officer there and Al, or perhaps even OJ and the police officer are communicating at a distance, but within view of each other.
You know, I'm sure that he has a cellular phone there, because we've been informed of that, and I'm sure that a lot of stuff's been going on over that cellular phone.
Now you can actually see the officers speaking.
We see officers running in now.
Yeah.
2 officers running in beside those patrol cars, wearing the bulletproof vests.
You know, we do have to put in... Erica, do you read us?
I hear you now.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to put in perspective the fact that from the law enforcement standpoint, they don't know what is going to happen. And they...
Mother is in that home. I would tend to doubt it. I think she would be out there, would be involved in the negotiations if she were. We know he wanted to see his mother. He was quite insistent on seeing his mother. If she is not in there, there is this prospect that perhaps the police have gone to get her, to bring her there, to try to talk him out of what he's doing right now.
That's an interesting theory. It would make sense. But as we see, we've been waiting here now ever since he pulled in, and the situation is pretty much unchanged. We've seen conversations between Al Cowlings and the police, but that's about the extent of it. And if OJ is in fact, as we believe, somewhere in the back seat of that white vehicle there, we have not seen him, and we didn't see him from the helicopter when Bob Turr tried to get down low and take a peek in the back windows. The back windows are tinted, they're dark, and we really never have been able to see in the back and confirm the police.
Now, he has, earlier, before police got hot on the trail, he was making telephone calls, having telephone conversations from that cell phone with a number of people. There were apparently several telephone calls. We don't know who they were to, who was involved in that, what they were telling him, but he was talking quite freely on that, and that is precisely how police were able to track him down. They were able to trace it by the cells he was using. The cells used, of course, to relay that message to the intended recipient.
Nothing about this has been predictable. Early in the day, we're told that he's going to turn himself in. He instead flees, apparently, with Al Cowling, and then says that he's never going to turn himself in, but then drives home to his own house where he's instantly surrounded by police. So
none of it makes sense.
It doesn't make an awful lot of sense. It's been impossible to predict throughout the day what would happen next, and we just have been mesmerized by these events as they continue.
It all seems so spontaneous, so haphazard, and yet, Ann, a little while ago we were talking to one of his former teammates who said he had a conversation with OJ last night, and OJ told him he was going to do something just like this, or very similar to this, said he was going to flee, he was going to run.
Well, his attorney, Robert Shapiro, told us at his press conference at 5 o'clock that a psychiatrist has been treating OJ. that he's been for the last 2 days, that he's been sedated for depression.
Okay, you might notice our helicopter shot is going to be a little bit more distant than it was a little while ago, and that's because we are complying with a request from the LAPD. They are asking all of the news helicopters up there to back off, to go to a higher elevation. Obviously, it's going to mean not as good a picture on your screen, but that's secondary in this case. The reason they want our helicopters back and we're complying is because they make so much noise, they're having difficulty negotiating with him, talking with him back there.
Well, that would make sense.
So the shots you're seeing here are from the ground, and when you see an aerial shot, it will be from a considerable distance away. I'm sure that Bob Turrup there will zoom in as much as he can, which will mean the shot won't be quite as steady, but that's really all secondary. All that matters at this point is that they are able to communicate with O.J. Simpson and convince him to please put the gun down, to get out of that Bronco, and to turn himself in.
Earlier today, O.J.'s friend, Robert Kardashian, read a letter that O.J. Simpson wrote today, one of 3 letters that he wrote, this one to the public, in which he said, not to feel sorry for him, that he's had a great life, and to remember him as he was, but to say that he just really couldn't go on, didn't want to end up like this, and couldn't take it. And that was pretty much interpreted by his doctors as being a suicidal letter, but we also wondered if it might just mean that he was going to try to get out of this area and flee from the whole situation, which he has not done.
Jim Hill, can you look there at the door and identify anybody there? We think that's Cowlings there now, isn't it, with facing to the left of our screen?
In the dark clothes, yeah. It is almost impossible to tell in this particular light, but Al is about 6'2", 6'3". He weighs about 30, 35, 40 pounds right now, and
so you can't identify anybody there.
No, you cannot. Not from this particular. It is way too dark there. Yeah.
And getting darker by the minute.
Yeah, it certainly is.
But at least at this point, they're standing face to face having conversations. From what we saw earlier, when we think Cowlings first got out of that Bronco, gesturing pretty forcefully to get back, leave him alone. Now at this point, they're walking up and talking much more peacefully, and hopefully they are negotiating, and he's giving him some information he can take back to O.J. and convince him to turn himself in peacefully.
As we lose the light, it's going to be more and more difficult to see even the figures, but at least right now we can see the figures there, and there is still the figure of the other policeman who's behind the police unit. Now he's walked around up and is reaching into the front seat, it would appear.
They don't think that, well, is he turning the light off there? Yeah, he's turning the front light off, it appears.
It's possible that what they've been negotiating so far has been get the helicopters out of here, get rid of the noise, turn down the lights, and you know, take off some of the public pressure of this thing. And maybe that's been what's been under negotiation.
There has never been any real fear that we know of that O.J. was, under these circumstances, going to hurt anybody else there, that he was more of a threat to himself. And yet, obviously, police are going to take every precaution. They have a man in that Bronco who does not appear to be rational, and he has a weapon. Well, so of course they're going to hide behind the car there and take cover.
We've just been saying how unpredictable this day has been, and so they are quite right to take precautions for themselves.
So no telling how long this portion of this drama will drag on. We do know there's nowhere they can go at this point. I suppose one of the demands could be that he be allowed to go somewhere else. I don't know if they would comply with that or not. I don't know how much fuel is left in that Bronco. They have been on the freeway for at least a couple of hours that we know about.
It would seem that if they really intended to go anywhere else, they would have gone there, though. It would be tough to drive yourself into what is really a dead-end position here and then hope to negotiate out of it. So perhaps, as you said, they're asking that O.J.'s mother be brought in, or goodness knows what might be going on.
Where would you go if you went somewhere else? There is nowhere to go. You're O.J. Simpson. You're one of the most recognizable faces in the world, and you have police all around you. Where do you go?
No.
And your whole trump card is that you're going to hurt yourself. We have reached a conclusion here. final chapter hasn't been played out, but we're nearing it right now.
And the sad part about all of this is, Jim Hill, as we were talking about earlier, O.J. Simpson says he's innocent of the murders of his wife and Ron Goldman. This morning, it was easier to give him the benefit of the doubt than it is after he's been on the run for 8 hours.
Absolutely.
And that's just a fact.
We heard a couple of gentlemen on the freeway a little while ago who said that, you know, maybe a couple of days ago they had a lot of question marks in their minds, and now that this has happened, it's starting to make them, you know, believe just the opposite. Even though you are considered innocent until proven guilty, but right now is where common sense should really take precedence. I mean, if Al Collins is a good friend of O.J. like he is supposed to, like we know that he is, he's got to get the message to him that you're not going anyplace. They aren't going to let you go anyplace. You might as well, you know, face the facts. And O.J. he's always been a fighter. That's one thing that he's always fought to the bitter end. You heard Walter Payton mention a little while ago about this is the fourth quarter and it's fourth down and you're trying to score using a football analogy. Well, this is a game that O.J.'s not going to win.
This way.
Yeah, he's not going to win this game. Not at all.
But and yet, one of his friends a little while ago says, and he's playing devil's advocate, he says, assuming that these charges are true, he says there's more you can do to expose the problems of spousal abuse and to make some positive statements out of this. There's a lot you can do alive, and you're going to do nothing at all if you go ahead and end your life.
Because all that's going to happen is it's going to completely, just totally ruin everything that he has stood for, that he's tried to build throughout the course of his life. Whereas if he were to come out now, and as you mentioned, and there's a great deal of help that he could do in this particular situation. That's what, you know, I know Jim Brown was talking about that earlier today, and it's amazing. You know, you wonder why people like O.J. so much and why they don't want to believe this. Well, when you like someone so much and they've done so much good for a long period of time and they always make you feel good, if there is the negative or that dark side, sometimes we tend to ignore it. We don't want to believe it. We just kind of let it pass, or sometimes we just laugh at it and say, oh, well, it's nothing really to that. These are the kinds of things that are going to start to make us think, research, talk more, and learn more about.
Yeah, hopefully that will be the result.
You make a very good point that when somebody, either you like somebody or they're famous a lot of times, you want to overlook the flaws. Yeah. There was a glaring flaw here for a long time. You can ask any cop and they will tell you there has been a problem in that household for a long time, and yet because he was who he was, he did not have to really face up to that problem. He pleaded no contest to one charge of spousal abuse, but that came after a number of times that police had been called out there, and after she had walked around saying she fears for her life for a long time.
And when I'm sorry, Ann.
We'd like to take you out right now, fellas, to look at a ground picture, a different picture. This is Sunset Boulevard, and it is backed up considerably because of the activity going on just off the main road here, where police are surrounding O.J. Simpson's Brentwood home. And we've watched through the evening as freeways around the city have come grinding to a halt, and people have lined up on freeway bridges, and people have been glued to their radios and to their television sets following this truly incredible, in every sense of the word, incredible story which began for most of us on Monday morning and now has come to this unpredictable finale. And hopefully not a tragic finale. We're still looking at the back side of that white car that police chased for almost 2 hours over the freeways of Orange County and Los Angeles County. That's the police unit where the red lights are flashing there, those tail lights. And someone, we believe Al Collins, has been negotiating with a police officer who's been inside the house, and we believe that O.J. Simpson is inside the white car. Have not seen him.
Yes, we're talking about the traffic there on Sunset, which is normally quite heavy and kind of a bottleneck, both morning rush hour and evening rush hour. factor into it this event, and it's really a nightmare. But think about throughout the day, or at least over the past couple of hours, how much traffic has been affected by this. As this caravan went along 5 and 91, people pulling over the side of the road, waving, cheering, whatever, making noise.
Weeping, some of them?
Some of them weeping. But that car, that Ford Bronco, has been identified and come into some kind of visual contact, acknowledged visual contact with tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of cars in the last, probably tens of thousands, in the past few hours.
Such a day. And you know, I was just sitting here thinking, we've watched freeway chases, fires, floods, riots in this city. Haven't we seen everything? And tonight, we are all watching something we have never seen before, never seen the like of this before.
A stunning series of events.
Truly stunning. Bob Turr, are you up above? Can you give us your viewpoint, sir?
And what we're seeing is a static scene. The officers are in complete control of the situation right now. It's a waiting game. They have called in the Metro SWAT team, the people that handle these situations on a daily basis, and they've also called in a hostage negotiator to communicate and try to professionally take care of this situation. So far, Al Callings has done a remarkable job of keeping the officers back, keeping OJ under control, but they are bringing in the professionals to do this on a day-to-day basis. Also, this will not go on any further. They will not allow any additional movements. That would be risky and a danger to the public. And while they have this area under control, they are not going to allow OJ to leave this area, and they have time on their sides. They have a number of shifts, and they can wait it out. They have that luxury, and as night falls out here in Brentwood, they're doing just that. Officers, the highway patrolman that was directly behind OJ's white Bronco, turned off his light bar to kind of diffuse the situation, take the edge off. He took a position behind his patrol unit with his weapon drawn. Other officers have surrounded the location. Now, there was a fly in the ointment. 2 officers were inside O.J. Simpson's mansion in the doorway should O.J. enter the building, enter his mansion. Unfortunately, a fan, somebody, raced alongside the white Bronco as it pulled into the driveway, and that man had to be pulled out of there physically by the Los Angeles police officers that were waiting in the doorway. He was in harm's way in a lethal situation, and he screwed things up, and now what you have is a standoff, a man that's distraught with a gun, and now they're waiting for the arrival of SWAT, and some officers, we understand, are now here, and they have taken their positions, and once they're in position, the regular uniformed officers of the Los Angeles Police Department will pull back, they will leave the area, and they will allow the professionals that handle these hostage negotiations or these kind of suicide watches, if you will, and they will move in and they will control the situation. Now, if there's any threat to life, any innocent life, then they'll make their move, but there is no threat. They have the upper hand. They have complete control of this situation, and they're doing just that. Now, kind of recapping what's happened, earlier today, we kept our mouths shut. We did not disclose that his vehicle was being tracked by the phone company using telemetry and basically triangulating his location. And interestingly enough, he returned back to the area of Lake Forest, not far, within a mile of the burial plot of his wife, ex-wife, Nicole Simpson. Officers staked out that location, and about 5:51 or so, a cellular phone call was made, and they were able to pinpoint the vehicle down to a more narrow area within a certain cell site. We were overhead, and within a minute or so, the vehicle was finally picked up on the 5 freeway, heading north out of Orange County into Los Angeles County. Now, 18 Highway Patrol and Sheriff's units followed behind. They were ordered to keep their distance. They made cellular contact with Mr. Simpson. He sounded like he was either under the influence of drugs or alcohol. Now, earlier, his attorney, Mr. Shapiro, said he was under a doctor's care and might have been under a prescription medication. Anyway, they followed the vehicle down the 91 freeway after leaving the 5, north on the 405 freeway, across LAX into West Los Angeles. The vehicle exited Sunset Boulevard, headed westbound to Rockingham, but didn't quite get to Rockingham, came in the back way on Bristol Court, and actually passed by Mayor Reardon's residence, his mansion, went up one street, up to another, left turn at Ashford, and the pursuit, as slow as it was, and as well driven as it was, safely, ended in front of the front door of O.J. Simpson's Rockingham mansion. Now, there were 2 officers inside. They were tipped off to the pursuit, and they, as just a precaution, thought he might return back to this location, as we did. Channel 2 had crews on the ground, but when the pursuit ended there, officers moved the press back, and some reporters left their cameras on tripods back at the scene and were forced to leave the area. Now, it is typical in a hostage or in a situation like this where we'll see the officers, the SWAT team, move in and push the press back and keep us from doing live reports, because obviously the suspect or the people involved might potentially see what's going on, and that could be the case here. Now, we're hoping that Mr. Simpson has been listening to KNX radio and has heard the pleas. Now, I want to tell you about the area surrounding Mr. Simpson's home. Marika, if you can go to a wider shot, it is an incredible picture. We have seen literally thousands of people fill and jam Sunset Boulevard, Gretna Green, Bundy, Rockingham. They have come out, and there is an outpouring of people that care, and they have filled these streets. Officers have created barricades to keep them out of the area, and they don't belong here.
Bob?
Yes?
Let me ask you this about those negotiations. You said a little while ago they were negotiating. Can you tell us, are they able to directly negotiate, from what you know, with O.J. Simpson, or is Al Cowlings the go-between?
He's the go-between. They have made some contact with Mr. Simpson. They asked the helicopters to climb up so they would have less noise on the ground. The initial negotiations, contact was made by the Highway Patrol behind Mr. Simpson's vehicle, and then once the officers in the doorway, the LAPD officers, they had to hold out their cards. They were shown. They moved in to remove a fan. Once they were shown to Mr. Simpson and Mr. Cowlings, they have been in a position to negotiate. They are within just feet of the vehicle, and they have a dialogue. At one point, Mr. Cowlings came outside, went back inside the mansion, talked to officers, went back out, talked to O.J., and then moved back, clasped his hands together, as though pleading with officers to please move back, give him room to try to defuse the situation. Officers, however, will not retreat their position, and that is typical. They will stay. They will not give any room. They will allow, usually you have a hostage negotiating team out here, but in this instance, we have Al down there, a close personal friend for most of O.J.'s adult life, that has his trust, has his love, and he is the go-between, and officers are allowing that. And they are trained in these circumstances, and they believe, I guess, at this point, that it is healthy, that it is, so far it is healthy, because O.J. has done nothing rash. He has not taken his own life. He has not done anything that can be considered dangerous to officers. They drove at speeds of 30 to 40 miles an hour safely, no reckless driving. So Al Cowlings, from our vantage point, has been a go-between and has been carefully moving between officers and his close personal friend.
Well, that might be a kind of a double-edged sword, both good and bad, because on the positive side, you have Al Cowlings, a man he trusts, who he thinks is looking out for his own best interests. So that's positive. But on the other end, these police negotiators are extremely skillful, and something sometimes could be lost in the translation.
Well, there are things going on that I cannot talk about right now that could jeopardize the situation.
Bob, he had originally said that he wanted to see his mother. Is she still part of whatever negotiating is going on?
I don't have that information, although that's a darn good idea. If he wants to talk to his mother, frequently in these circumstances, we've seen it in New York and in Chicago and indeed in Los Angeles, they have placed people, loved ones, in a position to negotiate. However, they will not allow a person, a loved one, to be placed in harm's way, and that could be in a vicinity, in a close vicinity to OJ. In other words, face to face, because we're talking about someone that is incredibly distraught, that may not be thinking rationally, that is armed or potentially armed. So those communications may be made via a bullhorn, you know, a loudspeaker, which they have use of, or by cellular phone. And they have made extensive use of that cellular phone in tracking OJ, as well as communicating with him.
Let me ask you this question. Bobby said just a moment ago, there are things going on that you know about that you cannot talk about. And we're not going to ask you about those because obviously we don't want to jeopardize anything positive going on. But from what you know, do you think that they are making some progress, that positive things are happening toward the goal of getting him to surrender and peacefully walk away with police officers?
Well, you got to look at it two ways. There is the peaceful surrender, and then there's an aggressive move by officers to control the circumstances, the situation. And I can tell you that they are working to peacefully resolve this, where no harm comes to OJ. Nobody wants that. Not the officers, not us, not the public. Hang on.
All
okay.
right.
They they are allowing communication to take place, and I got to tell you, communication is always good, and it is always helpful. And after the we can talk more afterwards. And this is a very incredibly prominent situation. I just can't say too much, but I know that we have the professionalism of the LAPD. They're doing a great job. They've been assisted by other agencies here, the California Highway Patrol. They were marvelous, as well as the Orange County Sheriff's Department and others. They have all worked together for the same goal, and now this is in the LAPD's court. It started within the Los Angeles Police Department, and it'll end here with officers taking an aggressive role to get through this. Now, we have seen SWAT operations, and this is what it is now. It is a standoff and a SWAT operation where they're using specialized tactics.
Bob,
yes?
As we continue to look at your picture, we're going to try to do a split screen effect here so that we don't lose what's happening there. At the same time, Mary Parks is standing by right nearby on Sunset with a lot of people who have gathered there. And Mary, what kind of reaction are you getting?
Right, Mike, we're at Burlingham and Sunset, and we've got about 500 very rowdy people. They're screaming things like, "Free OJ, OJ, we love you." The people are sneaking. Okay, come on, take it easy. They're sneaking through the bushes here, trying to make their way up to the area where OJ is at. Take a look around the crowd here. Let's pan around, take a look. Wait. You're early. Now, come on, let's be calm here. You had something to say earlier.
I said I think this is really sad. It started with Mike and Robin, Magic Johnson, Latasha Harlan, Rodney King. I'm calling for the unification of the black race, the breakdown of the family and the black race.
What about come on, just like this. What about the support for OJ? I mean, earlier you were saying some really important things about OJ.
I feel that I don't believe that it was OJ that committed the crime, and I feel that all us black people should come together now because they're trying to make us distinct around here.
Let's hear from some of the rest here.
I just think there's a lot of people here trying to get on the camera like myself.
Well, okay.
Mary,
Mary,
can you hear us? I think we've lost Mary's signal.
You know what?
Yes.
Mary, I think, is in a volatile situation there, and I hope we can get to her and instruct her just to withdraw from there. There's no reason we don't stand to gain a whole lot from that. People want to express views, we want to hear views, but that seemed to be a kind of a volatile situation. We'd like to get Mary out of there.
It's an interesting sidebar to what the police are having to deal with as they try on the one front of this situation to get O.J. Simpson out of the car without him injuring himself, and behind, on the other front, they're trying to keep 500 or 1,000 rowdy people who away who would like to get up to the scene. So it gives you a pretty good picture of how very complex the police job is at this very moment, and how very delicate to keep those people away and try to get O.J.
Yeah,
out.
I'm not meaning to imply that those are violent people there. I am just saying that there are people who are, some of them, from what we could tell, quite agitated agitated, not feeling good about this situation at all. And we do want to hear their views, but we want to hear their views in a little bit more peaceful setting where Mary Parks, we can be guaranteed that everything will be okay with her.
And we noticed earlier in the afternoon, too, Mike, that there was, for some people, a certain spectator event quality to this. And I think we were picking up a little bit of that in that crowd as well.
We well might have been. All right, you're looking at on the left there, you're looking at a Chopper 2 shot. It's very hard to make too much out at this time of the night. And on the right, you see the police car, which is parked in front of O.J. Simpson's home, parked right behind the Bronco that they were riding in, where we assume at this point O.J. Simpson still is. They have been trying to negotiate with him. His good friend Al Cowlings, who has been driving him throughout this remarkable odyssey across Southland freeways and finally to Simpson's home there in Brentwood. He is the mediator between police negotiator and O.J. Simpson. We think also that the police have been able to shout a few things to him so that they can have some direct contact also.
Bob Tur told us that a Metro SWAT team has been brought into the scene here now, and a hostage negotiator has been brought in as well. And for the last half hour or so, it's been dark enough that we really have not been able to see if Al Cowlings is still going back and forth from the house to the car and bringing messages to O.J. from police, or if they're now talking with him directly. If there are bullhorns being used, we're not hearing them, but we can assume that negotiations of some sort are going on, and experts at this point, as Bob put it, have been brought in. The SWAT team, the negotiator, these are people who've dealt with this sort of thing many times.
Well, now I have been told, Ann, that another key player in this whole chain of events has now arrived at the home. Attorney Robert Shapiro, O.J. Simpson's lawyer, just arrived there just a moment or two ago, and we think he probably will be talking with O.J. And reassuring him, telling him that the smartest thing to do at this point is to turn himself up and let the legal process begin. He has an extraordinary defense team. He's got the best lawyers in the business. He also has experts from around the country. One forensic expert described as a real-life Quincy on his defense team. He will be not just adequately represented, he will be very, very well represented in any ensuing trial.
Robert Shapiro, in his press conference earlier today, saying that he felt worse today than at any other point in his professional life. I think this was just as much an unforeseen and horrendous shock to him to have O.J. leave the house and take off rather than present himself to police today. Just as much of a shock to him as it has been to the rest of Los Angeles.
Back up in Chopper 2, Bob Tur, you have some new information for us, Bob?
He's holding the blue steel revolver in his right hand, and what we're learning is he's continuing to hold the blue steel revolver in his right hand. Okay, and they've got some negotiators out there, and they're also bringing in family members. And indeed, you folks are right, common sense, that they are bringing in family members to try to defuse the situation. But O.J. is armed. He is holding a blue steel revolver in his right hand, and they have called in family members, including the mother and the sister. And that is the information that we're being given right now. We heard something, and we were able to get it confirmed by somebody at the location over one of our other two-way radio systems. The blue steel revolver in his right hand, and at this point, not a threat to officers. The SWAT team is here, and they are positioned around the residence. So what we're looking at is a very controlled situation with officers moving in and trying to get family members, people that O.J. loves, cares about, in position to try to communicate with them. Now, they will not allow any of these people, from my past experience covering these for 17 years, they're not going to put any of these people in harm's way between the officers and O.J. That communications could be done either by voice, by calling out, by cellular phone. They also, the SWAT team members, carry a special telephone that they can use where it is really an intercom system where there is a phone, two phones, one on each side of a line, and they can communicate that way. And it is a sturdy phone that they use to communicate. Stand by one. Stand by.
Bob Tur?
Yes, go ahead.
We're going to talk right now with Harvey Levin. Stay with us, though. We'll be back to you.
I'm staying with you. What I'm doing is I'm juggling 6-7 radios here.
Okay, well,
And I just want to get you some more information, that's all.
Good. We'll be back to you in a few minutes. Let us know when you've got more. Harvey Levin is standing by to talk about the kind of role that Attorney Robert Shapiro may play in getting O.J. out of that car alive and healthy. Harvey.
And it seems to me that one of the things that Shapiro can do is he can talk about the fact that whatever O.J. Simpson is going through and whatever he has done right now doesn't have to necessarily have the worst face painted on it. You know, I would assume that what he is saying is, look, you have just gone through a funeral, you're in turmoil, you're on medication, you've seen physicians. It would seem to me that he's going to probably try and comfort him by saying, even though what you have done is not the right thing, he's going to probably tell him this doesn't mean that the case is automatically over. And I think that's the kind of advice that a lawyer would try to give. Obviously, this is not great news for O.J. Simpson because of, we've already heard Gil Garcetti's comment about what this could mean for the trial. I think Shapiro is going to try and reassure him that whatever he may have done does not mean that he might as well just phone in the trial. One of the things that struck me earlier in the day is that Shapiro said that O.J. Simpson was being counseled by Dr. Saul Fairstein, who is a very prominent Beverly Hills psychiatrist. Dr. Fairstein...
Okay, Harvey, don't mean to interrupt. Bob Turr upstairs. Bob, there's movement down there on the ground?
Code 4, Code 4.
Go ahead, Bob.
O.J. is in custody. We understand O.J. is in custody. They're calling a Code 4. I'm trying to stay with me.
Yeah, tell us what a Code 4 is, Bob.
Code 4 means all clear, all safe.
All right, now
stand by.
We can't see anything right now because it's so dark here. But Bob Turr has just told us that O.J., if he's in custody, that means he's out of the car.
Bob, do you know whether he was talked out or whether he was physically taken out?
We understand he may have... Stand by.
Go ahead. Take your time, Bob. I know you're gathering information as we're talking here.
He got out of the vehicle with 2 picture frames in his hand. I believe he left the gun behind and was immediately taken into custody. That's the information we're getting. Code 4 is a police term for all clear.
2 picture frames in his hand. Apparently there were pictures in them. Were they pictures of his children or just what were they?
We don't know. I don't know what the pictures are, but 2 picture frames. We couldn't show it to you. We couldn't show you the movement of the officers. And the code, okay, in custody is what we're hearing. I'm going to try to get you some more details. And I hope we can get this confirmed.
But we both knew it was for the best.
A half dozen to a dozen LAPD officers that...
Fine. Keep an open line with me, and I'll break in.
Okay. We certainly will, Bob. As we see movement there on the ground, officers walking away, it was quite still there. We saw no movement at all for the longest period of time. Everything quite still, quite peaceful. Now officers moving freely about. So apparently it has ended, and has ended peacefully with O.J. Simpson putting the gun down, walking out of that Bronco with 2 picture frames in his hands, and then being arrested by L.A. police officers.
All right. We are sorry for the dark picture, but there is no light has been allowed there. Part of the early negotiations were that they get the helicopters up and away and that they get the lights on even the police cars turned off, so it's been very difficult to see. But there's an officer walking close to that police unit, and we're now wondering, has O.J. been taken into his own home? Will he be taken down to Parker Center right away? Bob Turr, come back.
Great news. Unbelievable. Great news. O.J. Simpson just minutes ago gave himself up. He came out of the Bronco with 2 picture frames. He was under the scrutiny of the SWAT team, and they watched this unfold. He did not have the weapon in his hand, and he was taken into custody, and we understand now that they're breaking down the command post, and that hopefully some of our ground units will be able to move in and get some video on the ground. But very dramatic, incredible. Now, the things I couldn't tell you on the air was that there was a diversionary system also being put into motion where they would use stun grenades, flashbang grenades, and stun O.J. and then break out the windows and take him into custody. That wasn't necessary. It is very dangerous. It's only used as a last resort, but they were setting up for that possibility. They also were using the mother and a sister to attempt to negotiate. I don't know how well that worked. Al Cowlings also played an important, pivotal role in this successful situation We know that he came out. I don't know whose pictures they were. Marika's going to, we're going to go to a picture inside Chopper 2 here. We can bring our lights on. Unbelievable. We saw an incredible situation that's gone on for hours. Incredible restraint by the Los Angeles Police Department. They got their man, they found him, and he was followed up into Los Angeles, all the way into Brentwood, where the pursuit terminated here on Rockingham. Now, we couldn't show you the pictures because we don't do that. We don't show you SWAT operations as they unfold because we don't want to endanger officers' lives. But the fortunate situation was that the officers kept their distance. They allowed the SWAT team, the pros, to come in. They took their positions while they were setting up possible diversionary situations. They allowed a peaceful, negotiated release where Mr. O.J. Simpson gave himself up. Now, it was very dramatic. He was able to come out of the Bronco with 2 pictures, 2 frames in his hands. He was not carrying the weapon, and he was taken into custody. That's the information we have. Night has fallen here over Brentwood. They did not allow us to use our 30 million candle power night sun. They themselves did not use any special lighting. They wanted the scene to be tranquil, peaceful, and not a harsh situation. It was part of their game plan, and indeed it has paid off, and hopefully we'll have some ground video to show you. But I've never seen anything like this in 17 years of covering news in this city, where we've had a whole high-profile sports legend, O.J. Simpson, moving a situation so fluid. Earlier today, I was down at Parker Center. He was supposed to turn himself in, and he was supposed to be in communication, and then they said, I'll tell you what the lieutenant told us. He said, he's flown the coop, he's in the breeze, we don't know where he's at, the man is a fugitive. Well, early on, we knew that authorities were using cellular telephone to triangulate the position of Mr. Simpson. Every time you use a cellular phone, authorities with a subpoena, with the right paperwork, can get the phone company to tell, to actually convey to authorities the cell site location. So literally within a mile, they know where you're at. Bob, and then, yes, go ahead.
I have a question for you. Do you have any take on how long O.J. will be staying at the house, or whether their plans are to get him down to Parker Center ASAP?
Well, what they're going to do is they want to get him examined as soon as possible. They don't know how much, if he is on medication, they don't know how much. There's always the possibility of an overdose. So he will be taken, he's been taken into custody. He'll be rapidly transported to a jail facility or to a hospital where he can be examined by a physician, and then when he gets a clean bill of health, he can be moved to a lockdown detention facility such as Parker Center or the county jail, and he'll be placed on suicide watch. At this point, however, the goal is to make sure that he gets medical attention, and they examine him and make sure that he is not under the negative effects of any drug, and that is always a possibility in these set of circumstances. We believe this because earlier when he was on the cellular phone, officers said he sounded like he was intoxicated or under the influence of drugs. And indeed, we know Mr. Shapiro, O.J.'s attorney, said that he was under a doctor's care for very deep depression.
Now, you said that Bob Shapiro had been brought to the house. Has a doctor been brought there too? Did they bring one of his doctors in?
I don't know if Mr. Shapiro was brought to the house. Family members have been brought to the house.
No, we were told specifically that, yeah, we were told that Bob Shapiro arrived there maybe 15, 20 minutes ago. Right. We're speculating again, but we would guess also that with a man standing there holding a gun, whether it's on himself or on somebody else, that a medical team would be by very closely, even in the event that he shot himself, that he shot somebody else. Certainly there would be a doctor there somewhere.
Well, they usually require they'll bring a paramedic team to the scene. Those paramedic teams will actually take the vital signs of the patient. They'll check the eyes. They'll check the consciousness of the patient, any arrhythmias. They'll do all that sort of stuff that could be done in the field, and they are very well equipped for that. And if they give the clean bill of health, then he could be moved to a detention area. If it's out of their hands, he could be transported by rescue ambulance to UCLA Medical Center, which is just down the road, about 7 minutes away, where more definitive care can be brought. Now, and I'm not saying this has happened, but if an overdose has taken place, or it is suspected, he can be taken over to UCLA Medical Center, and they do something called a gastric lavage, where they place a tube into the stomach, and they actually wash any fluids out if they believe that to be the case, and they might do that as a precaution. He is in custody, and he is actually a ward of the courts, and they could, without his consent, give him any required medical care that's necessary. Now, in these circumstances through the years, they'll do that initially with a rescue ambulance, and then if it is indicated, then they'll bring him on down to a medical center for definitive medical care. However, if he's given a clean bill of health, he could be taken to Parker Center, where there is a physician, by the way, that does watch over inmates in the jail detention facility there at Parker Center, as well as a physician that is there actually inside the LA County Jail as well. So where he goes at this point, it's anyone's guess. However, it's my experience, he'll probably go to Parker Center, be booked into Parker Center, examined there, and then be brought in for arraignment tomorrow. And there, after the arraignment, will be transported to the Los Angeles County Jail, where he'll be placed under suicide watch. Very common in these types of cases, where we see someone that, someone that has exhibited all the classic signs of wanting to commit suicide. And I think we have no better example than a great sports legend falling from grace. And it's just tragic.
Taken to Parker Center. He will spend the night in jail. The prosecutor has already said that this is a case where they will ask for no bail whatsoever. And after he's already demonstrated that indeed he is a flight risk, it would be hard to imagine that he would get bail. We assume that the arraignment will come tomorrow. It was scheduled for today, and the day of his arrest, so he has been arrested tonight. We assume he will be arraigned, formally charged tomorrow.
Arrested tonight about 10 hours late. It was 11 o'clock this morning when they had said that they expected him to be at Parker Center with Robert Shapiro, and now at 9 o'clock in the evening they're picking him up at his own home after he's led them a chase for a couple of hours through Orange County. Bob Turr in the helicopter was remarking on the patience that the police have displayed throughout the hours of this evening as they very patiently tracked him and followed him and didn't rush him or push him. And the tension is what I'm thinking about now, Mike. The tension that his family and friends have been under as they watched these events happen today and hoped and wondered would he come out of this alive. It's horrible to think about what they've been through.
You know, there was a lot of second guessing of the police department earlier today for ever losing sight of a prime murder suspect in crimes this brutal and this gruesome, for ever letting him slip away in the first place. Can you imagine, had the police department made a wrong move tonight, and either he would have been killed or someone else would have been injured? Can you imagine the second guessing that would have gone on with the LA Police Department? We're happy to tell you they played this one perfectly. They have exactly the result they wanted, and they did a tremendous job on this.
It's interesting to remember, too, that Police Chief Willie Williams was in Philadelphia under subpoena testifying in a federal case this week and has been keeping track of this supremely important investigation by phone with his department throughout the week. And I don't know if he's back in town yet or not, but what a week for him to have to be out of town and to have to be away from all of these events that have just gripped the cities from Monday through Friday.
Well, his force certainly did everything they could tonight, and they did it all right.
Yes.
We don't know if he's still there at the house yet or if they have moved him, but my guess would be that they would take him into the home there and examine him here and then transport him to Parker Center, and then transport him to some other medical facility where he would be under a guarded observation for the rest of the night. That is a distinct possibility, that they would take him to a medical facility closely guarded, but also closely watched by doctors for the rest of the night, and then transport him in the morning.
There was speculation earlier in the week, why was O.J. Simpson not arrested sooner? The district attorney told us at his press conference this afternoon they arrested him when they had all of the evidence that they wanted to have in hand. And he applauded LAPD's investigation this week and said basically that as of about 8:30 last night, I think he said it was, that they had the medical evidence that they needed. The blood tests had been completed, or other forensic tests had been completed to the point at which they felt confident that they could write up their reports. This morning asked for the warrant for arrest, got it, called, made the appointment 11 o'clock, get him down here. And Garcetti had said that had they known his exact whereabouts, they would have gone and picked him up. Although, as it turns out, I believe they did find him at a home in the San Fernando Valley, and made arrangements with Robert Shapiro, his lawyer, to drive down with him to Parker Center. And Shapiro was planning to bring a doctor in the car to make sure that everything went well. In about a 15-minute window of time, O.J. and his friend Al Gowlings slipped out of the house and got away. And this is the end of the chase here in front of O.J.'s own home in Brentwood.
There's also the speculation as to just what this series of events from about 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock today until now will do to the pending trial. Exactly how will it affect it? Harvey Levin, who is a lawyer and one of our Action News reporters, a little while ago said that in trying to talk him out of that Bronco, Robert Shapiro might well say, look, yes, you did the wrong thing, but it doesn't totally foul everything up. You're a man under extraordinary pressure. You have been taking a lot of sedatives. You weren't in your right mind. So perhaps he could convince him that there was still a shot here by the defense team, that it had not been fouled up so badly that they couldn't present the best possible defense for him in court.
Well, Harvey mentioned earlier today that one of the people on his medical team, on O.J. Simpson's medical team, is a psychiatrist that Harvey said had made something of a specialty of testifying for defendants about their state of mind and assisting in diminished capacity defense. It's possible that what's happened today would lend credence to the theory of diminished capacity. Speculating again.
Heaven knows we have seen some defenses along that line in a number of high-profile cases lately.
Quite recently.
I am always reluctant now to say what's going to happen in a trial, to predict exactly what kind of defense will be presented at a trial. Who would have guessed the defense the Menendez brothers put up? It is pointless to speculate in advance what kind of defense a person on trial will throw up before the court.
That is true. Now it looks like we're seeing police moving through the picture here. And I saw a gentleman in a suit, and here comes someone who looked to be wearing casual clothes.
Now, the vehicle closest to us that is somewhat blocking our view there, I am not able to tell exactly what that is. Can you tell there, Ann?
No. But we've seen quite a stream of people now, somewhere upwards of a dozen people moving from left to right on our screen. And I would guess that means they've been coming out of the house.
Our supposition is at this point they are moving O.J. Simpson.
Yes.
With all of those people milling about, some of them milling about, others with a definite place to go. With this much movement, we think they will be moving. Why else would this many people be moving all at once?
Now, someone's just knocked our camera.
And you literally have to fight for camera space at an event attended by this many media representatives. They pushed us back about 100 yards from where we were earlier in the day, so, and with the darkness falling, we're not going to get a very good view, but we'll get the best view we possibly can.
And I would suspect that the camera angle that we've had for the last hour or so here has been a lockdown camera with no cameraman there, because I think everybody was gotten way back from that scene. So what we just may have seen would be our cameraman allowed to now pick up his camera again and walk with it and follow it.
Move in a little bit, yeah. Okay. I don't know who we are set up on there, but one of the reporters standing outside there. Again, we're waiting for some official word. As yet, the police have not come out and told us, here is what happened. We were able to persuade O.J. Simpson to put down that revolver he had to his head and come out peacefully. Any moment now we should be getting that, but we are satisfied for our own edification, that he has done that. He has turned himself in.
Okay, we've been listening to Bob Turr giving us the latest over the police scanners. He's been monitoring the situation over police radios. That's how we know what we know at this point. Now, Dave Barker is standing by, very close to the action, and let's go to him now and see what his viewpoint is on this. Dave?
Well, Ann, you're looking west down Sunset Boulevard. We're at Saltaire is the cross street, about a half a mile from the Brentwood estate of O.J. Simpson. And this is probably the path the police authorities will take O.J. once they have him in custody. He'll be coming down Sunset Boulevard here to the east, either downtown to Parker Center or some medical facility. Ironically, he will pass by St. Martin's Catholic Church across the street from me here, where his former wife, Nicole, was had funeral services just yesterday. So again, we are in place. We have about a half a mile view here. I want to give you quite a long shot of O.J. Simpson after he is taken in custody and brought down Sunset Boulevard here. Okay,
Dave, we thought that we saw there in the semi-shadow around the house that we saw people coming out, and perhaps this is the procession right now.
There they are. Now
it's a mobile command post coming in, along with what looked like an ambulance behind it.
That would be coming out, wouldn't it? Or
no, it's actually going in, Mike. That's heading west.
Okay.
That's going towards the estate.
You wonder why at this point they would be taking in a mobile command post, because they already had a command post set up there.
Certainly, it doesn't make a lot of sense at this point. Who knows?
And we did see the ambulance going in there. Not that there is any reason to believe that an ambulance is vital, is crucial at this moment, because our report is that when he came out peacefully. He came out without the gun. He came out holding 2 picture frames. It was only described as picture frames. They didn't say pictures, they said picture frames, but if he's clutching them, if that's what he's holding on to, we assume it's pictures of someone very dear to him.
Well, we know that there was the possibility that he would need to be medically examined himself because of the sedatives. There's also the possibility, as you said earlier, that you send an ambulance just to have one on hand.
But at this point, it would have already been there if it was a precautionary measure. It should have already been there. And a situation like that where a man is holding a gun who can fire it off at himself or anybody else at any time, logic would say you have a doctor on the scene at athletic events, at football games. There is an ambulance parked right outside all the time. Right. Somebody might get hurt. This, in the event of extreme danger, you would think they would have that there already.
Well, we do know that police now have scheduled a news conference for 10 o'clock. As we've been saying, we've been listening to scanners and to radios, and we know that O.J. Simpson, according to the police scanners, has turned himself in the driveway there of his own house, came out of the car, put the gun down, came out of the car, and surrendered himself to the police. And it was just a couple of minutes ago that we saw activity coming out of the house again, and we began to wonder if perhaps they were making movement away from that scene. But we've heard that at 10 o'clock there will be a police news conference, and hopefully a lot of our questions can be answered at that point, including where will they take him? Will they take him to a hospital? Will they take him to Parker Center? That is the next in a long series of questions we've had over this evening, Mike.
And I think we're looking at a caravan there. I think there is some organization to these vehicles we see passing across our screen there. Let's go upstairs to Bob Turr and find out from him. Bob?
We believe this to be the motorcade that's taking O.J. Simpson back to jail, leaving Brentwood, his Brentwood home, now traveling eastbound on Sunset Boulevard to jail. We're following overhead. There you can see over a dozen police units. These are Metro SWAT team members that are escorting Mr. Simpson back. That's at least the information that we have. We can't see, obviously, in the windows from our altitude and at night, but we've been told that this is a motorcade to bring Mr. Simpson to jail. Unbelievable.
That mobile command post was going in the other direction there just a second ago?
I don't know what the mobile command post was doing. I was monitoring a code 3 lights and siren transport out of the area, back out of the area, back to we believe to be Parker Center, and we're going to follow overhead as they continue the motorcade back out of the Brentwood area. Coming up on the 405 freeway right now, and this is an incredibly amazing, sad way sad way for
Okay,
OJ to leave the area.
Bob, let us interrupt you for just a moment. Go back down to the ground there. We're looking at Dave Barker's camera. Dave, you're there as this caravan passes you
the
by.
Entourage, the caravan is passing us right now. Again, we are at Saltaire and Sunset Boulevard. They're probably traveling 45, 50 miles an hour, full lights and sirens on. Again, more in the distance coming our way. We have not yet seen any kind of indication of O.J. Simpson.
And that caravan probably 20 to 25 minutes away from Parker Center, we would guess, wouldn't you?
I would think that's about right, Mike. Perhaps a half an hour, but probably about 50 cars, 50 police cars involved with the cavalcade here, and they have passed us right about now at the 405 and Sunset Boulevard.
What a day. Now, there were 18 units that were following him on the Odyssey through Orange County, and they must have come up here and joined a whole dozens of police cars, which were there at the scene to begin with.
I stood here for 2 minutes at one point and counted 60 police cars going by.
Wow.
My word.
Now, earlier we had Mary Parks not too far from where you are right now, and there was a crowd gathered around her, quite agitated. They were many of them were supporters of O.J. Simpson. Do you see any activity around you? Have people gathered there?
People have been coming by. There's nothing like a gathering, what we saw with Mary Parks earlier, nothing like that, or agitated at all. People have been coming by, giving their really respects and their condolences, and as people go by, they keep shouting. They're all positive comments for O.J. Simpson. We haven't really heard anything negative yet. Again, I think this community, especially here, this is his home, this is his neighborhood. People here are stunned.
Okay, well, we're watching now a caravan, a much different kind of caravan from the one we saw and followed live earlier in the day. And that one, O.J. Simpson apparently slumped in the back of a white Ford Bronco while his friend Al Cowlings drove across Southland freeways. And that one totally controlled by them as police gave them a wide berth. Some officers driving up ahead, clearing away, some behind, keeping other cars from running up into them. Now we see O.J. Simpson again in the midst of a caravan, this time handcuffed in the back seat of a police cruiser headed to Parker Center, where he will then be booked.
And we're Chopper 2, Bob Tur here, flying over the motorcade, southbound 405 freeway. We understand that it appears as though he'll be going to jail. He has been handcuffed, placed in a marked patrol unit, and is being escorted by the Los Angeles Police Department SWAT team back down to, we believe, Parker Center. Traffic is very heavy. They're going to run into a substantial number of vehicles ahead. They used a police siren, their police sirens, their police lights to break up the extensive traffic on Sunset Boulevard to leave the area. And now they're heading into what really shouldn't be too much rush hour traffic right now, but we do have a lot of people on the freeway. And you can see the Metro officers down below in their unmarked vehicles with their amber lights flashing in the back. And in one of those cars, football great O.J. Simpson in custody, charged with the death of 2 people, including his ex-wife, Nicole Simpson.
Let's bring Jim Hill back into this conversation now. You had asked for just this very thing to happen, Jim, very poignantly on the air, almost 3 hours ago.
Yeah, and it's a very emotional period of time for everyone, especially for anyone who had any contact with O.J. or who knew him. And you have to face up to reality. You have to face up to the facts. And it's sad to see this happen like this, but it is good that it happened the way that it did. I mean, it could have been worse. And as we mentioned earlier, there's been enough death, there's been enough bloodshed. There's going to be a lot of grieving for a long time to come. And our prayers go out to everyone that's involved, and of course, let's not forget those young people who are involved, the young kids who don't have a mother right now. And I was also told that one of the reasons that O.J. was so despondent, or was thinking in terms of maybe taking his own life, was that when his young kids grew up, how could he explain to them what happened to their mother? And that was one of the things that I'm told had been going through his mind, along with all the other things that he had been thinking about.
But suicide is the ultimate unexplainable act, and the act that family members, I think, have almost an impossible time getting over sometimes.
Yes, they really do, because especially when you're dealing with someone who is mentally strong and has always been a fighter, or someone who's always stood, for, or supposedly stood for doing the right thing, as we all thought that he was doing for all those years. And it is there's a lesson to be learned. There's several lessons to be learned from this, and one is we're going to have to learn how to talk and communicate with each other a lot more. We're going to have to learn to see the first signs. We're going to have to learn to sit back. We're going to have to learn how to trust. We're going to have to learn how to seek help. And while it is as bad as it is, hopefully that this whole incident is something that someone else will benefit from in the future, so that we do not have to go through something like this again for anybody. It doesn't make any difference whether they are an athlete or anything else. You don't want to go through this ever again.
Well, if there is any hope out of a situation like this, it is that all of us become a little bit more aware about spousal abuse and the dangers of it and the danger signs from it, how to detect it when it's going on around you, not in your own home but in a neighbor's home. And we make, as a society, a more determined effort to stop it, because I'm not commenting on his guilt or innocence in the murders of his ex-wife and of her friend. But I am saying, in this case, there was a long documented series of events involving spousal abuse here, and nothing really was ever done about it.
And that's a problem that experts in the field will tell you is a problem at every level where this tragic thing happens. Society doesn't take spousal abuse as seriously as it takes many other problems that we face as a society, and maybe in the future we'll be able to say the strong thing is to look for help, the strong thing is to admit a problem, the strong thing is to say, I'm not perfect.
And the sad thing is that in many instances nothing is done until something like this happens.
Yeah.
That's really one of the real sad things about the whole situation. But we're certainly glad that nothing tragic happened tonight, that O.J. gave himself up, and I'm sure that that Robert Shapiro will be talking with him and talking about a lot of things. And at the press conference that comes up in about 35, 40 minutes from now, there's going to be a lot of questions that the police are going to have to answer. And I know one that a lot of people are going to ask is, how in the world could he get away when supposedly they had the evidence that they needed in order to arrest him? How would they let him go without some kind of police support or under surveillance?
Well, Jim, we have Harvey Levin, an attorney and a reporter, on the phone right now. And Harvey, there are going to be some tough questions police are going to be answering down there in a little while when they hold that news conference at 10 o'clock, and we, of course, will be covering that live. Tell us what you know about, there will be an arraignment tomorrow, is that correct?
Yeah, actually, Mike, they have 72 hours in which to arraign Simpson. But what I'm hearing now is they want to do it tomorrow. They can do that, even though the courts are normally closed. Provisions can be made. It's sometimes done, and I understand that they are trying to make that happen sometime during the day. He's going to be processed here tonight. My guess is he'll either stay here or he'll go over to the Men's County Jail, which is not too far. It's about 3/4 of a mile from here, where he will be processed there and then put in suicide watch, either there or he'll just remain here until he gets arraigned. My guess is at the press conference, what I've been hearing is they are going to explain what they did today almost minute by minute. They're going to go through what happened. They're going to explain their plan in catching O.J. Simpson, how they were able to find him, and what their game plan was in finally getting him to surrender. Obviously, the police department is very happy about the resolution of this, and Mike, I can tell you from my vantage point, this is about as good as it gets in terms of the way they handled it. They do have some tough questions to answer, however, about how O.J. Simpson got away in the first place, and reporters were really not given answers earlier in the day about that. The issue was just sidestepped, and I'm sure that the questions will again surface, so I don't think we've heard the end of what happened at the beginning of the day.
Harvey, don't you think that there were just a lot of really tight-lipped people today because this was an embarrassing day for both LAPD and for the DA's office. I think you could safely say it was an embarrassing day for Robert Shapiro and for the doctors and for O.J.'s friend. This is just a day that did not go the way anybody's game plan had been drawn up, and far be it from us to point fingers at anybody, but I think we're making drawing a safe conclusion there that there are a lot of unhappy people today.
Well, not just embarrassing, but the mistake could have led to possible, just terrible, tragic consequences.
That's true.
And I think they're relieved that, you know, I guess in sports parlance you could say, ultimately no harm, no foul. And I think they're thrilled about that if there was a mistake in not surveilling O.J. Simpson properly, at least they can look at the end of the day and say, well, nothing tragic happened, and we certainly saw this roller coaster all day long where it looked like there could have been just disastrous consequences. That didn't happen, and that may make them a little bit more willing to talk about the surveillance and the problems they had in letting O.J. Simpson get away. You are absolutely right, too. Robert Shapiro must have been horrified all day long that this happened, and you know, you could hear it in his voice, you could see it in his face at the news conference. I mean, he was the one who had to introduce O.J. Simpson's one of his best friends to read what appeared to be a suicide note. So I'm sure everybody here is thrilled that it just has not ended in disaster, as so many people feared earlier.
Well, he said, Robert Shapiro, it was the worst day of his career, and understandably so. Harvey, another thing we haven't touched on too much before now, earlier today at Gil Garcetti's news conference, some of his strongest language was reserved for anybody, he said, who might be harboring and helping O.J. Simpson to escape. He said, if you are doing that, take my word for it, you're committing a felony and you will be prosecuted, which leads us to Al Cowlings, who helped him get away from those people around him and who was driving the car throughout this entire day. Is it your feeling he will be prosecuted?
Well, I'll tell you, Gil Garcetti didn't leave much room for doubt when he said that, but I think now Gil Garcetti is going to have to look at the circumstances. I spoke to somebody on the legal team while we were watching the chase, and he said that he would really seriously doubt under these circumstances that Gil Garcetti will make a full court press against Cowling, because there's some sentiment, at least there was a feeling at some point, that maybe Cowling almost did this out of necessity because O.J. Simpson was suicidal and he was trying to save a man. And the lawyer I spoke with said that there will be a very, very strong defense, almost a defense of necessity, in the event that Garcetti pressed this. So this could be, on the surface, it sounds like an open and shut case when you take a fugitive away. But when you dig down deep, it's a case that really could present enormous problems for Gil Garcetti, and it really depends. We don't know the full story about what happened with Cowling, but depending on how it's painted when we get all the facts, it could be a difficult case for the DA, so he may backpedal a little bit depending on what we find out about what happened in the car.
You make some good points there, Harvey, and there's the additional fact of how this thing came to a resolution. Right in the middle of it, negotiating, trying to talk O.J. Simpson peacefully out of that car was Al Cowlings.
No question about it. And Mike, listen, that's something, if he did take this to trial, that's something a jury would not be unmindful of. He was clearly critical in the surrender of O.J. Simpson, and you know, Garcetti made a very clear, unequivocal point today that anybody would be prosecuted, but I wonder if this is just going to go into the background at some point.
Well, I think, Harvey, if you've got an end result, as Mike says, where a man turns himself in rather than having to take him by force, that perhaps you would say that Al Cowlings did the best he could. We've got a piece of tape from the house, apparently an appearance by Robert Shapiro outside of O.J. Simpson's house not too long ago. We're going to try to roll this from one of our trucks at the scene. Let's see if we can show you.
I want to personally thank and congratulate Los Angeles Police Chief Willie Williams on one of the most remarkable jobs, and his entire staff of Los Angeles police officers who were able to resolve one of the most incredible situations in a very, very peaceful manner. I can't express the fear I had that this matter would not end the way it did. I would also, at this point in time, like to ask all members of the public to please reserve any judgment on this case until the evidence is reviewed and presented in a court of law.
Well, that was Robert Shapiro, who is the attorney for O.J. Simpson, and I have to say, Mike and Jim, he looked so much more relaxed right there than he did at his press conference at about 5 o'clock when he was as unhappy a man as we've seen today, and you just heard him say he had a terrible fear that it would not turn out like this, and it has. He also asked us to reserve judgment on guilt or innocence, and after we've been whipsawed by the events of this day, we have to come back to that and say, O.J. Simpson has been charged with 2 murders, and in our justice system, he is presumed innocent until that trial decides the matter one way or another.
We certainly haven't heard all of the evidences yet. We have heard what we have gotten from the police department and what else we can piece together on our own. But those DNA tests are going to be quite important. It takes a couple of months for those DNA tests to come back from blood samples taken at the scene to find out if indeed that was O.J. Simpson's blood type. If it was O.J. Simpson's blood, we know it was his blood type. But a number of different people have the same blood type. DNA will tell us whether it was O.J. Simpson's blood, and we don't know that yet and won't for 2 more months.
No. So we are watching a motorcade. We're watching from Chopper 2, Bob Tur up above, and we're watching a motorcade of police officers bringing O.J. Simpson, we believe, to Parker Center. We think that he's going to be brought to Parker Center. We don't know if he will spend the night there or if he'll spend the night at men's jail, county jail. But Harvey Levin has just told us that they will probably try to get him arraigned in the morning. And everybody's legal schedules were thrown into a hat today because the arraignment was supposed to happen today at 2 o'clock, and now there will be other things all cattywampus tomorrow too to make it happen tomorrow.
Yeah, everything was thrown out of kilter today. Not only what you mentioned, but there were 2 important news conferences, one from Gilgar City and one from the police department. Both of those we were standing by waiting for a couple of hours that they were postponed and pushed back. And that's why when Commander David Gascon finally stood up and started talking, and he said O.J. Simpson was supposed to give himself up at 11 o'clock this morning. He did not. We are looking for him now. There was a gasp of seasoned reporters in the room. It was such startling information in an ever-startling, changing situation. Let's go to Bob Tur up there in Chopper 2 following this caravan. Bob?
Well, we're just about at the end of this long odyssey, this trip just about to end here at Parker Center, where it all began pretty much. Here at Parker Center, we awaited the arrival of O.J. Simpson, and now we're seeing it live hours later. You can see the Metro officers pulling up to the jail entrance of Parker Center. And there you can see the vehicle has just turned into the driveway of the jail. It's a chain-linked area, and that vehicle will enter. And stand by. As we come around left, we're going to be cutting on the inside. Going through the rotor wake of another helicopter. The vehicle will go into that area that's illuminated. It looks like a loading dock area, and what it is a jail area. And inside that area, O.J. Simpson will be searched, booked, fingerprinted, photographed, and then being taken over to an observation cell. And the vehicle is in there, and this is the end of just a terrible, terrible day, terrible week.
Bob, I can't help but think that this is the end, as you said, that he didn't think he could face earlier today. When he wrote the letter, when he took off in the car, this was what I think he was running from, was the the embarrassment, the humiliation of being booked.
Terrible.
And spending the first of what will probably be several nights at least in jail. This is charges which permit no bail, at least have not been bail set so far.
The first of many nights. Obviously, there will be no bail in this case because he's already demonstrated he is a flight risk. And even before this, the district attorney's office, even before he fled, the DA's office said it would seek no bail. Now it certainly has a strong case for that. And if there is no bail, it will apparently be many months before the trial begins. And then the trial will probably last for a while. So even if he is found not guilty, O.J. Simpson will be in jail for many months to come, at the very least. So they're going in there, and again, the police department will hold a news conference at 10 o'clock tonight, and we will be there live. And we assume, maybe we assume too much sometimes, but we are assuming this will be on time because as far as we can tell, and we've been surprised before today, Ann, there is nothing to complicate matters this time.
Well, outside of any other disturbances as we had this morning, we first, as you mentioned, thought that the PD's press conference was being delayed by a bomb scare. Later, we discovered that it was O.J.'s absence that was the real holdup. Now we have O.J. where everyone knows where he is, and perhaps they will actually be on time at 10 o'clock, as you said. And we're up above Parker Center. O.J. Simpson has been brought here in custody, and we are gathering that he is being booked inside Parker Center right now.
Did we in fact confirm that there wasn't a bomb scare? Because it was my feeling that there in fact was one, because the reporters were sitting there waiting in that conference room where Commander Gascon was going to speak. I think there actually was, because they came in and they told the reporters there has been a bomb threat, and any of you who is afraid for your safety is welcome to leave right now, and we'll give you time to get back in here. But to the best of my knowledge, not one reporter got up and left. They were there to do a job, and reporters face some tense situations sometimes, and none of them left. Right. Plus, from a practical standpoint, it would be very tough to get a bomb in police headquarters. So some logic may have played a part in there, too.
It was an unusual situation, and the day has been full of them. We are at the end, we believe, of a week that has been a scenario that no one could have scripted, starting with the first time we saw O.J. Simpson in handcuffs, which was Monday morning. He was out of them shortly thereafter when his first attorney, Howard Weitzman, showed up at the scene. Went to Parker Center, answered some questions, spent a couple of 3 hours with police, I believe, on Monday, and then was released. And police all week long have said that he was not a suspect necessarily, but then they weren't saying who their suspects were. They just said that they were continuing their investigation.
Everything they were doing pointed to O.J. Simpson as the suspect, and yet they were using such extreme care. They wanted to make sure all of their I's were dotted and all their T's crossed before they took any official action to name him as a suspect and to arrest him for the murders of his ex-wife and her friend. Down there on the ground at Parker Center, our Harvey Levin is following this, and Harvey, I assume in just a little while you'll be inside there for that news conference too.
Yeah, Pat Lalama will also be in there, Mike. There are probably a half dozen helicopters which have arrived in the last 3 minutes, landing both at Parker Center on the helipad and City Hall East, which is an adjunct of the police headquarters right across the street. There is a lot of activity preparing for O.J. Simpson's arrival. We saw lots of officers walking back and forth behind me at the entrance of Parker Center. We are not sure what entrance O.J. Simpson will arrive at. There is a booking entrance which is typical, but frankly nothing seems typical about this case, so we're not sure, frankly, which entrance he will arrive at. Right now we hear the rotor blades, and that's the best evidence so far from the ground at Parker Center that O.J. Simpson's arrival is imminent.
He perhaps had already arrived. Harvey, is it possible that he's already there?
Well, it's possible he's there if they went through the back end, and if he did, we have a camera there and we will show you that in moments. Again, there are 2 entrances to Parker Center, so I can't tell you that. I didn't see the procession go down this street, so if the procession went down a back street on Parker Center, I would have missed it.
Harvey, we were speculating just a moment ago about O.J. Simpson and how long he might be jailed before he is allowed out. We don't think that he will probably be eligible for bail, do you?
I think you can absolutely count on the fact that O.J. Simpson will not get any bail. In typical special circumstance murder cases, cases, the defendant is denied bail because the charge is so serious he would be a flight risk. I talked to a member of the legal team today, and he said that O.J. Simpson's best hope for arguing that he wasn't a flight risk was that he came back voluntarily from Chicago when he spoke with the LAPD, thus proving that he wasn't going anywhere. Well, this kind of cancels it out today, and what I was told was if there was any possibility.
Let us come back to you. We will momentarily. Right now we have Manuel Gallegos on the ground there outside O.J. Simpson's home. And Manuel, you saw a lot of what was happening there. Can you tell us about it?
Well, as you've seen here, there was a lot of activity. What's going on right now is that police still have the area well cordoned off. Everybody has been allowed to move back up to O.J. Simpson's home, but you can still see a lot of activity inside with Simpson's family, some of the detectives. We've got a huge crowd gathered here. If you can take a look at it, we've got all the photographers and reporters and well-wishers who came out to talk to O.J. basically wish O.J. Simpson well. Michelle is one of those people. Michelle, what do you think about all of this? You placed a sign out here earlier today?
Yeah, we came the last 2 days from work and placed signs to lend our support. We would hope he would surrender and do the right thing.
What do you think about this spectacle and the whole thing this seems to have turned into?
I think it's crazy, but I'm really glad he surrendered. That's basically what we wanted.
Okay, and Michelle, as she mentioned, has been out here, and a lot of people would probably agree with Michelle. When Robert Shapiro came out here a little while ago, Simpson's attorney, he walked right down the road and told the crowd that Simpson, we shouldn't judge Simpson until we've heard his side of the story, and a lot of people cheered when he said that.
Did you actually, Manuel, did you actually see O.J. Simpson getting into the police car and driving away?
Well, we had a camera juxtaposition here that was better than our vantage point where we were all kept back. Personally, I did not see him, but we understand that that camera did pick up some of that activity. At this point, we should add that we don't know where Simpson is. We can sort of tell by the mood here that he is no longer here, but again, that is not confirmed.
We think he is at Parker Center now. We followed that caravan the entire route and saw them check in there. But Manuel, thank you very much for that eyewitness account from outside O.J. Simpson's home.
Well, the difference in atmosphere there is very, very telling. It was just half an hour ago where there were no lights around that house and there were police everywhere, and we knew that there were negotiations going on, and now it's more of a spectator scene. And we're going to go back to Harvey Levin at Parker Center where O.J. Simpson is now.
Yeah, and actually the motorcade is coming right now. You see them going around the corner. Let me check in the monitor if you can see this well. You can. This is the motorcade that is coming apparently now to the back door to book O.J. Simpson. Interestingly, the street wasn't cordoned off here, of all places. There still is traffic here, bus traffic, and private automobiles are driving back and forth. So they really didn't cordon off the area, but they just made their way around. He's going to be brought swiftly in the back entrance of Parker Center, where he will be taken in almost immediately. It's kind of a semi-covered area where they can just drive right in, and he'll be processed. He'll be outside of view within seconds. And from there he will go in where they will process him. They will do the necessary fingerprinting, photographs, and other intake. And again, my guess is that he will either stay here tonight or he'll be transferred about 3/4 of a mile away to the county men's jail on Boucher Street, where he will wait probably on suicide watch until he is arraigned, and that probably will happen tomorrow. You can see in the inside of Parker Center right there, the desk crew is just working normally, and all of the activity is now happening in the booking area inside in the basement area of Parker Center. So we will probably hear all of the details in about 15 minutes from probably Commander Gascon and Lieutenant Duncan, when they will go before the media and tell us what happened on this incredible day.
Harvey, I'm taken by the mood of Commander Gascon at that earlier news conference today. There was genuine anger on his face, wasn't it? I think of anger on the part of everybody who was dealing with this case by the LAPD.
And I saw the same anger on Gil Garcetti's face, Mike. In fact, they said they were angry. They really didn't hide it at all. This is something that they had really struggled to plan so that there wouldn't be a hitch. And the worst hitch of all occurred. I mean, this is something they simply didn't bargain on, and they knew that they were being scrutinized in the way they handled it. And ironically, even though the investigation proceeded smoothly, it was the surrender which just fell to pieces, and they didn't expect that. So it caught them by surprise. They were upset, they were angry, and nobody seemed to want to talk about it. And I have a feeling maybe now that there has been a peaceful and successful resolution, we may hear some details about what went on during this would-be surrender earlier in the day.
Well, we saw the setup with the lights, and there's a chair over there to what would be your right, I believe. Are they going to do the press conference out there on the grass?
No, it looks like they'll do it inside the auditorium.
Okay.
It's just a little more controlled environment, and our Padalalama is inside there.
All right, well, good. We have a tape right now, Harvey, that we're going to roll. It's a tape of O.J. Simpson in the car after he had surrendered and after he had been taken into custody.
Now, keep in mind, this is the first glimpse we have had of O.J. Simpson all day long. Even when we had people on the ground there, as you can see him there in the back seat, when we had people on the ground through that police pursuit of him across the freeways, he had apparently slumped down and we couldn't see him. Also, Bob Turk swooped down very low in the helicopter, got a real good view through the window that we had on television earlier, and we weren't able to see him there either. So this is the first glimpse, albeit not a terrifically clear one. Keep in mind we've kept a considerable distance back, but the first time we've had a chance to see him all day long.
And actually the first time that cameras have seen him since yesterday at the funeral. And that was the point at which there was a diversion, where we were all led to believe that O.J. Simpson had gone back into his own home, and that was a diversionary tactic to keep everybody off track.
And this is we're just getting this tape in. It's the first time we've seen it too. It happened just a moment ago of the arrival at Parker Center as O.J. Simpson was taken there just a short while ago. I think we just saw the vehicle in which he was riding pass by earlier. There you see a lot of reporters and photographers standing by there waiting. We're not going to get much of a chance to see him at this point. Once they pull in there, he's out of our view. They have an unloading area there out of our view, and certainly we haven't been allowed back in. When I say we, I mean all of the news media have not been allowed back in there.
But at least we are confirmed now on knowing where he is, and that is a change from the rest of this day, and that he's safe. He doesn't have the gun anymore. We heard at the house that he had put down the revolver that he had and had surrendered unarmed, and so that is a relief to everyone at this point. He is at Parker Center and he is safe. And now we're going to go back to Harvey Levin, who's also at Parker Center, waiting for the press conference, which is about 15 minutes away. And you've got a crowd behind you there too, Harvey.
Yeah, it's almost like this motorcade was a Pied Piper of sorts. It really has drawn a growing crowd of people who wanted to see the conclusion of all of this. Sir, let me ask, where did you come from, first of all? How far have you been traveling?
Actually, I live in San Diego, but I have a home here in Los Angeles.
Why did you come here?
I think because O.J. touched my life like he has a lot of other people, and you can't have the good without having to suffer some bad, I think.
How do you feel about what happened today, about the fact that he didn't surrender and the chase and all?
I think he's confused. I think it's an emotional experience. I think that a lot of what has driven him to the successes he's had has been emotionally driven, and I think this is another side of that emotion.
How about you, ma'am? Why did you choose to come here?
I think the same reason. I think it's important to find out really the truth about what's going on, and maybe just to support him and to support some of the people that are here. I mean, he's a star. I mean, he's a legend that we should really think about, and it's got to be the truth. It's got to come out. He's got to have his day in court.
You know, Mike and Ann, it's interesting that I think this case has just so confused so many people because everybody was whipsawed in such a short span of time, thinking about O.J. Simpson one way and then hearing something so totally different that people almost need a reality check to come out here. And a lot of people do seem just to want to see, to be around the activity, almost just to check themselves, to be around other people and see what they think as well. There's just a lot of confusion out here.
Well, we have never lived through anything like this, and we are living through this as
happened.
a city. No, I don't
no
think
story
so.
like this has ever happened.
Nope.
There have been riots, there have been earthquakes, there have been murders, there have been a lot of things, but nothing, no story quite like this has ever happened, certainly that I'm aware of whatsoever. We've seen so much emotion today. We heard Vince Evans, his friend, on the telephone, breaking down, crying, urging him earlier, please, O.J., turn yourself in. A very poignant moment. But we've also seen a lot of people who didn't even know the man, who say they are personally touched by it. We had a lady on our air a little bit earlier who has always been an admirer of O.J. Simpson, and she was virtually in tears because of what this meant to her, and she had never personally met him. That's the incredible thing about this story.
It is, and it has been, as we've been saying, an incredible week, and this has come to an end here, almost at an end. I feel personally that when we hear the police side of what happened today, that will put a period of sorts on this week, and we're just a short few minutes away from that now, about 13 minutes till 10 o'clock, which is when the police have promised a press conference to explain their end of what happened today, Mike.
Need to remind you that this is live television. Not everything we try works, but we are going to try something right now. Michael Scott has been stationed out in front of O.J. Simpson's home. I don't even know if you can you hear us,
I can hear you very well.
Okay, well, go ahead and tell us what you know there.
Well, Harv has his crowd down here. We have a crowd of people that have been here for the last 4 hours waiting for this thing to finish up. As you can see, many of them are still here, even though they know that O.J. is no longer here. Let's go over to the house, at least to the compound. Still a heavy police presence. We should let you know that at 7:15, we were sitting around like most of the city and most of the country watching this helicopter chase go down, when all of a sudden the officers who were watching it with us ran into the house, then ran out 10 minutes later and told us to get about 200 feet back. That was the word that we got, that O.J. was on his way here. Now, we do have exclusive video of O.J. being taken into custody, which we showed you a little earlier. How we worked that is we had a photographer stay up here when he wasn't supposed to and get these shots. As you see, he's being taken into custody and he's being placed into the police unit. Now, as I think you've heard from Harv, that there is going to be a news conference at the Parker Center. There will be no briefing here for the media. It's just a wrapping up of the scene. And again, you're looking at KCBS exclusive video of O.J. Simpson being taken into custody. Again, all other photographers and reporters were at least 200 feet away from the scene. We were able to keep a camera up there. And again, you're looking at live pictures. Mike, go ahead.
We want to stress, relating to what you just said there, that we were asked, our helicopter was asked to pull back so that it didn't make so much noise. We, along with all the others, did do that. We did not have a camera up there to interfere in any way. Only after we had been assured that this was over, that he was safely in custody, that that code 4 had been issued, that all was safe and clear, then perhaps that is when a photographer went up there.
Very true, Mike, yes. In fact, we were down here when all the choppers came in. It seemed like a scene from Apocalypse Now, all the choppers. And yes, we also heard when they backed off. We had a person sitting here waiting for O.J. to go into custody. And that's pretty much what happened. He got those pictures when it happened.
Right. We had the cameras in lockdown, and I'm sure everybody else in town had cameras in lockdown as long as the negotiating was going on. Once it had ended, and we heard Bob Tour say Code 4 had been called, then it's okay to go back in and man those camera positions again. Michael, what do you hear in terms of relief or expectation from the people? You've been talking to those people out there all day long, and it's a little bit surprising perhaps to some of us that they're still there at the house even though the drama at that scene is over. What are they waiting for now?
You know, these people were so ecstatic when Simpson's attorney came out and talked to the reporters. There was just this cry of relief. It was like, thank God he's safe. He's in one piece, and it's over finally. Yes, everyone out here is very happy, but I don't know why. They still want to stick around. They want to watch this thing completely end. They have been at the edge of their seats in their living rooms, and for the ones who have decided to come out here, it has been a drama that they're afraid to close the book.
Well, Michael, I can tell you that's a wonderful neighborhood any of us would be proud to live in, but I would not want to be living in it any day so far this week. And it's my guess that tomorrow there'll be at least as many onlookers driving by there trying to get in, which is just going to make life miserable for the neighbors there.
Looky-loos.
Looky-loos, a lot of them. All right.
Well, Michael Scott, thank you very much for for taking us back out there and bringing us up to date.
All right, our Pat Lalama is inside Parker Center. She's standing by there where in just about 10 minutes from right now, they will come out and brief us on exactly what all has happened today, Pat.
And probably, Mike, a safe bet that it's not going to be a 2-hour delay now that the police do have their man in custody. As a matter of fact, the caravan following O.J. Simpson in the police car arrived at the backside, the San Pedro side of Parker Center about 20 minutes ago, and he was taken into what is called the jail section of Parker Center. Now, the big question on everyone's mind is what will happen to O.J. Simpson in the next few hours. Here are some possibilities. The first thing we know for sure, and that is that he will be booked. Most likely he will be monitored by a physician. They will determine his physical and mental state. They could either keep him here overnight at Parker Center. Number 2, they could take him down the street to the men's central jail. Or number 3, they could take him to the secured psychiatric division of the 13th floor of County USC Hospital. There are a number of options. Obviously, it will be determined upon what his mental and physical state is. We understand that there will probably be a suicide watch, and that means that they monitor him every 15 minutes, keep close eyes on him, and of course, wherever he stays tonight, he will be by himself and guarded quite heavily. We are expecting that news conference at 10 o'clock, and we will be able to tell you for certain the plan. Some people ask, could they arraign him on the weekend? Our understanding is it hasn't happened in previous cases. Even in a case of this high-profile status, most likely they will not speed up the arraignment process, and we'll have to wait until next week for that.
You know, I forgot that tomorrow was Saturday. We're talking about the court schedules tomorrow. And
tomorrow is Saturday. Harvey was speculating earlier that they well might. I guess that's something we'll be finding out about 8 or 10 minutes right there. Pat, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Let me ask you this. Earlier today, when Commander David Gascon came out and held that news conference for us, there was a genuine seething anger on his part now. Now, you've been around some of the officers there at Parker Center tonight. My guess is there's a considerable amount of relief on their parts right now. Do they seem relieved to you?
I think it's an absolute sense of relief, and I think you're probably going to see that at 10 o'clock when the news conference occurs. I said it earlier today during the original news conference. Once you get to talk with police personnel over so much time, you get to know them. I mean, that's what reporting is all about, particularly if you are on a certain beat. I have never personally seen a Commander David Gascon with the look in his eye and the look on his face, and it actually took him a second. He paused before he let us know that they did not have their man. Solemn, serious, and angry. One thing that was interesting, some of the reporters were speculating that because of that anger, perhaps they would march O.J. Simpson by the cameras just to kind of prove a point. They didn't do that. They respected a certain level of privacy. The police department probably feels it didn't need to do that. It was a big victory for the LAPD tonight in terms of getting their man without firing a shot, without any problems, doing what they do best, particularly the SWAT team. Probably no need to show their colors any further than that.
Pat, while we're talking to you, we're going to watch some scenes from the chase earlier, and it looks like this is the chase as it went into the Brentwood area itself. He's on Sunset there just before he turns off. Do you know whether Chief Williams is back in town tonight? Has he been in town while all of this has been going on, or was he still in Philadelphia all evening?
And it's interesting because if you think about it, now this is a man who inherited a department with a lot of major profile cases, but perhaps he may have considered this one of the biggest of his career, and he wasn't here to witness it. You can bet your life that he was giving orders from Philadelphia, but he was subpoenaed to testify in a federal case in Philadelphia and was not able to come back. But like I said, you can bet that he was on the phone with his brass, constantly giving them direction on exactly how to handle the situation. And it will be interesting to hear from him when he does return, given that the man is new to LA, and this is again yet another major case that he is confronted with.
Pat, let me ask you a question. You've been covering news conferences for a number of years, not that many. You're not old enough to have been doing it that long.
No, wrong, Michael. A lot of years, but go ahead.
Well, let me. I'm doing my best here, Pat. Let me ask you, when Gascon said today that O.J. Simpson did not turn himself in, and we are looking for him right now in that determined, almost icy, biting fashion, and you heard the gasp from reporters out there. Have you ever heard a reaction quite that way from seasoned reporters?
I was wondering when one of you would ask me that question, and in fact, we took a poll here after that was over, and no reporter can remember of any case, and let's not diminish the importance of any other case we've covered, but you've never heard that collective gasp of, oh my, we can't believe that this is true. I think everybody just simply felt that the LAPD had everything intact, that there would be no way that he would get away, and that we perhaps may have believed the sincerity of O.J. Simpson's willingness to come forward. It was truly a collective shock to the media here at Parker Center.
Now we're just seeing the tape again when the car pulled up, and we at first thought that perhaps that was one of the occupants of the car who was pulled into the house, and we found out later that it was a fan who had tried to run up to the car, or an onlooker of some kind, Mike, wasn't it?
A fan or someone who had legitimate business inside that compound. Anyway, someone who was in there and almost fouled up the whole thing, because what they were hoping to do was they were hoping that Al Cowlings and O.J. would get out of that Bronco and walk into the house. And once they did, there were a couple of officers inside waiting to physically grab O.J. and pull that gun away from him. As it turns out, things worked out much better this way because it was so peaceful, they didn't have to use any force at all to get that gun away from him. They just talked him out of there.
Now, Jim Hill just asked an interesting question here. And go ahead, Jim, because this is something maybe that we'll be able to get an answer to during the police conference that's coming up 4 minutes from now.
It's the question that I've been sitting here thinking about for the last, 15 to 20 minutes. Where did O.J. get the gun from? And who did he get it from?
That's an excellent question. We know, or at least we have been told, that he has a pretty extensive gun collection of his own, but how would he have occasion to have even one of his own guns at this point?
Remember earlier at Robert Shapiro's press conference, he said that all O.J. had was about $60, just money that he could have when he got in jail. He didn't have any credit cards, no identification, no passport, because people thinking he was going to flee or anything like that. They went upstairs. O.J. and Al Cowlings were downstairs. Okay, where did O.J. get this gun from?
And Robert Shapiro also said that they had gone through that house with a fine-tooth comb and taken out anything that could be used as a weapon. So that leaves us with
somebody had to pass it to him.
Yes, somebody passed it to him, or it was hidden in the car from previously.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the fact that they are very, very good friends, and Al Cowlings has always been there for him. And remember, we were talking about planning and doing this, and who knows what they had been planning for the last 2 or 3 days. Not saying that this is exactly it, but you never know what was planned the last 2 or 3 days. But the big question in my mind is right now, after hearing what Shapiro said about there was nothing in that house that they thought was harmful, he only had $60, no identification, where did the gun come from?
This is O.J. Simpson's house. The crowd, which is still standing by outside his house as we continue here to wait for the police news conference at 10 o'clock. A big crowd. It's all over there, Mike, but there's still a big crowd.
It's all over, but it is interesting to see that we are allowed to be apparently closer now than we were a little while ago. They moved our cameras back about 100 yards a little while ago, so they've apparently allowed people to move in a little bit closer. And as we said, that has been the focal point of looky-loos and the curious as they've been driving by and collecting there since Monday. And don't expect any relief, neighbors, tomorrow. It must be miserable trying to conduct your daily life, living in a neighborhood where there's that kind of traffic coming through there. Michael, can you hear me? Michael Scott down there on the ground? Apparently not. Michael Scott, let's try one more time. Michael, can you hear us? He cannot.
You know, in line with what you're saying, Mike, this has now become, this address has become now a permanent stopping place on the maps to the Stars homes and the maps to famous and infamous deeds in Los Angeles, and there'll never be anonymity at this address again.
No,
never,
so
for anyone.
It's such a narrow street as well. And that also adds to the confusion and to the traffic jam and the congestion. That's right.
You think about the places of notoriety that are already here, the homes where the Tate LaBianca murders were committed, how they were a part of the tour for a long time after that. This home right here, as well as Nicole Brown Simpson's condo over there on Bundy, they will be stops on it for a long time to come.
Yeah, it's true. And here it is 10 o'clock at night, and the action is done at this spot, and the crowd is bigger now, if anything, than what it was an hour and a half ago when all these things were going on.
Yeah, well, all of those people who were home watching it on TV earlier for fear they might miss a critical event, now they feel free to leave and go out and see for themselves exactly where it was happening.
We have another piece of videotape that we can go to here in just a minute. I don't know who that is that's coming out of the house, but here would be our videotape. This would be O.J. Simpson arriving at Parker Center, I believe.
Yeah, and you hear people actually cheering as he comes by, and no, he's not in that tape. Or is that him in the middle there? That could have been that
may.
Well, it's hard to tell from this vantage point exactly who that was.
Now, there's a gentleman we lost track of ever so quickly here. What is going to happen to Al Collins? Is he going to be booked tonight? Is he going to be given the benefit of the doubt tonight? We don't know that either. Perhaps we'll find that out at this press conference. And Pat LaLama is our reporter at the scene at Parker Center, where the press conference is due to start at any minute. It is now, by my watch, 10 o'clock or
10 o'clock.
Darn close.
Just about straight up right now. Pat, any activity there yet?
The activity are the people who get paid to be extremely curious. Carl wanted to show up. This is the sight you saw all day today as we waited for that noon news conference. It is rather noisy. I think I have to tell you there's a bit more adrenaline this time around. Reporters watched as you did, and just absolutely amazed. And I think perhaps this is the time in our career where you can't help but feel some sort of emotion, not particularly one way or the other, good or bad, for or against anybody, but I think everyone feels exhausted and emotional and really, really full of adrenaline and wondering what the police department is going to say. Just to kind of recreate for you what happened earlier today, it was originally scheduled for noon, the news conference, after they thought O.J. would show up at 11. It didn't happen. We were put on a long delay. Then there was a bomb scare here at Parker Center, and the police department told us they were, quote, obliged to let us know about this bomb scare. They weren't going to completely evacuate the building, but we could do what we wanted to do. We stayed. That was taken care of. They said that there was no bomb found in the building, but then there was another call that there was a bomb in a vehicle outside, so that delayed the news conference even more. And finally at 2 o'clock, that fateful moment when Commander David Gascon very angrily announced that O.J. Simpson was a fugitive. And we do believe that things will go a little bit more on time this time around. Remember, they also might wait for the booking process to be completely finished before they come to us. So at this time, we aren't exactly sure.
Okay, we're going to take a look here one more time, slow motion of O.J. Simpson there arriving. We slowed this tape down to see if we can get a view. It's very difficult to do that. One thing you wonder, Pat, a lot of thoughts go through your mind in kind of the denouement of this crisis today, this drama. You wonder how far along already the writers of television miniseries are on this one, how far along the writers of paperback books are.
It's, we were talking today that when you think about the Menendez case and some of the other high-profile cases here in L.A. and Hollywood jumped right on top of it within hours. It's a sad thing to talk about, but you know that this is going to be on the minds of Hollywood people for quite some time.
Well, given the amount of talking that's already been done in the city of Los Angeles over the last 5 days, there would be a great deal of interest in such a miniseries. And it is an appalling thing to say, to be talking about miniseries before this case has even begun to be finished, but that's the life we are in the midst of here.
This is the point we will readily acknowledge here. You know, there's been a lot of criticism of television news in the last few days for so much extended coverage of this event. And by the same token, you tell me the last time in the past 4 or 5 days you went anywhere where this was not the dominant, if not the only topic of conversation. It was all people were talking about. And you'll also, not that ratings are everything, but it just shows the general interest in this. If you look at television ratings over the last few days, they were dramatically higher than normal because there is such widespread interest in this case. So many people take a personal interest in it. They identify with O.J. Simpson, or they identify with the victims in this case, but they have such strong, definitive feelings about it that they want to know everything they can about it.
There's been a lot of interest, and also we have to say, because of the fact that this was a murder mystery that played itself out day by day for us. And it was like reading a novel, except it was real life, and each day was a new chapter, new clues, new evidence, new events, and it's been a gripper right from Monday morning through here till, and as we've been saying, now we have months to go through waiting for DNA evidence to come in, and months of pretrial and months of trial, and what a story. We have Michael Scott still at the scene of O.J. Simpson's house. Let's go back out to him right now, Michael.
Okay, we've moved down a little bit into the crowd. You know, the two of you were just mentioning how people have been riveted to this whole drama. Well, let's talk to some of the people who've been here for the good part of the evening. When you heard that it was over, what was the feeling going through your head?
I felt it. I don't know. I feel right now he's getting a raw deal because due to the media, right now a lot of the public is already has convicted him. You know, and for all we know, I feel pity for the victims in this case, but you got to realize, in reality, O.J. himself might be a victim, you know.
Well, then when you heard that, you know, if you feel he's a victim, when you heard that he was safe and sound, how'd you feel?
I feel a lot better. I feel a lot better. I'm glad he didn't go out backwards, you know what I'm saying? But I feel a lot better this happened the way it did, you know, because just like everybody else, he was an idol in my life too, you know what I'm saying? So I'm glad it happened the way it did.
All right, let's talk to this young lady here. Let's move you up here. Where were you when you heard the news that he was okay?
I was coming from my job.
And you decided to come out here?
Yeah,
Why?
with my mom. Because I like O.J. Simpson. He was real good at Naked Gun. He was funny. I don't think he did it, though.
Were you happy to hear that he was safe and sound, though?
Yes.
Now, keep in mind, you know, everybody cheered and everything was happy. But again, this is a man who was charged for 2 murders. Is that kind of hard to put those two together in your head?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he would be the type to do that.
Okay, terrific. Hold a second. Here, you gentlemen want to talk for a real quick minute? Where were you when you heard that O.J. was safe and sound?
I was studying for finals. This is just a difficult thing for me to believe. I've heard so much about O.J. Simpson. Everybody says he's such a nice guy, and I'm upset about this whole thing. It's just too bad it happened.
What made you two decide to come down here?
We've been watching on TV. Actually, we only live a mile away from here, so we decided, what the heck, we'll walk over here. But yeah, I just want to say good luck to O.J. And
well, you know, as I just said to the lady over here, though, this is a man who's been charged with murder. Is it kind of a confusing thing in your mind to cheer for him and then also think
I'm not cheering for him. I'm just saying that good luck. That's all.
You share those thoughts?
I'm just very upset that this whole thing happened. I don't want to say anything until I know for a fact what happened, so.
Well, since you left your studies and walked the mile to get over here, is it safe to assume you'll be following this story as it goes to court?
That's a good assumption. We'll be around.
All right, terrific. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Again, people are going to be on this, going through this book, opening, looking at every chapter. This isn't over yet. Back to you.
All right, Michael Scott, thank you very much. Can you imagine the demand for space in the courtroom once this goes to court? How many weeks ahead you'd have to get there to stand in line to get into court? Only a small handful of people actually get in to watch that. Of course, these proceedings might be televised, and if so, there'll be an extraordinary amount of interest by people who want to see exactly what's happening there, to see the testimony that's presented firsthand for themselves, and to perhaps make their own decision about how they feel about his innocence or guilt.
Right. Pat Lalama pointed out, and very correctly, that there has been an enormous amount of tension for many people, probably for spectators as well as the police who've been involved and friends and family of O.J. as this afternoon and evening wore on, and we were looking for him, didn't know where he was, wondering if he was armed, wondering if he might hurt himself. And the tension, and now there's a sense of relief, but we've got an awful lot of questions to ask, and we are waiting for the police to come forward and answer some of these questions. They've said that 10 o'clock would be the time. It's almost 10 after 10 right now. And Pat said also that we might be waiting until the booking process is complete, and that then they would come out and be able to tell us where they had sent him and exactly what had happened with him.
Well, why don't we check in with Pat? She's still standing by down there in Parker Center. Pat, have you gotten any word on what the delay is?
No, we have not. Anyone in uniform has come down to tell us what's going on, but we can guess that they probably, in order to be able to tell us exactly what their plans are for Mr. Simpson tonight, they will wait until the booking process is over, until he has been evaluated by physicians, because obviously, whatever he may or may not be guilty of prior to tonight, it's no doubt that he is in a distraught emotional state at this time, and that will dictate where it is he ends up. As I said, just to recount for you the possibilities, here at Parker Center at the jail section is one option, the men's central jail down the street, or perhaps the psychiatric prison ward of County USC Hospital. So I'm going to guess, but I think it's a pretty intelligent guess, that they are looking him over, they are talking to him, they are booking him, and the doctors will be talking to him themselves, and they will recommend to the LAPD where they think it might be the best place for him to be. But he will be watched all night. We can guess that he will be on what they call suicide watch, where he will be monitored very, very closely every 15 minutes as the policy goes.
Well, again, earlier I went out on a limb and speculated that, by golly, this news conference is going to be punctual.
Well, I can't remember a news conference ever that actually started right on time, particularly when it comes to police matters. I would guess again that they don't want to come out here and have nothing to say or make fools of themselves. They want to have all their ducks in a row, and they want to give us as much information as possible, because we're going to have a ton of questions, and I think they'd like to be able to be ready to go when it finally does happen.
Pat, we have to give credit where it's due, and I'd like to point out that Robert Shapiro, his defense attorney, had promised a 5 o'clock news conference, and by golly, he started talking at 5 o'clock. He was not a happy guy, but he started his news conference right on time earlier today. A much happier man when we last saw him, and that was a piece of tape that we had from in front of O.J. Simpson's house, and Shapiro looked like a different person.
Yes,
he was so relieved that it had ended quietly, and with an O.J. Simpson who was alive and well and could be taken to be booked.
Now, we don't know if Robert Shapiro was actually involved in those negotiations. We do know he showed up there at the Simpson home, maybe 15 or 20 minutes before O.J. actually stepped out of that Bronco and turned himself in. But we don't know if he had any say-so whatsoever. But when you think about it, if you're trying to talk a man out of a situation like that, a couple of people you want. You want his relatives to convince him it is the right thing to do, and you want someone who is ultimately going to defend O.J. Simpson, convincing him it is the smart thing to do. They had both of those groups of people there, and whether they all chimed into the negotiating process, we don't know, but they were certainly available for it.
Yes, they were. Now, I don't know, would Robert Shapiro meet O.J. for the booking process? Would he be there to just sort of walk him through it, or is that not allowed? I'm not aware of how that goes. Maybe we can ask Pat when we get back to her.
We will ask her that. Probably so, but again, we're not certain on that. We're looking again at this live picture from just in front of O.J. Simpson's home there in Brentwood. A number of people, although maybe not quite as many as we saw a few minutes ago. They've come out just the curious, wanting to see this for themselves. This, after all, is history. This is a case that from time to time we'll be talking about for decades to go. Pat Lalama, what's happening there now?
What's happening now is Lieutenant John Duncan has just come into the auditorium at Parker Center to tell us 2 minutes. That was about 30 seconds ago, so we are now, the clock is ticking down, and we will hear officially from the police department in 1 minute and 30 seconds to answer a barrage of questions, I'm sure.
Pat, we'll go right back to you. Just handed this bulletin. A California Pacific Medical Center spokesman says O.J. Simpson's mother is a patient at the center and is in stable condition right now. The spokesman wouldn't give out any other details about Eunice Simpson, who checked into that facility today. Some TV reports have said Simpson's mother is a resident of San Francisco, but we do know she was down here. Obviously, a tremendous amount of strain on that lady, as she has seen, in some ways, her world crumble over the past few days.
Well, at least tonight she knows that O.J. Simpson is alive and well, presumably well, because they did take him to Parker Center instead of to a hospital, and that's got to be a relief to her.
Okay,
we have that slow-mo video of Simpson arriving. We promised we were going to slow it down and try to get a better look, and here it is in slow-mo. In the back seat, possibly the middle person.
O.J. Simpson, but even at that speed, it's very difficult to make out features and
pretty tough to
tell whether that is O.J. or not. We think it is, though.
It could be Al Cowlings, too.
Could be. We should be only about 30 seconds away from that news conference standing by. They said 2 minutes ago, about a minute and a half ago. Let's go back to Pat Lalama right now at Parker Center.
Right. Lieutenant John Duncan just got up at the podium and said 2 minutes, and when he said it last time, he was right on the button. So we're anticipating Commander Dave Gascon to come out of that door, which you probably will not be able to see at any moment now. And I think, Ann, you mentioned a very interesting question that probably won't be our first, but what happens to Mr. Cowlings now? Will he be considered an aider and abetter? Of course, they will probably want to talk to him and hear what he had to say. Here we go. I believe we are. Can you still hear me back there?
And as you talk, we're looking at the live picture from of police searching the Bronco, which led them on that long odyssey across Southland freeways today. And now that is Commander David Gascon, I believe.
Yes, it is, Michael.
All right, we're waiting for him to speak. I know he'll make a lengthy statement, a lot of explanation. Then, if it's anything like earlier today, he will take a whole series of questions, and there will be.
Okay, how's that?
Okay, what I'm going to try to do here is take my time and patiently explain some of the events that unfolded this afternoon, talk a little bit about what's transpiring now, talk a little bit about what occurred at the arrest scene, perhaps go into a little bit of detail, and then we'll take some questions at the end. First, as you all know, O.J. Simpson is in custody. He has been transported here to Parker Center. He is being booked and processed. That'll include prints, mugshot. Those kinds of activities will occur here at Parker Center. He will then be transported to the Main Central Jail, LA County Main Central Jail. And we're very grateful to Sheriff Sherman Block for allowing us to do that. It'll make it certainly much easier on us here at the LAPD in the way we manage our jail facility. Also, AC Cowling is being booked for 32 PC, felony, $250,000 bail. He is being processed here at Parker Center. He will also be transported to the Main Central Jail, LA County Main Central Jail. And again, we thank Sheriff Block for that. Let me touch briefly on some events that occurred after our news conference where we discussed the fact that Mr. Simpson had failed to appear. Obviously, the department sent out an all-points bulletin. We notified not only all of the Los Angeles Police Department officers on duty through radio transmissions and teletypes. We certainly notified all of our specialized divisions. We also notified Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the California Highway Patrol, all of the local and regional law enforcement agencies. We also immediately contacted the Orange County Sheriff's Department, very concerned with the possibility that Mr. Simpson would respond to the residents of one of the victims. We also were very concerned about the welfare of the children. So we tried to take whatever actions we could with the other agencies to provide for the safety of anyone that possibly could have been involved in the situation. It also resulted in the deployment of police resources from other agencies, very responsive, very cooperative, and we can't say enough good things about all those agencies that responded immediately as things unfolded. We also notified all of the airline carriers to make sure that Mr. Simpson did not slip onto an airplane. We started receiving many anonymous phone calls coming in identifying potential locations of friends of Mr. Simpson, also locations where he owned property, things that we immediately started working on. We contacted the Border Patrol, clearly one of the major concerns. The Customs Duty Officer was notified. The all-points bulletin on Mr. Cowling's vehicle was put over the radio. Many of you heard that broadcast. Again, we had the Department of Justice also contacted us and discussed what was going on at the borders. We contacted the Foreign Prosecution Unit to make sure that we notified the Judicial Police of Mexico. We had immediate support from the FBI. As a matter of fact, FBI agents responded here to LAPD headquarters and were very instrumental in working with our detectives at Robbery Homicide Division throughout the course of this event. And as you have seen, we also scrambled some additional departmental resources, including Metropolitan Division resources, including our SWAT team. At about 7:15, Detective Tom Lang of Robbery Homicide Division actually made contact with Mr. Simpson in the vehicle as that pursuit continued. I am unable to provide you a list of all of the law enforcement agencies that immediately got involved and worked with the LAPD, but I have to tell you the spirit of cooperation and support was outstanding. It's something that I think all of us can be very proud of, that we have so many agencies that are so quick to respond to assist each other in this kind of a situation. I'd like to take a moment to also thank the news media. This has been a very difficult situation for all of you. I recognize the competition is incredible. I know the pressure you're under. I know the pressure your bosses are under. I think, as I indicated, these are very difficult times. The judgments are tough, but we felt that we received very good cooperation from the media throughout the course of this. And also all those citizens that came forward. That was very important. They provided some assistance to us, things that will help us in the case itself. Let me talk a little bit about what occurred in the pursuit. The Orange County Sheriff's Department was the lead agency in that pursuit, from what we can determine in the conversations that were transpiring between us and the officers down in Orange County as the pursuit unfolded. Also, the California Highway Patrol was involved in that pursuit. We've spoken to Sheriff Brad Gates and certainly thanked him and complimented him for his efforts. That also goes for Chief Ed Gomez. The cooperation between all of those agencies that were involved in that pursuit was outstanding. And of course, pursuits are very, very problematic situations. There were other agencies involved, too numerous to mention. We appreciate the assistance of Santa Ana PD, and I'm sorry, but I can't tell you the other agencies that were involved. I can tell you they were all very professional, very cooperative. Now, as I indicated during the pursuit, Detective Tom Lang, one of the two detectives in charge of this investigation, actually had intermittent conversations with O.J. Simpson in the vehicle. And his role throughout the course of that pursuit was pretty much a crisis negotiator. As you recognize, there was a suicidal threat there. I had the opportunity to be present while this was unfolding, and I can tell you that Detective Lang did an absolutely magnificent job in his conversations and clearly, in my view, prevented anything from escalating during the course of that pursuit. Now, based on the knowledge of the case that detectives had, and based on the actions of Mr. Cowlings, Mr. Simpson, and the direction of the vehicle, etc., the department decided to implement a plan that included the identification of a couple of key locations that we believed Mr. Simpson was headed for. Those two locations, we had officers respond, where people were evacuated, areas were secured to the best of our ability. I think you saw most of that occurring. Some of you were at his residence or saw what was transpiring there, and you saw the efforts of the officers. And again, to the degree that you cooperated in facilitating us clearing that area and not providing for more of an opportunity for potential disaster, we appreciate your efforts. When Mr. Simpson returned to the residence, at the residence were Los Angeles Police Department SWAT team officers, and they were supported by West LA area personnel. They were prepared to deal with the situation. Now, a transition then occurs. Detective Lang then passes off the crisis negotiation responsibilities to a Metro crisis negotiator, one of our SWAT team members who's trained in this field. And that was Officer Pete Wyereater. He was supported by Officer Greg Wells. Both skilled negotiators, both handled this situation under the direction of Sergeant Mike Albanese, who is the CNT supervisor. The tactical situation continued to unfold. As you saw, the negotiations were obviously well handled. Eventually, Mr. Simpson was taken into custody. How that occurred was as follows. Cowlings exited the vehicle. You saw him walking around. He eventually walked into the house area. He was taken into custody. He was very problematic, which you saw at the scene. His agitated state, his activities certainly made the situation worse, and it was something that the SWAT negotiators had to handle, and they successfully neutralized that threat to their efforts. Eventually then, Mr. Simpson was also induced to leave the vehicle and come into the house. He came into the house carrying a family picture. Now, during the courses of the negotiations, as the negotiator tried to finesse Mr. Simpson into giving up, he asked him if he couldn't come into the house, try to relax. He'd have an opportunity to sit down, call his mother, have something to drink, visit the restroom, etc. Mr. Simpson eventually did come into the house. He was taken into custody. He was searched, and then he was allowed to call his mother, visit the restroom, and had a glass of orange juice. The officers then searched the vehicle, and a gun was recovered. I've got to tell you, you know, we've had an opportunity to hear some of the broadcasts, to see what's going on television, and I understand there's some second guessing and some speculating. From my perspective, having an opportunity to work with not only the uniformed people that were involved in the culmination of this event, and watching these detectives from Robbery Homicide Division, they absolutely did a magnificent job. And I tell you, I personally am proud to be a part of an organization that has such professionals doing the job. I indicated before Commander John White and Captain Bill Gartland, key people in this operation. Throughout the course of this, it was a very hectic squad room, as you can imagine. As things unfolded, I know the media was going crazy trying to keep up with events. Well, you can imagine what those of us in law enforcement were trying to do. But they did a spectacular job. Again, I just got off the phone with Chief Williams in Philadelphia. He sends his compliments to all of the involved officers for a job well done. Okay, anything else you think we ought to add? Okay, we can take a few questions at this point. I can't tell you at this point. I haven't spoken to whoever recovered the weapon. Yes, ma'am.
Commander Gascon, what will this do to the case? Will it change it in any way in terms of more charges?
Again, it would not be our position to be discussing how the prosecution will handle this case. As you know, we have the responsibility to conduct the criminal investigation. It's a very methodical investigation that the homicide detectives conduct. You know, and I think what I'll add on this, Pat, is we've already seen some of the speculation about why didn't you do this and why didn't you do this sooner. Well, let me tell you, you don't know the facts of the case. You don't know the facts of the case, but you will find out as it gets into trial. And the case will unfold before your eyes. And you will see how the pieces came together. At what point witnesses came forward and provided crucial information to the department. It's easy to look backwards and second guess. We can't afford to make a mistake. Lives are on the line, no doubt about it. We are very meticulous in what we do. We're grasping for pieces of information along the way. We're getting cooperation from citizens. As they give us details, we add to the case, we find new facts out, it starts building the case. We can't jump the gun.
Cellular phone calls, were you more or less monitoring his phone calls by tapping into his line, or did you just directly contact him and ask him his plan? Or, in other words, did you call him, or did you just tap into his cellular phone?
Well, we actually called him on the cellular phone, that's correct. And had to call him back several times. As you know, cell phones in this region go down from time to time, but he also hung up on us several times. And of course, there was a busy signal frequently also. I'm sorry, Pete?
Captain Garland for a minute. In your mind, if an arrest had been done a day or two earlier, would you have been able to get all of the information that you now have? We can step to the podium for a second.
I'm going to make the same comment that the commander has already. We're not going to discuss that phase of it.
Let me indicate that we are not talking about the evidence itself or how it came together at this point. Okay, we will not compromise the evidence, and we will not compromise the prosecution of this case. Those issues will be addressed by some very capable deputy district attorneys.
Commander
yes.
Did you describe Mr. Simpson's current mental and physical state now that he's here?
Well, to the extent that I'm informed on it, he is certainly healthy. We're booking him into custody right now. I'll leave you to speculate on how he feels about the circumstances, but clearly he was cooperative with the officers once he entered that residence and has been cooperative throughout the aftermath of the arrest. Yes, David.
What was he doing with the gun? We had heard reports he was holding it to his head as they were driving on the bridge.
Yes, I've heard the same reports. Yes, Claude.
Have you confirmed those reports?
Well,
We just have what the information.
yeah, we're following what you were doing, and that was part of the invaluable assistance that you provided.
Did you make any statements from the police when he was
Again, statements would be part of the evidence. We would never comment on what those statements were. Yes, sir.
How do you ensure this man's physical safety tonight, and why won't you take him to go to USC psychiatric directly?
Well, because of the support of the Sheriff's Department, we are able to hand both of the suspects over, and they will be provided for. Now, we are very concerned about the possibility of Mr. Simpson harming himself. The Sheriff's Department is quite expert in handling arrestees under those circumstances, and the Sheriff's Department will do a fine job. There's no question about that. Yes, Rod?
You mentioned possible criticism looking back on this particular case. Can you tell us what the thought process was not to keep O.J. Simpson under constant surveillance once you developed sufficient evidence to believe that he was a suspect? What went into that decision?
Well, what occurs in any investigation is it's a giant puzzle, and you're picking up pieces at a time. And as we indicated, it's a major mistake in any investigation to jump to conclusions. You lose objectivity. You overlook evidence. You go off in wrong directions. Some things appear to be obvious in retrospect to a lot of people, but that's because you don't know how the sequence of events transpired. You will learn that. You will learn what the evidence is. You will learn how the evidence came together. Yes, ma'am. Well, obviously we were trying to defuse the situation and immediately take Mr. Simpson into custody without him taking his own life or jeopardizing the lives of police officers. And I'm not going to comment further on Mr. Cowling's activities because those will be part of a case presentation that we will be making on Mr. Cowling. Yes, ma'am.
Can you say whether Mr. Cowling aided or hindered the situation this afternoon in terms of his demeanor? Was he helping you guys or hurting?
Well, first, Mr. Cowling's activities were criminal. Second, they absolutely interfered, obstructed, and caused a problem in our efforts to take Mr. Simpson into custody.
What happened today, Commander?
I'm sorry, yes? I don't have any information at this point on that issue. I'm sorry?
After all that has happened today, and the agreements that were not adhered to by the defendant in this case, did the Los Angeles Police Department learn anything about what should be done in these high-profile cases about arranging surrenders? What did they learn? What did the Los Angeles Department learn?
Well, I'll leave you to evaluate what transpired based on statements made by Mr. Garcetti, Mr. Shapiro, and any other person. I find it strikingly hypocritical that you would have many attorneys, some renowned attorneys, taking to the airways at this point, second guessing and pointing fingers and all that. It's common knowledge that suspects surrender to police departments all the time. Now, let's move that aside. From the standpoint of this agency as a professional organization, we always evaluate what we do, and we learn all the time. We're not too proud to admit that, but at this point, we're not prepared to say that we did anything wrong in our handling of this case. And as I indicated, the opinion of Chief Williams and certainly the opinion of many of the professionals involved in this organization that are close enough to know how the event transpired, how the sequence of events come together, we think this is an exceptionally well-handled case. Yes, sir.
What was it that induced him to surrender? What finally brought it about?
You have skilled people work in a crisis negotiation team. They have hours and hours of training. They also have experience. Contrary to some of the things that you may see in the movies, etc., in the Los Angeles Police Department, we are always looking to defuse a situation without any kind of injuries or gunfire of any kind. We think a successful conclusion to a hostage or a negotiating type situation is for the suspect to be taken into custody without any injuries, and absolutely no injuries to potential victims or officers. In this case, it worked absolutely well.
Commander.
Yes.
Can I ask you, why were the handcuffs taken off O.J. Simpson on Monday, and who ordered them taken off?
Well, you know, again, I'm not going to address any of those rumors. I've heard those rumors about the handcuffs. We allow, you asked the question. If you want me to answer, I will. If not, we'll go on to the next question. We leave discretion to people at the scene, that they get paid to make decisions. In their opinion, at that point, they thought handcuffs were essential. Eventually, they felt they were no longer essential. Now, no one came in and said, oh, we ought to change this, and nobody from way up on top ordered that somebody take handcuffs off. We are dealing with seasoned professional police officers. They responded to a double homicide. It's a horrible crime. We know somebody is a murder suspect. We're not sure who it may be. We're not sure about weapons. We're not sure about a lot of things. One thing that we allow our officers to try to make sure of is that they get to go home in one piece at end of watch. Mr. Levin.
Did the chief order the handcuffs off?
Have you determined whose gun that was or where it came from?
No, not yet. We have not. Let's see. Yes, sir. You haven't asked it.
Assuming now that O.J. is a fugitive suspect of a brutal double murder, and he's taking the city on a joyride over the freeways, was he given kid-glove treatment as opposed to any other suspect in the same?
Are you talking about the conduct of the pursuit?
Right.
I thought the pursuit was exemplary. During the course of a pursuit, we never do anything to jeopardize the motoring public, pedestrians, people that could be potentially in the background. We have to be very cautious. We have to be very responsive. The last thing we want to see happen is that some innocent family is killed during a pursuit. These officers that were involved in this pursuit deserve absolute praise. I have time. I'm sorry. Did you have a question there?
Exactly how did you locate the car?
I'm sorry?
Exactly how did you locate the car?
Well, I don't even have personal knowledge of that. I know one of the other agencies picked them up first. And by the time we hooked up, we were receiving information from you people in the media. We hooked up with the involved agencies from Orange County and the California Highway Patrol.
But did he call first, Commander?
I'm sorry, I'm going to take one final question.
Did he call?
Commander, can you please tell us what his state of mind was when he actually walked into the house and was arrested?
As I indicated, I can't tell you exactly what his state of mind was. He was cooperative, he was responsive to the officers, and has been in the aftermath of the arrest. I want to thank you very much again for your cooperation. Have a good evening.
If you can hear me in the studio, that was Commander David Gascon. Need I tell you that he is in a far better state than he was earlier today. This time calling the police pursuit, quote, exemplary. We now know that O.J. Simpson is officially in custody, booked and processed. He could not say whether this pursuit or anything that transpired over the events today will in fact end up with further charges upon O.J. Simpson that will perhaps be up to the DA. He will be taken to the main central jail, which is run by the Sheriff's Department. A.C. Cowlings booked for aiding and abetting a felony, $250,000 bail. As you know, and we'll recount it for you, the pursuit began in Orange County, and the Orange County Sheriff's Department was the lead operation in that matter. But then the LAPD became involved and developed their own tactical plan that involved IDing key locations, evacuating the people in those areas, and bringing in a SWAT team with a crack negotiating team. Cowlings was taken into custody first, but as you heard Commander Gascon say, he was, quote, problematic, that he did nothing to help the case and in fact only hurt the situation and was a, quote, threat to police efforts. Simpson then came into the house. He was carrying family pictures. He was immediately taken into custody. The car was searched. The gun was recovered. Police say that he was cooperative and has been cooperative since his arrest. Police will not go any further into facts or evidence of the case. They do know that as he was down the freeway. They were in contact with him, the crisis negotiation team, making many calls. That many times the cell phone cut out, many times O.J. hung up on them. But as you know, it ended with O.J. in custody. Regarding his mental and physical state, Commander Gascon said in his own mind, he feels that O.J. is healthy and that he would leave it up to the rest of us to decide where O.J. Simpson stands, perhaps psychologically. So that is where it stands at this point. A long, grueling, exhaustive, frustrating, debilitating day for all parties concerned. O.J. Simpson now in custody. I think it's fair to say he will be monitored throughout the course of the evening. And Mr. Cowlings also charged with the felony and $250,000 bail set.
Pat, one of the questions we had here that I'm not sure I heard answered, and perhaps he did answer it, you can fill us in. Where did O.J. get that gun? Where do they think he got it?
My colleague Harvey Levin was able to get that question in. Commander Gascon, very matter-of-factly, said we absolutely don't know at this point. You can bet they will be researching that.
Yes, but certainly we did get one set of questions answered, and that was what was going to happen to Al Cowlings. And we'd been talking earlier about what the possibilities were. Ran the gamut from being booked himself, which to perhaps being given credit for having helped to bring this to a peaceful denouement. And that certainly is not what happened. Al Cowlings did not help, according to the commander there.
Well, the question is about that high bail. Pat, did that seem pretty high to you? After all, this man apparently is not a threat to anybody at this time. Does that seem like it's punitive bail to you?
I think that's probably the bail that the penal code allows for this. I don't think they're going to go much higher than what the penal code allows for aiding and abetting. This was a very, very, very incredible situation with a lot of lives involved. It might be considered a different aiding and abetting situation than walking into the 7-Eleven and stealing the candy bar. This was a long pursuit down the freeway and back up again, putting, I think it'd be fair to say, thousands of lives in jeopardy. And I think that what the $250,000 bail means is that it's appropriate for this particular alleged crime.
Okay, Pat Lalama, we thank you very much for that. As you mentioned, Harvey Levin was there at the press conference as well, and believe that he is back outside Parker Center now. And let's go out to Harvey and get his take on what we heard here. Harvey.
Well, first of all, I agree with Pat that, first of all, we're talking about a bail for Cowlings, which is within the schedule set by law. But also, one of the things they consider is whether he's a flight risk. And he proved it today, that he was involved in basically taking somebody away from where they should have been, based on what the legal mandate was. So he was clearly a flight risk in the sense that they could set bail to the max. Clearly they are not going to give him any kind of a break, and they think that he aggravated the situation. Now, I spoke with somebody from the LAPD about 15 minutes ago, and he told me that although we were initially told that O.J. Simpson's arraignment would occur tomorrow, now I'm being told it will not, that the earliest it will be held is Monday. At least that is the plan as of 15 minutes ago. So although we expected this to go rather swiftly, that will not be the case, and Mr. Simpson will probably spend the weekend in Men's County Jail. The one thing they didn't address was how this will impact the case, really, and that's actually something that the DA is going to have to decide. Again, the DA said earlier today that if O.J. Simpson was apprehended, this could be used to prove some kind of consciousness of guilt. Clearly, it creates a problem for the defense team. We will have to see how the defense handles that, and it will be very, very interesting to speak with Mr. Shapiro, O.J. Simpson's lawyer, to find out how he is going to deal with this very troublesome turn of events for the defense. Now, finally, let me say that although O.J. Simpson has maintained his innocence in this, he maintained it in what we thought was a suicide letter, and he maintained it through his attorney earlier this week. He has brought a psychiatrist into this case who specializes in diminished capacity, which basically requires someone to admit they committed a criminal act, but then you give reasons why it should be excused in whole or part. That's Dr. Saul Fairstein. It's unclear why he particularly was brought into the case, but we know he was a close advisor based on what Mr. Shapiro said. So the next week should be telling in terms of molding what the defense strategy will be.
Interesting tonight that the police are still not willing to talk about statements that have been made, saying that those are part of the evidence, and they're very reluctant to get into anything that had to do with the evidentiary part of their investigation. They'd talk about the chase and the end of the chase, and that was it.
Yeah, I think, and you know, obviously there were long phone conversations by cell phone with sheriff's detectives, and it would be very interesting to know what O.J. Simpson said during those conversations. I think the police department is being deferential to prosecutors because ultimately the prosecutors have to decide how to use those statements. I'm not even sure that with the flurry of events this afternoon that prosecutors are privy to all of the statements, so it's not surprising and seems completely appropriate that the LAPD would not talk about them, but rather give them to prosecutors and let them decide how to deal with whatever O.J. Simpson said.
Yeah, it is interesting. They are being extraordinarily careful that they don't step on prosecutors' toes, that they don't get into anything that is under their purview, the prosecutors.
Yeah, I've seen cases, Mike, where the DA and the police department just don't seem to get along at all. In this case, they have seemed single-minded from the outset. They seem to be working together well. They have cooperated well. They have been complementary with each other. This is just one of those cases where it really seems like the police department and the DA are in unison, and I don't think you're going to see one stepping on the other's toes.
Interestingly enough, in recent weeks, both of these two agencies have been under the gun themselves. The DA's office has taken some heat for losing some big cases. The police department has been suffering through contract negotiations that seem to be going nowhere, and maybe that kind of stress builds friendships.
Yeah,
who knows?
They need each other.
Yeah, could be that.
All right, we're going to go back to O.J. Simpson's home. Obviously, that's where the final chapter of today's drama was played out, at least. And then after everybody left, at least after the officers left, we saw a number of neighbors and the curious come and gather there. Some of them have thinned out. Michael Scott is standing by there. Michael, I know there has been some police activity even after O.J. Simpson left. Has there not been?
Yes, there has been some police activity. Another white Bronco was what O.J. finally came in, as you remember from the helicopter chase. Police went over it. They were doing an inspection of it while it was in the driveway. A tow truck came and it has been taken out. We gather it is going to be taken down to police headquarters, where, like the Bronco from a couple of days ago, will also be dusted for prints for this investigation. That's pretty much all there is out here in the way of police activity. The gates have been closed. You want to take a pan over here, Vic? The gates have been closed. There are private security guards now in front. All the police officers have moved outside. I'm not really sure if there's still a police presence inside the house. But that's pretty much what's happening out here right now. Back to you in the studio.
Notice that your crowds have gone away too, Michael. Did they finally have enough?
I think they're tiring of this, yes. I guess they've noticed that nothing more is going to happen here. They've been watching the news reports. They know now that O.J. is at Parker Center and that they're not going to get to see him. Because when we did get the word, again, we were 200 feet down this way, and when we got the word that O.J. was in custody, it was at least a half an hour before police let us through. And people continued. There was like 2 blocks of people lined up waiting to run down here once the police barricade came down. They came and they camped out here, and you saw earlier pictures of it. And now that it's over, they're finally calling it a night and heading home.
Well, we're going to take a look now, Michael, at some of the police pursuit today as it wound its way across Southland freeways. We saw most of this from the air from Chopper 2, but this is a ground level of the Bronco passing by there with police in cold pursuit, not pushing them, letting Al Cowlings, the driver of that Bronco, go at his own pace. And there you see that's some footage shot from one of our news vans as we followed along right behind that convoy of police officers.
And now we're looking at the cars going through the crowds here out on Sunset. I remember Mary Parks was out on Sunset Boulevard, and she must have had 500 people, maybe more, surrounding her, some of them angry at what they felt was the unfairness of O.J. being chased through town, some of them sad, but we've seen a variety of crowd reaction here. People lined up on freeway bridges, and cars stopped on the freeways, and people standing outside their cars and actually standing on the freeway waiting to see this procession go by. This has been the most extraordinary day, and we keep thinking we've seen it all, and we never have seen it all.
I have an idea we haven't begun to see it all as this trial unfolds, and we listen to what the defense strategy is. You know, you're talking about that pursuit there, and the police made reference to a number of people whose safety was threatened by this pursuit.
Yes.
Now you think about the speeds never exceeded about 50 miles an hour, but when you think about the commotion this caused, the number of people who pulled over beside the freeway, which is illegal, and they did it anyway, and cars would come by and they would be in danger of causing a wreck. We saw from a camera we had positioned on an overpass looking down at the freeway, waiting for this caravan to pass underneath, we saw people in a traffic jam of looky-loos on the other side of the freeway. It was total gridlock there because people were listening to the radios. They knew what was happening. It was total gridlock. People jumped out of their cars, jumped over the median fence in the freeway, and ran across the freeway to the other side. Now, how dangerous is that?
It was unbelievable. It was, if you hadn't seen it, you would have never believed that people could have behaved that way. And literally, we were saying earlier, the city kind of ground to a halt. And from about 7 o'clock to about 10 o'clock tonight, the attention of this whole city was focused first on the chase, then on the negotiations. It's been carried live on television and radio here in town. And of course, it was picked up and carried live across the country as well. And we had phone calls from friends of O.J. Simpson's in the Carolinas, people in Chicago who were watching it on television as it happened here and called in. And you remember back, we've been live across the country in the last couple of years for earthquakes, for riots, for fires, for floods. I know everybody in LA has had phone calls from relatives in other parts of the country saying, gosh, we saw it and we were worried for you, and here we go again. It's just one event after another in this town.
In the face of all that, this was unique.
Yes.
Never heard of anything like this.
Absolutely.
May not ever again. In fact, we hope we never hear of anything like this.
Yeah.
You recall that earlier, O.J. Simpson, when he was talking with police, was demanding that he be allowed to see his mother. He was apparently going somewhere to see his mother. That was what we thought. Well, we have since found out that his mother became stricken sometime today. Apparently this pressure mounted was just too much for her. She was taken to California Pacific Medical Center, and a spokesman there says she is a patient. She is in stable condition. They're not giving out any further details. We don't know if she had a problem with her heart, if she just had rapid breathing. We don't know what it was, but we do know that she did become stricken and was taken there to the hospital and is in stable condition right now. They think she's going to be okay, but just a terribly depressing day and time it has to be for him.
Well,
let's right now I'm told we do have some videotape from the hospital spokesman telling us about O.J. Simpson's mother. Let's go to that.
Well, I can update you on O.J. Simpson's mother's condition. She is in stable condition here at California Pacific Medical Center. Eunice Simpson checked in this afternoon. She had flown up from Los Angeles, checked in the hospital here at California Pacific. She's 72 years old, and she's in stable condition.
Was she able to come in on her own accord? Can you tell us that?
I really don't have very many details. She did come in this afternoon. She had flown in from Los Angeles. She checked in the hospital with the help of family, and now she's in stable condition here.
At this point, because of privacy considerations, you can't tell us how long she's going to be here, nor what her actual condition is, why she came in.
Eunice Simpson's in stable condition, right. And other than that, we really can't say very much because of privacy considerations. So that's all I can tell you at this time.
Okay, that's what I wanted to do. Okay, thanks a lot, Tim.
You get the good bite out of that one.
That was Larry Kramer. He is a spokesman for California Pacific Medical Center, telling us that she is in stable condition, but refusing to comment any further about what has happened to her.
And to recap what's just been going on here in the last hour, we've been listening to LAPD Commander David Gascon, who told us that O.J. Simpson was arrested after he was coaxed into the house by police negotiators. And contrary to what we had been wondering about, he said pretty clearly that Alan Cowlings was not much of a help during that negotiation process, and that he, in fact, was the one who was first taken into custody, and then they were able to negotiate O.J. into the house. Gascon said Simpson was allowed to call his mother after they got him inside, allowed to go to the bathroom. He got a glass of orange juice, and then he was brought to police headquarters downtown where he was being booked. He was arrested, of course, after a long police chase and a standoff, and he now will be spending the night at the Main Central Jail, and so will Al Cowlings, who is being held on $250,000 bail. And, of course, O.J. is being held on no bail. And that was the original plan, and it became even more likely that he'd be held on no bail after attempting to flee today.
Now, to make that no bail stick, they will have to go through a judge when they arraign him, and we're told now it won't be tomorrow, that it will likely be Monday. They have 72 hours to do that. Right. We're told that They will go before the judge. They will argue that he's a flight risk. It's beyond much of a doubt now that they'll be able to convince him of that. We don't know how long it'll be before his trial. 4, 5, 6 months. It's hard to say at this time how much time the prosecution and defense will both need to get their cases together. We do know it's going to be a couple of more months before they get back the results of the DNA test. So at the very least, he is going to be in jail for 5 to 6 months, and of course, depending on what the outcome of the trial is, possibly much longer than that.
And interesting loopholes that are still, or questions that are still unanswered. There still is no murder weapon in this case. According to District Attorney Gil Garcetti earlier today, said the weapon had not been found. He said that the murder weapon was a substantial knife. Wouldn't go into any more detail than that. They're still looking for that. As for the gun that O.J. Simpson had with him in the car as they drove around the freeways of Orange County and Los Angeles County, they don't know where that gun came from either. So there's two questions involving weapons that we're wondering about tonight.
We still have Harvey Levin standing by down there. Harvey, at that earlier news conference, they said it was a substantial knife at Garcetti's news conference. Now, we had been hearing reports that perhaps it was a sword, maybe even one of those samurai swords. Would that qualify as a substantial knife?
I don't think so. I actually asked Garcetti that question, and I watched his expression. He really hesitated and didn't want to go into too much detail. And the way I got him to amplify on the fact that it was simply a knife was, you know, we've been reporting that these wounds were massive, and it couldn't have been caused by a pocket knife. And we wanted him to somehow categorize this, and he paused for a while and very carefully said substantial, but would not go beyond that. I don't think it's what you're talking about, Mike. At least it doesn't sound to me like you would call that a knife. And remember, these aren't just Gil Garcetti's casual words. This is based on what's written in a criminal complaint. So I think they're pretty confident it was some sort of knife. What kind, how long the blade, whether it's an oddball kind of a knife, I simply don't know. But there's no doubt, based on the wounds, which were made swiftly and very terribly. I mean, these were horrible, horrible wounds. There's no question that this was a good-sized knife.
Harvey.
Okay, Harvey, who is down at Parker Center, we thank you very much for that. We are approaching the hour of the 11 o'clock news here.
Our newsroom has been hard at work trying to condense for you in just a short time all of the events of the past 12 to 15 hours. We will have our complete 11 o'clock newscast. We hope you stay with us coming up in just a couple of minutes. Right now, we'll take a break and come back with our action news cast at 11 o'clock. Please do stay there.
We call this four-door Nissan Sentra the limited edition. Yet it comes with air, AM/FM cassette, cruise control, power windows and door locks. But perhaps one of its most impressive features is its price. Over $2,000 less than the comparably equipped Toyota Corolla LE. $2,000. So while this edition may be limited, the value never seems to end. Lease the Nissan Sentra limited edition for $189 a month and $500 down for 36 months.
Business is booming. America produces a handgun every 20 seconds, and they're put to use on our kids. 10 kids are killed every day. A kid commits suicide with a handgun every 8 hours. It's an epidemic, and you can do something about it. Please, call 1-800-222-MINI.
Welcome, boys and girls. It's nice to have you with us out here at the beautiful bay.
New technology from Pacific Bell will help school children in San Jose watch live underwater exploration and talk to oceanographers in Monterey.
Look, we've got a visitor.
That's a sea lion.
Okay, that's a big shark called the Great White Shark.
Don't be alarmed.
Science may never be the same. The Pacific Bell Communications Superhighway. It's real, California.
And now our top story, the big sale.
We learned, go to the big sale at Sam Goody in Musicland.
Big sale at Musicland and Sam Goody.
She's saying, go to the big sale.
Right now at Sam Goody in Musicland, you'll save on hundreds of titles like Salt and Pepper's Very Necessary from Next Plateau, London. You'll also save on Bonnie Raitt's Longing in Their Hearts on Capitol. And get free film developing from Mystic Color Lab while supplies last. It's a sale so big you just can't get away from it.
Real Stories, Saturday at 6:30 on Channel 2.
This
is KCBS LA. Ann Martin and Michael Tuck, Steve Rambo, and Jim Hill bring you Action News at 11.
A nation watches the fall of an American icon. This is O.J. Simpson on his way to the county jail after surrendering to police following a massive afternoon-long manhunt. It's been a day filled with fear and uncertainty as the former football star teetered on the edge of destruction. Tonight, his arrest may finally bring an end to a murder mystery. Good evening. This has been a day most of us will never forget.
Certainly can't. It had all the makings of a Hollywood movie, a superstar charged with the murder of his ex-wife and her friend. But instead of turning himself in, as he promised, he ditches family and friends and becomes a fugitive. The arrest of O.J. Simpson became a spectacle unfolding on live television before a captivated audience. Just about an hour and a half ago, though, Simpson and best friend Al Cowlings were driven into police headquarters under tight security. O.J. Simpson will spend the night in a jail ward under suicide watch. Helicopters followed Simpson and Cowlings as they led police on a 3-hour chase that took them on several freeways throughout Orange and L.A. counties. Hundreds of spectators stopped what they were doing to watch the Ford Bronco speed by from overpasses. And look closely here, because this was as close as any TV crew was allowed to get to the runaway truck. You can see Al Cowlings behind the wheel on Sunset Boulevard, focused and determined to get to his destination, but you cannot see O.J. here. He's lying down in the back of the cab. So, at 11 o'clock, here is the very latest that we know in the arrest of O.J. Simpson. O.J. is in police custody right now, being booked and fingerprinted, and has been taken to Men's Central Jail. He's charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder in the deaths of his ex-wife, Nicole, and her friend, Ron Goldman. His friend Al Cowlings is being booked for investigation of aiding and abetting a fugitive. He, too, will be jailed. The district attorney says O.J. Simpson will be probably arraigned on Monday.
And Mike, we have extensive team coverage tonight. In fact, we're dedicating this entire newscast to covering this dramatic and amazing story that has captivated the Southland and the country all day long. Let's begin with Pat LaLama. She's live at Parker Center, where a police update on this whole situation wrapped up just minutes ago. Pat.
And you know, in a way, we've come full circle today. We started out long ago, it seems like almost days ago, when in fact it was around 10 o'clock this morning when we were told that there would be a news conference. And the buzz around Parker Center was that O.J. Simpson would voluntarily surrender here at Parker Center. He was expected to come. I'm going to give you a little bit of a background before we go to the latest information from the LAPD. He was expected to voluntarily surrender at 11 a.m., a deal brokered by his attorney. He did not, and a very, very angry Commander Dave Gascon stood on that podium and very, very angrily, as I say, announced that their man was a fugitive. Then tonight at 10 p.m., very, very happily, Commander Gascon described this whole event as exemplary police work. And here are some of the highlights of this evening's news conference.
O.J. Simpson is in custody. He has been transported here to Parker Center. He is being booked and processed. That'll include prints, mugshot. Those kinds of activities will occur here at Parker Center. He will then be transported to the Main Central Jail, LA County Main Central Jail. A.C. Cowling is being booked for 32 PC, felony, $250,000 bail. He is being processed here at Parker Center. He will also be transported to the Main Central Jail. Cowlings exited the vehicle. You saw him walking around. He eventually walked into the house area. He was taken into custody. He was very problematic. What you saw at the scene, his agitated state, his activities certainly made the situation worse, and it was something that the SWAT negotiators had to handle, and they successfully neutralized that threat to their efforts. Eventually then, Mr. Simpson was also induced to leave the vehicle and come into the house. He came into the house carrying a family picture.
O.J. Simpson now being processed at Parker Center. That should be through momentarily. He'll be monitored by physicians and will be taken to the main jail run by the Sheriff's Department, where he will stay perhaps most likely until arraignment. Arraignment will not be this weekend. It will be sometime next week. According to Commander Gascon, he looks to be in good physical state, although Gascon would not expound on his mental state. And so we come to the conclusion of a, in many ways, tragic day, but a life was saved. And
all right, Pat LaLama, thank you for that live report. Well, for days now, police would not say that O.J. Simpson was a suspect even in this double murder. Tonight, with the arrest of O.J., all of that has changed, and so have the charges that Simpson now faces. Harvey Levin is live at Parker Center. He's got that part of the story for us. Harvey.
Yes, I do, Ann, but before, let me just show you, they have just released O.J. Simpson's mugshot. You can take a look at that. It's just come out a few minutes ago, and this was done at Parker Center while he was being fingerprinted. This is quite a contrast to so many pictures we've seen of O.J. Simpson in the past. Anyway, he is on his way now to Men's Central Jail, where he will be awaiting arraignment on double murder charges. Let me recap what those charges are. O.J. Simpson will at least have to plead to charges of murdering his ex-wife and Ron Goldman. And there are special circumstances involved in this case because it's a double murder. What that means is that the DA could ask for the death penalty. The DA has not yet said whether he will do that. They have to evaluate the evidence, but this is a case that could subject O.J. Simpson to the death penalty. Now, we reported earlier today that in addition to the physical evidence that the DA says they have that proves to them that O.J. Simpson committed these murders, there is a key witness they interviewed. She is an American Airlines stewardess who was on O.J. Simpson's flight to Chicago hours after the murder. This stewardess has told police that she saw O.J. Simpson put his hand in a duffel bag and keep it there the entire flight. She felt he was concealing something and actually notified authorities. And this will be a very, very important witness in the prosecution of the case. Now, finally, let me say that the fact that O.J. Simpson fled today is going to be used in the guilt phase of this trial. The DA says he will use it to prove a consciousness of guilt on O.J. Simpson's part. To date, O.J. Simpson has maintained his innocence, and there is no evidence that he is going to change that story. So we do expect him in court on Monday for an arraignment. Ann and Mike.
Thanks, Harvey.
Well, the arrest of O.J. Simpson has capped a lengthy ordeal that began with murder. It turned into a 5-day mystery, finally ended in a manhunt. It's perhaps the most bizarre criminal investigation in the history of Los Angeles, perhaps in the entire nation. Well, today we watched it take some incredible twists and turns. We held our breaths as the gripping story unfolded live on our television sets and prayed for a peaceful end. Tonight, Tricia Toyota takes a look at the unprecedented day in the Simpson murder case.
Great news, unbelievable, great news. O.J. Simpson just minutes ago gave himself up. He came out of the Bronco.
With that, police, friends, family, and many, many people watching on television breathed a sigh of relief. The most incredible manhunt the Southland has ever seen had finally come to a peaceful end. Police had hoped to bring Simpson in under much different circumstances, almost 9 hours earlier. It was then, armed with their evidence, that they asked O.J. to surrender by 11:45 this morning. The word went out that O.J. would be charged with the 2 murders, and the wait was on. Cars came and went from his Brentwood estate, but none carried O.J. The clock ticked on, and soon it became apparent that the football star would not voluntarily surrender himself. Police finally had to admit that O.J. was gone, and they did not know where. A hushed crowd of reporters gasped in disbelief when the police announced that O.J. was now a fugitive.
The Los Angeles Police Department right now is actively searching for Mr. Simpson.
If, in fact, we had known where Mr. Simpson was, he would have been arrested. We would not have asked for him to surrender. This is a double homicide case with special circumstances. We would have arrested him.
And so the manhunt was on. Within a couple of hours came the first lead, a frantic 911 call from the home of Simpson's ex-wife, Nicole.
They just ran out and said that they called the cops. Who's they freaking out? Some people that live in there.
Anxious friends and relatives rushed to the scene. Curious crowds gathered at the gate. So many, in fact, that the police cordoned off the area and pushed everybody back. Speculation was high that O.J. was inside and could be suicidal. After some anxious minutes, the word came.
O.J. never arrived. We were here the whole time. So nothing happened here except the phone call that was allegedly made by him to this residence.
We saw the eyes of the family members as they rushed out and asked us to dial 911. They looked upset, they looked scared and frustrated.
Well, that would be scary to hear from O.J. and to tell him that he's on the way over there. You know, how do they know what he's going to do when he gets here? I think that's why they were scared.
As the afternoon wore on, the questions grew. Where was O.J.? Where was his lawyer? Defense attorney Robert Shapiro finally appeared with word of his own surprise that O.J. had disappeared.
It was suggested that Dr. Fairstein go up and tell him that he was going to be transported in handcuffs into custody. It was at that time when Dr. Fairstein went in the room to alert him that we discovered for the first time that O.J. was not present.
But while the world waited for word of O.J., police were listening to him already through telephone calls from a cell phone inside a truck carrying O.J. And with that news, they knew that O.J. was alive and running from them. They tracked him to Orange County on the I-5 freeway.
Suspect vehicle, 43 miles an hour. Emily, Sheriff, that's affirmative. Go ahead.
Within minutes, the chase was on, nearly 24 police cars following and forming a moving wall that cut through rush hour traffic. TV helicopters also gave chase and beamed pictures of the manhunt for O.J. live across the country. Close-up pictures revealed his longtime friend, Al Cowlings, at the wheel. Sources said that O.J. was inside that truck with a gun pointed at his head. For 90 minutes, the strange caravan wound through Orange and L.A. counties. Drivers who heard of the chase on the radio pulled over and lined the streets and freeway overpasses, turning the life-and-death chase into grim spectator sport.
And you hear people shout. You can see all the police cars behind.
And for many of O.J.'s friends who were watching on TV, there was stunned disbelief and anguish in their voices, pleading for O.J. to give himself up.
You know, those kids are all you have now, and there's a tremendous amount of people, and I myself included, you know, regardless of what happened.
Praying that you guys will just give yourself up, man. Just stop. Please stop. In Jesus' name, just stop, man. Because we love you, man. Just stop.
At first, there were indications that O.J. wanted to go to his mother's house, but it soon became clear that he was going home. Past the church where Nicole was eulogized just yesterday, past dozens of police cars and television vans parked outside, home to his Brentwood mansion. And after another tense 25 minutes, during which Cowlings acted as mediator between Simpson and the police, O.J. gave himself up and was arrested. Tricia Toyota, Channel 2 Action News.
O.J. Simpson's lawyer, Robert Shapiro, arrived at the Brentwood mansion shortly after his client did, and Shapiro wasted no time in trying to score some points with the LAPD.
I want to personally thank and congratulate Los Angeles Police Chief Willie Williams on one of the most remarkable jobs, and his entire staff of Los Angeles police officers who were able to resolve one of the most incredible situations in a very, very peaceful manner. I can't express the fear I had that this matter would not end the way it did. I would also, at this point in time, like to ask all members of the public to please reserve any judgment on this case until the evidence is reviewed and presented in a court of law.
That impromptu press conference coming after O.J. had given himself up, obviously, and the applause from the dozens of people who were still outside the Simpson mansion until late tonight.
He had a lot of supporters out there. And police earlier today put out an all-points bulletin for O.J. Simpson. Now, we thought you might be interested in hearing some of the wording of that bulletin. It does seem quite ominous here. It said, in part, suspect wanted for a double homicide, suspect Orenthal James Simpson. Suspect possibly armed, use caution. An ironic way to describe a man who was admired and loved for so long by so many. Police also issued an arrest warrant for Al Cowlings. He's O.J.'s longtime friend and the man suspected of helping him escape earlier today. Well, the question is this: why did O.J. run? The answer may lie in a letter he wrote to the public before he fled.
Surprised was the world that Simpson the fans had as they heard this letter. Simpson's lawyer surprised the most. He remained in seclusion most of the day and then held an emotional news conference this afternoon. And our senior correspondent, Bob Jimenez, is here with more on that part of the story. Bob.
Lan and Mike, it of course was Robert Shapiro who promised police he would deliver O.J. Simpson. In fact, he got the call to do that about 8:30 this morning, but when he went to a San Fernando Valley home where O.J. Simpson had spent the night, the former football star slipped out.
Wherever you are, for the sake of your family, for the sake of your children, please surrender immediately.
That was a message Robert Shapiro never expected to make, but he did sense trouble.
I agreed to have him there by 11 o'clock, although I told them it would be very pressing for me because I had to get his doctors to notify him, to perhaps to be there because of his very, very frail, fragile, and emotional state.
It was news Simpson had already anticipated. Shapiro told reporters O.J. waited in a room alone, then mysteriously slipped away.
He had about 15 minutes, basically, to run away from you. Was that all the window of opportunity he had?
Yes.
And do you know how he got away?
We were in a private residence. We were upstairs. It is a very, very large house.
Before he left, though, O.J. wrote a letter. His friend, Robert Kardashian, read it aloud. A man in pain appeared to be giving up.
I had nothing to do with Nicole's murder. I loved her, always have, and always will. If we had a problem, it's because I loved her so much. Recently, we came to the understanding that for now, we were not right for each other, at least for now. Despite our love, we were different, and that's why we mutually agreed to go our separate ways.
In parts, Simpson sounded suicidal.
I think of my life and feel I've done most of the right things. So why do I end up like this? I can't go on. No matter what the outcome, people will look and point. I can't take that. I can't subject my children to that. This way, they can move on and go on with their lives. Please, if I've done anything worthwhile in my life, let my kids live in peace from you, the press. At times, I have felt like a battered husband or boyfriend, but I loved her. Make that clear to everyone, and I would take whatever it took to make it work. Don't feel sorry for me. I've had a great life, great friends. Please think of the real O.J. and not this lost person. Thanks for making my life special. I hope I helped yours. Peace and love, O.J.
And after the chase and the standoff and the surrender tonight, Robert Shapiro, as we saw just a few minutes ago, appeared one more time today, begging the public to reserve judgment on O.J. Simpson until all the evidence is in. Mike, Ann.
Thank you, Bob. Well, the Simpson mansion in Brentwood is quickly becoming the most notorious house in the nation. The press corps has been using the house as a campsite all week, and tonight the scene was a dramatic point of standoff. Michael Scott has been there all day. We'll go out to him right now. Michael.
Thanks, Ann. Things have really quieted down out here in contrast to the way it was about maybe 2 hours ago when we had more than 300 spectators, about 100 reporters, and as many police officers. Well, it's just a smattering of officers here now. The only police presence are just a few of them that are keeping an eye on us, and we're told we have to leave pretty soon. We see some security guards in front of the gate. I am told there are no more officers inside. Now, the last presence that there was inside, and we have some video of that and we can roll it, was to pick up the van, the Ford Bronco that O.J. had led everyone around on the high-speed helicopter chase today. Police went over it looking for a weapon. They found a weapon, and they towed it to police headquarters. Yes, and for those of you who've been keeping score, yes, this is another white Ford Bronco. If you remember, a white Ford Bronco was towed from O.J.'s house on Monday. It was believed that was the car that he used when he went outside his ex-wife's house. So that's 2 Ford Broncos. If someone had told us, I've been out here now since 9 o'clock this morning, and if someone had told us that this whole thing, this drama, was going to end here at O.J.'s house, we never would have believed him. Back to you.
Who would have believed very much about this case, the way it's unfolded?
No.
It is beyond belief.
Thanks, Michael, very much.
And our team coverage continues in just a moment or two with the incredible public reaction to this day's events.
I'm Joe Avalar, live on the 405. It looks normal out here now, but it was a very different situation here on the 405. And what people were saying about O.J., well, I'll have that for you in just a moment. Stay tuned.
On the street, in the stores, even in restaurants, everyone's eyes were glued to coverage of O.J. Simpson. We'll have that story coming up next.
During the Broadway summer sale, mattresses are at the lowest prices of the season. But the sale's on now. Better move fast.
Hello, is this thing on? This Saturday, comedian Johnny Fortune is performing at the Galaxy Room. Who cares? Blockbuster gives you 9,000 reasons to stay in, so why go out? Make it a Blockbuster night.
A man and a woman bound by service but separated by silence. Academy Award winners Anthony Hopkins and Emma Thompson. The Remains of the Day from Columbia TriStar Home Video, rated PG.
In Southern California, when you want news now, turn to KFWB News 98, the only 24-hour news.
He knows your dreams. He knows your secrets. Did you think you'd get away with it? Who's there? He knows your desires.
I'm not afraid of you.
But I am. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? I know. Alec Baldwin, The Shadow, rated PG-13. Starts Friday, July 1st at theaters everywhere.
Could I borrow some glasses? Got any beach towels? That is such a cute dress.
Announcing the Broadway summer sale and values with savings throughout the store. Everyone needs something new for summer.
Well, we've said it before, it bears repeating, certainly. The amazing events of this day were very much like a movie come to life.
If anybody could write one with that many twists and turns, an interactive movie, in fact, as hundreds, maybe thousands of people came out to watch O.J. drive by, tipped off to the police chase by radio and television reports.
Joe Avalar talked to some of those people. He's standing by live to tell us what he heard. Joe.
It was amazing, and I don't think anybody could ever write something like this and have anybody else believe it until today. Well, normal scene right now on Palms Boulevard Bridge. As you can see, I'm the only person on it. Normal scene on the 405, traffic moving smoothly. But as you heard, as you've seen, there were amazing things happening out here today. Let's show you. You could see the onlookers from the air. They were all along the route. At each overpass, hundreds of people would suddenly materialize to watch this spectacle. At the 405 and Palms Boulevard, people actually parked in the southbound lanes of the 405 freeway. 2 people jumped the median fence and ran across the highway to get a better view. Hundreds more suddenly appeared on the overpass to watch, while still other people pulled over on the northbound side, all waiting to see O.J. Simpson and his friend Al Cowlings drive by. When they did, many cheered the alleged double murderer. The same scene was played out at Sunset Boulevard in the 405, where O.J.'s car got off the freeway. What do you think of all the people who are out here whooping it up, yelling and screaming?
I don't think that they're taking into consideration the seriousness of the situation, and sometimes it starts to seem like a circus effect to me, and that saddens me also, because this is somebody's life that's being taken into consideration.
Ma'am, you're crying. Can you tell me why?
It's sad. It's terribly sad. I think can't say anymore. It's just terribly sad.
The last couple of days I've been really torn between what I knew about O.J. and what I'm discovering about O.J. And I really, really, really feel sad. I mean, I actually feel for him, you know, and it's tragic because there's another side to this. You know, there's a side of the people that if he actually did it, you know, what he actually committed. And that's really, really sad.
They all make good points, but the questioning thing, the puzzling thing, to me at least, is all the people who came out here and cheered. And I think, as one man said it, The people just didn't seem to understand the seriousness of what's going on here. O.J. Simpson is charged with a brutal double murder. Mike Ann, back to you.
Yeah, a lot of those people, it was something they saw on television. It was a movie. It was not real.
It wasn't real. No, you're absolutely right. It wasn't real.
Well, it was very real. Joe, thank you. Well, spectators to this life and death drama also gathered outside O.J.'s Brentwood estate.
And as the tension grew, and there was a lot of tension, so did the crowd, and at times it made a dangerous situation much worse.
Our Mary Parks was caught in that agitated group as the situation unfolded, and she joins us live right now to recap what happened there. Mary?
Right, Mike and Ann, we're at Rockingham and Sunset. We're just at 11:15 tonight. The police units and the crowd pulled out of here. I'm not going to move around much because traffic is starting to come back through this area again. Most of the people that were here supported OJ rather. It had the potential to get very ugly, but people kept their calm. And most of the folks here told us they were headed to Parker Center to continue their show of support for Simpson.
Rob, this is Mary Unit 5. We're right behind all the Metro cars.
No, we're on the Metro cars.
We're on the Metro cars.
A long trail of police cruisers raced down Sunset Boulevard from the 405 freeway. With full lights and sirens, LAPD and sheriff's units make their way through heavy traffic toward Rockingham Avenue. An unruly mob of at least 400 people chant for OJ. Supporters fought to cross police barricades to reach the Simpson mansion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a serious incident. We're going to need to keep the center section clear. We need to get ambulances or vehicles in and out. We're going to have to keep the...
Although he's doing his run and everything, I believe that he has to, I don't want him to kill himself. I want him to give himself up and go through the legal system and get a fair chance to do it.
First it was Tyson, now it's OJ, it was Michael Jordan. And it seemed like all our role models is being tucked onto. For what reason? I'm just here to support OJ, let him know he has someone on his side.
I think he did the right thing by turning himself in so he can go through the courts and get this taken care of, because running, that ain't gonna solve nothing.
Moments after giving up, OJ is whisked away in a cruiser while his fans cheer him on. Now, the police and media as well continue to pull out of this area, and police are telling us the streets should be clear within the next 45 minutes to an hour. Certainly good news for the neighbors who live here. Ann, Mike.
All right, thanks very much for that, Mary. We've got something to show you that's kind of, again, we take our two-shot
camera
here.
back here.
Yeah.
This is tomorrow's edition of the LA Times. This is the Bulldog edition that came out just a short while ago. As you can see, it's already outdated because of what happened tonight, because of his eventual surrender. This, rest assured, will be updated by tomorrow morning's edition, the one that's delivered to your doorstep. It will have the full story then, we assume.
But the headlines there, Simpson flees murder charges, and the picture on the front is an LAPD sergeant shielding a man who was believed to be O.J. Simpson going into the house on Thursday. And of course, we found out later that that was not O.J. Simpson at all. And then the caption goes on to say, Simpson later disappeared. And so that's the paper.
It will be dominant news tomorrow and in the weeks ahead also.
Yeah. Well, for most of this day, we've been glued to our television sets across the city watching the manhunt, then the arrest of O.J. Simpson. It was a mesmerizing story as it unfolded, and Marianne Cushy was with some folks in Tarzana who were witnesses to some remarkable moments. Marianne.
And here at Superstars Sports Bar and Restaurant, it was the NBA Finals versus OJ on the run. It was almost like a tennis match with people's heads turning from one monitor to the other. But eventually, people found themselves watching The Fugitive.
And are pleading with Mr. Simpson to get out of the vehicle. We understand he's holding a gun to his head.
As the effort to capture O.J. Simpson grew more intense, more customers began to focus on the monitors covering the pursuit.
I think it's ironic that we're in the fourth quarter with the Knicks and we're in the fourth quarter with O.J. here. So I'm just terribly concerned. I'm frightened for him.
The chain of events during the day were unbelievable to some. Humor seemed to be the only way to deal with it.
I heard that they called one of the agencies where they got a O.J. lookalike and a Bronco, and it almost feels like an out-of-body experience. I think it's terribly tragic.
It's almost like a movie unfolding, but it's real life, and it's somebody you can relate to back to childhood.
It was kind of bizarre. It was something that we never expected something like this ever to, happen with somebody that was well liked like O.J.
It had to be the #1 attention grabber of the day. These security guards found themselves glued to their TV set.
See, he's a celebrity,
You get, he's a football player, I like football.
Him is an important figure in this world because he is a celebrity. He's a good one. And it's just to show that it can happen to you, to me, anyone.
Even though everyone seemed to be relieved by the peaceful surrender, this customer felt saddened by the ending.
We forget about the victims anymore, and I feel so sorry for those people. And that's really it. I feel sorry for OJ. But he still has a life, and those other people are gone.
Ann and Mike, it didn't matter where you went today, it seemed that everybody was talking about it.
Yes, it's all we've heard for days. Anywhere we went, Marianne, it's all we're going to hear for a while, I'm afraid.
I got a suspicion. The events of this day have affected a great number of people in a lot of ways.
And coming up next, we're going to get the reflections of our own Jim Hill, who knows O.J. Simpson better than most.
And this is a day that all of us will never forget.
Americans are a spontaneous lot who don't like being too far from their money. Which is why at Bank of America, we offer more full-service ATMs than anyone else in California. That way, chances are you can always find a Versateller machine, no matter where the road takes you. Banking on America. Bank of America.
It takes a lot to get me to leave Lake Edmond. But I've come all the way to New Orleans to find the right spice for my Cajun crispy chicken meals. Maybe this. Ooh-yah! It's good, yasha! Wow, these spices are magical.
Now get 8 pieces of Cajun crispy chicken, your choice of any large new Cajun side item, and 4 biscuits for just $7.99. A hot deal and a hot meal that's also good and extra tasty crispy. The Colonel's Way is still the best way.
Only TWA takes you to some of Europe's most exciting cities for some of the lowest prices around. With so many daily nonstop flights, it's never been easier or more convenient to get to the heart of Europe, which is good news, considering how much Europe there is to see. In fact, with so many flights to so many destinations, you might say that TWA's put Europe at your feet.
most comfortable way to fly.
Sometimes it's hard to remember I'm not back in Japan. I didn't expect so many Japanese things. Japanese magazines, music, fish pickles. This woman even called me in Japanese.
Konnichiwa. MCI をご利用くださいました.
To welcome me to my phone plan.
With MCI's friends around the world, we call you in your language to check that you're getting our lowest international rates.
She made sure I was getting their best savings. It's hard to be so far from home. This is a different country, but I don't feel like I'm a stranger here.
Join friends around the world anytime. The easiest way to call, the easiest way to save.
Some people say it costs too much to build an environmentally better building. The people of Lawrence, Kansas proved them wrong. This is our Walmart store here. Recycled asphalt parking lots, solar-powered signs, skylights for natural light to save electricity, and many other improvements you can't even see. We're proud of this store because we were a test, and much of what we learned will go into future stores. The test was a wonderful success, and the real winner is the world around us.
Our colleague Jim Hill is a friend of O.J. Simpson, and as many of you probably know, he made a personal plea today to O.J. to give himself up to authorities peacefully.
And Jim joins us right now with some reflections on what has certainly been a remarkable day. Jim.
A day, the toughest day in my broadcast career, a day that I and I'm sure many of you will never, ever forget. The first thing that comes to my mind right now are the two young kids of Nicole and O.J. Simpson. And we have to remember that these young people have to live with this for the rest of their lives, and they should be in the uppermost part of our minds. Also, we have to remember that a man is innocent. No matter what's happened, you are innocent until proven guilty. Now, there's something that really comes to mind right now. The O.J. that we found out about and the O.J. that we know. The O.J. that we know was a very civic-minded individual, a young man who even carried the torch when the Olympic Games were getting ready to come here to the Los Angeles area. And then when he came here to USC, he only played a couple of years for the Trojans, but electrified us all with his magnificent running ability, and even won the Heisman Trophy as the most outstanding college football player in the country. And from there, he went on to even greater heights in the National Football League. He played for the Buffalo Bills, and with the Bills, he became the first man ever to rush for over 2,000 yards in a single season. And it seemed like everything was going great for O.J. Simpson, and that he had the Midas touch. Not only could could he write his own ticket? He was indeed writing his own ticket. That was the bright side of O.J. Simpson. Then there was the dark side that maybe many of us refuse to acknowledge, refuse to believe, or even refuse to try and accept. And it all started coming to a close earlier this week with the murder of his wife and a friend, and all of these things that come to mind right now make us realize that, well, we should also and always try to talk a little bit more to each other. We should always try to take care of, think about, care for, and look out for each other even more, and always watch the telltale signs of the very beginnings of something that can really end up to be tragic. It started out as a magnificent career for O.J. Simpson. It ended up tonight, as we saw, in a lot of controversy. And all we can say to all the families that are involved is that our prayers go out to you, and that we always want you to believe, to keep the faith. And that's what everyone has been calling here tonight. Let's wait and see exactly what happens.
Well said, Jim.
We will wait and see. And thank you for being here with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Help to have you here. Well, for the latest on the O.J. Simpson story, I hope certainly that you will stay with Action News over the weekend. We're going to continue our special team coverage of this story that we've been on since Monday morning for you.
We want to thank you for being with us tonight. We hope you have a good night and a great weekend. The Late Show with David Letterman is coming up next. Have a nice night, everybody.